Imagine being reborn in a cultivation world, not as a hero, not as a villain, but a mob character. A stepping stone, a supporting role meant to be crushed beneath the protagonist's rise. That's exactly what happened to Mu Zhi'an. Transmigrated into a powerful, immortal clan, Mu Zhi'an quickly learns his fate. He's cannon fodder, the kind of young master who exists only to boost the protagonist's stats. At first, he plays it safe, tries to make friends with the heaven-chosen leads, tries not to stand out, cut to heavenly beauties around him. But then something strange happens. The girls who were supposed to fall for the protagonists, the childhood sweethearts, noble fiancées, even icy sore maidens, they all start falling for him. Surrounded by stunning women and fate-defying fortune, Mu Zhi'an has a wild idea. What if he rewrites the story? What if he defeats the protagonists and takes their destiny for himself? And so, he does exactly that. He eliminates one protagonist after another. He robs them of their treasures, absorbs their legacies, and strengthens the women around him. He becomes stronger, more cunning, more ambitious. The dream? To ascend as an immortal emperor and reign over the 9 heavens. But the heavens don't forget. One day, as tribulation clouds gather and empresses descend from the lightning, the truth strikes harder than thunder. I thought I was the main character, Mu Zhi'an mutters, eyes dimming. But it turns out they were the real protagonists all along. In this world of cultivation, fate is a cruel storyteller, and the price of rewriting the script might be your soul. Genres: Xinxia, cultivation, harem, betrayal, action. Direct hit status, completed, and absolutely binge-worthy. If you enjoy plots where the villain flips the table, where harem meets tragedy, and where ambition meets destiny, this novel will blow your mind.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The carriage rolled steadily down the misty street, the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoing like a drumbeat through the drizzle. Inside, Mu Zhi'an leaned lazily against plush cushions, his gaze drifting toward the rain-slicked world beyond the window. Raindrops fell gently from the heavens, scattering into blooming ripples on the wet stone roads, blurring the silhouettes of passing vendors and ancient buildings cloaked in a serene, dreamlike haze. Across from him sat Bai Ruoshi, Tianjin City's celebrated beauty. Clad in an elegant white gown, she looked ethereal, her peach blossom eyes quietly shimmering with emotion, her voice cold yet melodious as a mountain spring. "Young Master Mu," she spoke softly, "have you considered my request?" Once proud and distant, the Bai family's jewel now sat humbly before him, an ironic reversal brought about by desperation. Her once dismissive gaze now held a polite deference that Mu Zhi'an found oddly amusing. Seated beside her was a pale, delicate young man, Mu Zhi'an himself. His fine robes and soft hands reflected a life of luxury and privilege. As the only heir of the powerful Mu family, second only to one other clan in Tianjin City, he had always lived at the center of comfort and scandal. He didn't respond immediately. His mind was elsewhere. "Young Master Mu?" Bai Ruoshi's soft voice called again, snapping him out of his thoughts. Mu Zhi'an finally turned toward her, a faint smile curling on his lips. "When you say further thought, are you asking me, or the Mu family, to save the Bai clan from its downfall?" Her hands tensed in her lap. Half a month ago, the Bai family had fallen into conflict with the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. One mishap led to another, and before long, they were under siege, squeezed by both the chamber and their rival clan, the Gong Sons. Business plummeted. Shops closed. Their influence crumbled day by day. Yet, one word from the Mu family could halt it all. One favor, one decision. And so Bai Ruoshi came to plead. "If young Master Mu is willing to help," she whispered, The Bai family will certainly offer a satisfactory token of gratitude. Her tone was fragile, laced with shame and helpless pride. Mu Zhi'an glanced at her again. She truly was captivating. Snowy skin, a hint of perfume, delicate cheeks brushed by a single stray hair. She was alluring in her vulnerability. Still, he chuckled inwardly. And what, exactly, does your gratitude look like? He asked. Something real? Or just words dressed up as promises? Bairuashi faltered. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came. She hadn't expected him to press her. Like her mother, she assumed Mu Zhi'an's infatuation would be enough to guarantee his help. But now he seemed changed. Mu Zhi'an leaned forward, his tone shifting. Miss Bai, you must understand. Helping you would mean making enemies of two powerful families. The Mu clan won't move for nothing. Even if I agreed, my family wouldn't. Her eyes lowered in silent frustration. Had she miscalculated? I get it, she murmured. You're still upset over how I treated you before. If you want to refuse me, just say it. I won't beg. I'm not refusing, Mu Zhi'an said calmly. But if you're asking for the Mu family's aid, you'll need more than vague pleasantries. Even I have limits. Tears welled in her eyes. Then, do you expect me to leave? Mu Zhi'an sighed. That's up to you. He reached for the curtain, signaling the end of their conversation. I'll have a coachman take you back. Good luck, Miss Bai. But just as he rose, Bairuashi grabbed his sleeve. Her soft body leaned forward, her voice trembling. If that's what it takes, Ruashi is willing. Just tell me what you want. Mu Zhi'an froze. Why did this feel like a villain scene from some tragic novel? She truly believed he was the sort of man to take advantage of a desperate woman. He let out a breath. Of course, she misunderstood. After all, the old Mu Zhi'an was that kind of person. But that Mu Zhi'an was gone. Days ago, the memories of his past life had returned. The soul of another, someone from Earth, now stood in this body, realizing with horror the shameful trail left behind. Brothels, gambling, drunken debauchery, he had been every bit the arrogant young master the stories warned about. A walking scandal. He had even tried to force himself on a widow. It was only because his old memories resurfaced just in time that he didn't fall further. Now, staring at his system panel, visible only to him, he sighed inwardly. Name Mu Zhi'an. Role, supporting character. Achievements, heaven's jealousy, talentless. Inborn celestial vessel, friend of the antagonists. A stepping stone, a mob character, an elite mob, doomed to empower someone else's rise. He was never meant to win. But maybe, just maybe, that was about to change. This was awkward. As a supposed villain, Mu Zhi'an should have leaned into the role, grabbing power, indulging whims, and responding to Bairuashi's desperate plea with a wicked smirk and selfish demands. And yet, as he looked at the delicate beauty before him, her trembling lips, tear-filled eyes, and hand nervously clutched to her chest, he couldn't bring himself to act the part. Yes, she was alluring, devastatingly so. But chasing momentary pleasure would bring no benefit to the Mu family. And worse, it might draw the attention of some real protagonist. He exhaled softly and forced his gaze away. Miss Bai, he said calmly, you mentioned a reward. What exactly did you have in mind? A beat passed. Then, with unsettling precision, he added, perhaps the meridian connecting pill left behind by your ancestors? Her breath caught. Her gaze dropped. Young Master Mu, you jest, she whispered. That pill is vital for my father's breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. Without it, he may not survive the heavenly tribulation. She paused, voice cracking. Besides, it's not even mine to give. Her sorrow, her tears, the sheer helplessness clinging to her figure. It was enough to melt the heart of any man. Even Mu Zhi'an, who had sworn to suppress such impulses, felt a flicker of temptation. She really did live up to her reputation. But no matter how beautiful the wrapping, an empty promise was still hollow. Without another word, Mu Zhi'an gently reached forward and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. His fingertips brushed her lips, a calculated move that left her stunned. In the end, he murmured, Your so-called reward is nothing but a hollow offer. Bairuashi didn't reply. Her gaze trembled. Was he playing hard to get? Was this some tactic to stir her interest again? It couldn't be. He wouldn't let her go that easily, right? As she tried to compose herself, Mu Zhi'an smiled gently. I'm not refusing to help, he said. But what can you offer me in return? Before she could answer, he stood. Think about it. Then, turning to the coachman outside, he called, Escort Miss Bai home. I'll walk. He hopped off the carriage and disappeared into the rain. Behind the curtain, Bairuashi watched his silhouette fade into the mist. Her lips tightened. Her slender fingers clutched her chest, emotions roiling beneath the surface. This man had changed. Mu Zhi'an walked alone, the rain gently pattering on stone and leaves as he returned to Mu Manor. As he neared the gates, an old figure greeted him under a paper umbrella. Young master, said the white-haired elder Rin, brow furrowed. Why return alone? Mu Zhi'an gave a casual smile. I asked the coachman to take Miss Bai home. I felt like walking. Were you waiting for me? The elder nodded. Formerly a revered cultivator from a major sect, Rin had been rescued and healed by Mu Zhi'an's father long ago. Since then, he'd loyally served the family and raised Mu Zhi'an as his own, perhaps explaining the boy's earlier arrogance. Did something happen? Rin asked cautiously. Mu Zhi'an shook his head. No, I just realized wasting time chasing women isn't worth it. I've been thinking about more meaningful pursuits. A brief flicker of approval passed through Ren's eyes. With your status, any woman would be honored. It's good you've come to see things clearly. As they strolled through the courtyard, Elder Ren added, By the way, the Two Polarities sect will begin their entrance exam in half a month. You might consider attending. The Two Polarities sect, one of the most revered sects in the world. Its roots ran deep, with Tao integration realm cultivators and a legacy guarded by legends. Every year, countless geniuses try to enter. Most failed. Only the most elite succeeded. But the Mu family held one guaranteed outer disciple slot. Are you suggesting I observe how true geniuses pass the test? Mu Zhi'an asked with interest. Ren nodded. Mu Zhi'an grinned. Then I'll go have a look. Later, upon returning to the manor, he was greeted by a maid in a revealing goose-yellow dress. She bowed stiffly. You've been working hard, Mingru, Mu Zhi'an said, smiling politely. She glanced at him coldly. Thank you, young master, she replied with practiced indifference. His brow lifted slightly. Right, she wasn't like the others. Wei Mingru, once his personal bodyguard, now a servant, but not just any servant. A core formation expert. He had tried to make advances on her in the past, and she had kicked him out of a moving carriage without hesitation. Most maids wouldn't dare act this way, but she wasn't most maids. I'm truly sorry about what happened, Mu Zhi'an said sincerely. She blinked in surprise, then looked away. There's no need to apologize. I expected as much from you. Mu Zhi'an chuckled dryly in his mind. That sounded more like, I knew you were trash, so I'm not even shocked. Then, unexpectedly, her gaze softened. I'll resume your training in an hour. Don't be late. Understood, he replied with a nod. As she disappeared, he returned to his room and sat in silence, replaying the day's events. So many opportunities, so many talents, all wasted by the past version of him. No more. He opened his system interface, and the three ominous titles appeared before him. Heaven's Jealousy, Rapid Cultivation, but at the cost of 10 years of life. Friend of the Antagonists, Irresistibly Attractive to Evil Forces. Inborn Celestial Vessel, generates and stores vast spiritual energy, can be drained or empowered through intimacy with the opposite sex. Mu Zhi'an stared blankly. Fuck, I miscalculated. I didn't expect Inborn Celestial Vessel to mean this. Mu Zhi'an stared at the description next to the title on the interface, speechless. In the world of Xianxia, the Dantian was like a cauldron, a furnace within a cultivator's body. Cultivators absorbed spiritual energy from the heavens and earth into their Dantian. However, Mu Zhi'an's body was naturally a vessel. In other words, some cultivators could use him as a cauldron, absorbing the spiritual energy within his Dantian for their own use. This was an incredibly rare and valuable asset. This vessel's secret must be kept hidden. Mu Zhi'an immediately came to this conclusion. His existence was akin to a priceless treasure. If someone were to discover his true nature, even as the young master of the Mu family, he would never sleep soundly again. Pushing these thoughts aside for the moment, Mu Zhi'an walked over to a bookshelf and pulled out a thin booklet. As one of the most powerful families in Tianxian City, the Mu family naturally possessed a wealth of knowledge. Information that was impossible to find elsewhere could be unearthed within the walls of the Mu Manor. The booklet in Mu Zhi'an's hand contained stories about the Two Polarities sect. Since he was planning to attend the entrance examination in a few days, it wouldn't hurt to familiarize himself with the sect beforehand. Mu Zhi'an pulled up a chair by the window and sat down, the gentle autumn rain creating a hazy backdrop. Outside, leaves fell from the trees, adding to the desolate atmosphere. The young man, with his jet-black hair and pale, almost sickly complexion, possessed a strikingly handsome face. He held the booklet in his hand, leaning back in his chair, his head slightly bowed as he read. He looked every bit the scholarly gentleman. Millennia ago, the Two Polarities sect was once led by an empress. She resonated with the heavenly Tao, stepped into the Tao integration realm, ascended, and became an immortal, leaving an indelible mark on history. Legend has it that the empress exists in harmony with heaven and earth, transcending the mortal realm. As such, she no longer directly governs the Two Polarities sect. With such a powerful being safeguarding the sect, it's no wonder the Two Polarities sect remains a coveted destination for aspiring cultivators. Mu Zhi'an couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion as he read the description. A Tao integration realm expert watching over the Two Polarities sect, even if her current status was unknown, was enough to make countless geniuses yearn to join. Moreover, in this chaotic world, the Two Polarities sect was a sanctuary. Once within its gates, cultivators no longer had to fear their enemies. No one dared to even think about harming anyone within the sect. The Two Polarities sect had faced countless challenges in the past, but all those who dared to threaten it were swiftly dealt with upon setting foot within its boundaries. This included even the most fearsome rogue cultivators. After skimming through the booklet, Mu Zhi'an looked up at the rain outside the window and murmured, "The Two Polarities sect, with its profound heritage. I'll see it for myself when the entrance examination begins." He was actually quite interested in cultivation. As he pondered this, something in the courtyard outside caught his eye, a creature gliding through the air. It resembled a butterfly, flapping its papery wings as it danced gracefully in the rain. If one didn't look closely, they might mistake it for an ordinary butterfly. A butterfly? No, a paper crane? Mu Zhi'an's gaze sharpened. He reached out with his index finger, and the paper crane, as if pulled by an invisible string, flew towards him and landed gently on his fingertip. Strangely, despite the rain, the paper crane remained completely dry. How peculiar. This paper crane seems to be imbued with spiritual energy. There shouldn't be any cultivators of that level in Tianxian City. Mu Zhi'an muttered to himself. He carefully unfolded the paper crane and examined the message written inside. The message read like the heartfelt outpouring of a sheltered young lady from a powerful family. It spoke of her longing for freedom, her desire to break free from the confines of her home and explore the world. She yearned to leave, but worried about the pain it would cause her family. As for how the paper crane ended up here, it could only be attributed to fate. The paper crane wasn't specifically heading towards Mu Zhi'an. It just happened to be passing by when he intercepted it. Mu Zhi'an pondered for a moment, then picked up a calligraphy brush, dipped it in ink, and penned a thoughtful reply on the back of the message. He then carefully folded the paper back into the shape of a crane and tossed it out the window. As if possessing a mind of its own, the paper crane flapped its paper wings and soared into the sky, disappearing from view. Mu Zhi'an set down the brush and gazed out at the rain. After a long silence, he spoke, "Who's there?" The room remained silent save for the sound of the rain. Raindrops pattered against the eaves, like strings of pearls cascading down, scattering like shattered jade in the wind. Mu Zhi'an tapped his fingers lightly on the table. If you don't come out, I'll have someone drag you out. He turned his head towards the shadows near the corner of the room. After a long moment, the shadows flickered, and a figure clad in black robes materialized. The figure was slender, its face obscured by the deep hood of its robe. A pair of cold eyes stared out at Mu Zhi'an from beneath the hood. Mu Zhi'an's eyes narrowed slightly as a surge of caution washed over him. A core formation realm cultivator. Not as strong as the maid in his household, but not far off either. There shouldn't be anyone like this in Tianxian City. Could this person be from outside? I'd heard rumors that the young master of the Mu family was a good-for-nothing obsessed with women. The black-robed figure spoke, their voice raspy. It seems those rumors were unfounded. You're wrong, Mu Zhi'an replied calmly. The rumors are true. Oh, the black-robed figure sounded intrigued. If the rumors are true, then how did you detect my presence? The part about me being obsessed with women is true. The black-robed figure fell silent for a moment. Then they chuckled. You're quite the joker, young Master Mu. Despite their casual demeanor, the black-robed figure was inwardly shocked. They were confident in their strength and their ability to conceal their presence. Yet, Mu Zhi'an had seen through their concealment with ease. This could only mean that the young master's strength was on par with their own. Mu Zhi'an smiled. A guest should be treated with courtesy. May I know your name? The black-robed figure shook their head. Names are unimportant. I'm here because I have a proposition for you, young Master Mu. Mu Zhi'an nodded. I'm listening. I hear you've been pursuing the apple of the Bai family's eye, the figure said, a malicious grin spreading across their face. However, Bai Ruoshi has a childhood sweetheart, and they are quite close. Even with your status, young Master Mu, winning her over through conventional means might prove difficult. Not to mention, it wouldn't exactly be proper. Mu Zhi'an raised an eyebrow. You seem to be quite well informed. It was true that Bai Ruoshi had a childhood sweetheart, Yi Yu, the son of the Yi family patriarch. Yi Yu was once considered a genius, but 2 years ago, for unknown reasons, his cultivation had mysteriously regressed. He was now no different from a cripple. The Bai and Yi families had arranged a marriage between their children when they were young. Bai Ruoshi had thrown quite a few tantrums over it. Although they were childhood friends, Bai Ruoshi had no feelings for Yi Yu. Learning that she was betrothed at such a young age had naturally displeased her. The Yi family is in decline, and Yi Yu is nothing more than a waste. He's not worthy of Miss Bai. The black-robed figure chuckled, their smile cold and calculating. The truth is, the Bai family also wishes to break off the engagement. They simply care too much about appearances to do it themselves. But if Yi Yu were no longer in the picture, the figure's voice trailed off, their gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an. The implication was clear. They were asking Mu Zhi'an if he was willing to cooperate. Outside the window, the rain intensified, the droplets cascading off the eaves like strings of pearls. The water splashed on the ground, enveloping the surroundings in a misty haze. Mu Zhi'an turned his head towards the window, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. He didn't answer immediately, choosing instead to gaze out at the rain, seemingly lost in thought. He still didn't know the black-robed man's true identity. If he agreed to cooperate, it would likely involve joining forces with this mysterious figure to eliminate Yi Yu, the supposed chosen one. With Yi Yu out of the picture, and the engagement broken, manipulating Bai Ruoshi into becoming his would be a simple task. But would it truly be that easy? Yi Yu, as the protagonist, was undoubtedly blessed with immense luck and destiny. Eliminating him wouldn't be a walk in the park. Furthermore, it was obvious why this black-robed individual had sought him out. They must have done their research, uncovering his reputation as the notorious playboy of the Mu family. Bai Ruoshi was merely bait to lure him in. Refusing the black-robed man's offer carried its own risks. Firstly, he would likely attract the ire of this mysterious and powerful figure. Secondly, the man might seek out other factions in Tianxian City to collaborate with. After weighing the pros and cons, Mu Zhi'an finally spoke. Who are you? Who I am is not important, the black-robed man replied, his voice raspy. What matters is that removing you from the equation benefits you greatly. He continued his attempt at persuasion. A woman as exceptional as Miss Bai deserves better than to be tied down to a cripple. And she herself is unhappy with this arrangement. Eliminate you, and she will be yours, young Master Mu. Cooperating with me is a win-win situation. Who the hell do you think you are? Mu Zhi'an wiped away the sweat that had gathered on his brow, exasperated by the man's audacity. He considered his next words carefully, then looked up with a smile. Very well. After the deed is done, Bairuashi will be mine. As for Yiyu, he is of no use to me. You're welcome to do with him as you please. The black-robed man grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He extended his hand. You're a smart man, young Master Mu. A pleasure doing business with you. As he spoke, he discreetly withdrew the poison needles he had hidden in his other sleeve. Had Mu Zhi'an refused, those needles would now be embedded in his flesh. The pleasure is all mine. Mu Zhi'an clasped the black-robed man's hand. I'll be in touch in the next few days with further instructions, young master, the man said, his cold gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an. Until then, consider it a mutually beneficial partnership, Mu Zhi'an replied with a warm smile. He watched as the black-robed man departed, his expression turning serious once he was alone. That man was a core formation realm cultivator. There was no doubt he was part of a faction operating outside of Tianxian City. While Mu Zhi'an had no idea why they were interested in Yiyu, he knew he had to tread carefully. As for agreeing to cooperate, at least for now, it didn't seem to pose any threat to the Mu family. However, it wouldn't hurt to take some precautions. Mu Zhi'an thought for a moment, then looked towards a cabinet to his left. You can come out now, Mingru. As if on cue, a slender figure emerged from behind the cabinet. The woman wore a plain dress, her ample bosom straining against the fabric. A strand of hair had fallen loose, framing her delicate, yet cold, features. Her gaze was fixed intently on Mu Zhi'an. Thank you for your assistance, Mingru, Mu Zhi'an said, turning to face Wei Mingru with a smile. The black-robed man's intelligence network had failed him. He'd assumed he'd uncovered everything there was to know about the Mu family, but he hadn't anticipated that they would assign a core formation realm expert as a mere servant to protect their young master. Had the man attempted anything rash, he would have faced Wei Mingru's wrath before he could even blink. In short, the black-robed man had only seen the tip of the iceberg. He'd assumed Mu Zhi'an was on the first level, while he himself was on the second. In reality, Mu Zhi'an was playing on the fifth. It was precisely because he knew Wei Mingru was nearby that Mu Zhi'an had dared to converse so calmly with the black-robed man. That man, he's strong, Wei Mingru said quietly, her gaze following the path the black-robed man had taken. Mu Zhi'an glanced at the curvaceous maid. If you'd attacked, would you have been able to stop him? 30% chance of success, Wei Mingru replied. She turned to look at Mu Zhi'an, noticing his surprised expression. 60% if I was serious. And even if he escaped, he wouldn't make it out of the Mu Manor, she added. Elder Run is waiting outside. Mu Zhi'an nodded slowly. Qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, soul transformation, doubt integration. These are the 6 major realms of cultivation in this world. Each realm represented a significant leap in power. Elder Ren was at the 7th level of the core formation realm. If he chose to intervene, the black-robed man wouldn't stand a chance. However, there was no need to resort to that just yet. Until they uncovered the man's identity and his motives for targeting Yiyu, it was best not to alert him to their suspicions. What are you planning to do? Wei Mingru asked. Help him eliminate Yiyu? Mu Zhi'an shook his head. I need to find out who that man is and why he's interested in a cripple like Yiyu. There must be something more to this than meets the eye. Otherwise, there would be no need to involve a core formation realm expert. I'll have someone look into it, Wei Mingru said with a nod. What about Bairuashi? She must have already asked for your help. Hasn't she? Mu Zhi'an smiled. She did, but I'll need to see what the Bai family is willing to offer in return. Like offering you Bairuashi as a concubine? Wei Mingru asked, raising an eyebrow. Mu Zhi'an shook his head. Bai Ruoxi doesn't interest me in the slightest. Women would only hinder his cultivation progress. Right. Wei Mingru didn't bother hiding her disbelief. She looked at the handsome young man before her and said, "I'll be waiting for you at the training grounds." It was clear that Mu Zhi'an's past actions had made it impossible for her to take him seriously. Mu Zhi'an simply smiled in response. There was no need for further explanation. Wei Mingru would soon learn that he was telling the truth. He had absolutely no interest in the so-called most beautiful woman in Tianxian City. By manner, in a side hall, a beautiful woman sat restlessly, her gaze drifting aimlessly towards the entrance. She seemed lost in thought. This was Bai Yuanfeng, the mistress of the Bai family and Bai Ruoxi's mother. She wore a pink and white double-breasted top and a light-colored skirt. Her beauty, while present, was not particularly striking. It was hard to imagine how a woman of such ordinary appearance could give birth to a daughter as breathtaking as Bai Ruoxi. 2 teacups sat on the table, their contents long gone cold. Bai Yuanfeng had been waiting anxiously in this side hall for her daughter's return for almost an hour now. Every passing moment was a torment. The Bai family was a shadow of its former glory, suppressed by the Gongsun family and the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. To make matters worse, news had just arrived that her husband, returning from a neighboring city, had been ambushed by 3 mysterious cultivators and was now gravely injured. The head of the Bai family was currently fighting for his life. Bai Yuanfeng's heart was heavy with worry. Their only hope now lay in the Mu family's intervention, and the success of that intervention rested entirely on the outcome of her daughter's negotiation. As she waited anxiously, a figure appeared in the doorway. A flicker of hope sparked in Bai Yuanfeng's eyes. She rose to her feet and hurried forward. "Ruoxi, what did the Mu family say?" Under her mother's intense gaze, Bai Ruoxi felt a surge of pressure. She averted her eyes, unable to meet her mother's expectant stare. Finally, she spoke, her voice barely a whisper. "He refused." Bai Yuanfeng's face fell. She collapsed back onto her chair, defeated. Bai Ruoxi couldn't bear to see her mother like this. She turned away slightly. "What did young Master Mu say?" Bai Yuanfeng asked, forcing her eyes open. They were filled with despair. Bai Ruoxi hesitated, biting her lip. "He wants the meridian-connecting pill," she murmured. "Absolutely not." Bai Yuanfeng's eyes flashed with anger, her voice sharp. "The meridian-connecting pill is our family's greatest treasure. It's our only hope of surpassing the other families and becoming the most powerful clan in Tianxian City. Handing it over to the Mu family would be suicide." She paused, then looked at her daughter with a suspicious glint in her eye. "Am I mistaken, or has that young master of the Mu family been pursuing you relentlessly? Why would he refuse your request so bluntly?" Bai Ruoxi lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes casting shadows on her beautiful face. "He said that if he were to help, it would come at a price," she said softly. "Either the meridian-connecting pill or—" She trailed off, biting her lip again. "Or me." She looked up at her mother, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and hope. Bai Ruoxi had always been treated as the precious pearl of the Bai family. Her father doted on her endlessly. But now, faced with such a dire situation, she didn't know what decision her family would make. She heard her mother murmur, as if to herself, "Of course that makes sense. I knew young Master Mu wouldn't give up on you so easily." Bai Ruoxi's heart sank at her mother's words. Bai Yuanfeng, on the other hand, seemed to relax. "What did you tell him?" she asked. "I haven't given him an answer. What do you think I should do, mother?" Bai Ruoxi stared at her mother, her clear eyes searching for guidance. Bai Yuanfeng smiled at her daughter. "Young Master Mu is still young and quite handsome, and you know about his family status. Marrying into the Mu family would be a boon for both you and our family." Bai Ruoxi remained silent for a moment. She looked her mother in the eye, her voice cold. "Everyone in Tianxian City knows about young Master Mu's wicked deeds. I hear he even forced his attentions on another man's wife recently. I refuse to marry someone like that. This is not your decision to make." Bai Yuanfeng's voice took on a sharp edge. "As your parents, we will decide who you marry, Bairuashi opened her mouth to argue, but then closed it again, swallowing her words. Bai Yuanfeng noticed her daughter's hesitation. Her tone softened. She reached out and took Bairuashi's hand, her voice gentle. Ruashi, you are our family's only hope. If the Mu family won't help us, then who will? Are we supposed to rely on that childhood sweetheart of yours? Perhaps, years ago, he might have been of some use. But now Bai Yuanfeng scoffed. I never liked that Yiyu. Who knows? Maybe this misfortune befell our family because of that good-for-nothing jinx. Maybe his bad luck rubbed off on us. Yes, it must be his fault. As if losing his cultivation wasn't bad enough. Now he's brought ruin upon our family. He's nothing but a cursed blight on our lives. Mother, please stop it, Bairuashi whispered, cutting her mother off. She didn't argue with her assessment of Yiyu. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. I'll go back and see if I can reason with young Master Mu. As she spoke, she clenched her hands in a fist beneath her sleeves, her eyes filled with a mix of emotions. She couldn't shake off the feeling that something was different about Mu Zhi'an today. His gaze, while still lingering on her, didn't hold the same blatant desire as before, and his demeanor seemed to have undergone a subtle shift. If she hadn't known him before, she might have been taken in by his gentlemanly facade. She might have even found herself attracted to him. Bairuashi looked at her mother, then glanced around the empty hall. Normally, at this hour, the hall would be bustling with visitors, servants bustling about, serving tea and refreshments. But now, the servants had all fled, and their former associates avoided them like the plague. The once Granby manor felt desolate and empty. Bairuashi's gaze swept across the hall, a mix of emotions swirling within her. Finally, her clenched fists relaxed. She raised her hand to her chest, her fingers toying with the bodice of her dress. It seemed she had reached a decision. Mu Manor, training grounds. Huh. Mu Zhi'an gripped his sword tightly, swinging it repeatedly at the woman standing calmly opposite him. Wei Min grew, with an air of effortless grace, dodged each of his attacks with ease. After several rounds, Mu Zhi'an was panting heavily. Wei Min grew, on the other hand, looked as if she hadn't even broken a sweat. Let's take a break, she said calmly. You're doing well today. Normally, Mu Zhi'an would start complaining after only a short while of training. But today, he had persevered for a full hour. Even Wei Mingru was surprised by his sudden dedication. She watched as he collapsed on the ground, a curious look on her face. Did something happen? She asked. Although she disapproved of his usual behavior, Mu Zhi'an was still a member of the family she served. If he had been wronged by someone outside, she would not hesitate to intervene. Mu Zhi'an shook his head with a smile. I just realized how fortunate I am to have such a skilled instructor. I'd be a fool not to make the most of it. Wei Mingru gave him a sideways glance. Oh, since when was he so eager to train? Something must have happened to motivate him. Either that, or he was trying to get her attention. He'd tried that tactic before, but she'd seen through it every time. Mu Zhi'an simply smiled at her skeptical expression, choosing not to elaborate. He meant every word he said. Wei Mingru was a core formation realm cultivator. Having the opportunity to learn from her was a rare privilege. His past self had been too blind to realize what he had. However, it would take time to change her perception of him. The image of the wastrel young master was too deeply ingrained. He would just have to be patient. Mu Zhi'an sighed inwardly. After a short rest, he rose to his feet and resumed his training. Time flew by, and soon evening arrived. Wei Mingru sheathed her sword and looked down at the panting young man sitting on the ground. She couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If only he could maintain this level of dedication every day. He had so much potential. Unfortunately, she suspected this was nothing more than a passing phase. After all, Mu Zhi'an had shown bursts of enthusiasm for training before, only to lose interest after a few days. Cultivation required unwavering commitment. Without it, true progress was impossible. After nearly 2 hours of training, Mu Zhi'an left the training grounds. He ate dinner and returned to his room. Exhausted from the day's exertions, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as soon as he lay down. However, instead of drifting off to sleep, he sat up in bed and crossed his legs, focusing on drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with each breath, guiding it into the vessel within his body. His spar with Wei Mingru had ignited something within him. He was filled with a newfound zeal for cultivation, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. As the night deepened, the rain outside intensified, transforming into a torrential downpour. Mu Zhi'an remained seated on his bed, absorbed in his cultivation. 2 hours passed, and still he persisted. Knock, knock. A soft knock sounded from the door. Mu Zhi'an slowly opened his eyes. What is it? Young master, Miss Bairuashi requests an audience in the main hall. A servant's voice called out respectfully from beyond the door. Bairuashi? To come looking for him at such a late hour. Had she made up her mind? Mu Zhi'an pondered for a moment. Tell her I'll be there shortly. I need to change. Mu Manor, side hall. Mu Zhi'an, now changed into fresh clothes, entered the elegant hall and laid eyes on the renowned beauty of Tianjin City. Unlike their daytime encounter, tonight she wore a white double-breasted jacket that complemented her graceful figure. The cinched waist of her long skirt accentuated her ample bosom and slender waist, while below the hem peeked a pair of delicate, light-colored boots. Her hair was styled simply with a jade hairpin, a few loose strands framing her delicate and captivating face, lending her a touch of exotic beauty. She cradled a cup of freshly brewed tea in her hands, her gaze downcast, seemingly lost in thought. She was so engrossed that she didn't even notice Mu Zhi'an's arrival. Mu Zhi'an took a seat beside her without a word, poured himself a cup of tea, and quietly observed the beauty in her contemplative state. After a while, Bairuashi seemed to snap out of a reverie. She turned her head slightly, her lips parting in surprise. Young Master Mu? When did you arrive? She quickly lowered her head in apology. Forgive me. I was preoccupied with other matters and didn't notice your presence. Mu Zhi'an shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It's quite all right. I don't mind in the slightest. He paused, then continued, his tone shifting slightly. Speaking of which, I must confess to a bit of curiosity. What brings you to the Mu Manor at such a late hour, Miss Bai, especially on a night like this? It was already past high sure, in modern terms, past 11 o'clock at night. It was well past bedtime for most. For Bairuashi to brave the heavy rain and venture out so late at night, there had to be a pressing reason. Bairuashi seemed to stiffen. She opened and closed her mouth several times, unable to find the words. Her slender fingers nervously pleated the fabric of her skirt, her eyes filled with conflict. An awkward silence descended upon the hall. Mu Zhi'an regarded her curiously, then took a sip of his tea, breaking the silence. Miss Bai, if there's nothing else, I'll have someone escort you back. He made a stand. Panic surged through Bairuashi. She reached out and placed her hand on his arm, stopping him. Young Master Mu, please. I truly do need your help. Mu Zhi'an sighed softly. If this isn't about the Bai family, I'm all ears. Bairuashi froze. She stared at him, her eyes a mix of confusion and despair. Initially, she'd assumed that Mu Zhi'an, blinded by his infatuation, would jump at the chance to solve the Bai family's problems. After all, it was the perfect opportunity to win her favor. The young master of the Mu family, swooping in to save the day and claiming the beauty as his reward. It was a classic tale. However, in the span of a single day, Mu Zhi'an had changed. He no longer seemed to care about the goddess he'd once pursued. Bairuashi couldn't tell if he was truly over her or if he was merely waiting for her to make the first move. But right now, she didn't have a choice. The Bai family was backed into a corner by the Gongsun family and the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. Regardless of Mu Zhi'an's intentions, her only option was to swallow her pride and beg for his help, to plead with the very wastrel she'd secretly scorned. Boom! A clap of thunder echoed through the hall, followed by a gust of wind that extinguished the candles, plunging the room into darkness. As Mu Zhi'an reached to relight the candles, he felt a delicate hand on his arm. The touch was cool and soft, sending a shiver down his spine. He turned his head instinctively. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated by Ruashi's flawless face. She had unfastened the top two buttons of her jacket, revealing a hint of smooth, pale skin. She reached for his hand, her eyes shimmering with an alluring light. "You mentioned needing sufficient incentive, young Master Mu," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. "Would this suffice?" Mu Zhi'an was speechless. He'd imagined countless ways by Ruashi might react to his rejection. But this was unexpected. Bai Ruashi was a proud woman. If there were 3 slots for Tianxian City in the Two Polarities sect, her talent alone would secure her one. She had no shortage of admirers. She was the dream girl of countless young men in Tianxian City. Mu Zhi'an frowned slightly. He squeezed her hand gently. "Miss Bai, I'm not that kind of person," he said, clearing his throat. Bai Ruashi bit her lip, stealing a glance at him, her eyes welling up. But she didn't pull away. She'd already prepared herself for this. Did he intend to do it right here in the hall? A blush crept up her cheeks. She felt a surge of both resistance and resignation. Resistance, because despite his handsome features, Mu Zhi'an's past behavior disgusted her. Resignation, because the Bai family was in dire straits. She had no other choice. Closing her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, she tilted her head up, offering him her lips. In the flickering light of the rekindled candles, they glistened enticingly. Mu Zhi'an stared at her for a long moment, then sighed softly. He gently pried her hand away from his. Bai Ruashi's eyes fluttered open. She looked up at him, her gaze filled with confusion. "Young Master Mu?" "Miss Bai, I believe you misunderstood my words." Mu Zhi'an took a sip of his tea. "I said I needed something of value to persuade the Mu family, not something of value to persuade me." The distinction might have seemed minor, but in reality, it was significant. If it were up to him alone, he'd gladly accept either Bai Ruashi or the Meridian connecting pill. In fact, he wouldn't say no to a beautiful woman offering herself to him. But to involve the entire Mu family, a more substantial bargaining chip was required. "You're a beautiful woman, Miss Bai." He looked at her flawless face. She was so perfect she seemed almost unreal. But right now, her eyes held a hint of sadness that would have melted the heart of any other man. A woman's true allure lies in her dignity and grace. Those qualities are what made you so captivating, Miss Bai. You should cherish them. He reached across the table and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Then he patted her shoulder gently. "As for the Bai family, this is not something you can handle alone. Let it go." Bai Ruashi stared at him, stunned. Had he rejected her? Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that the most beautiful woman in Tianxian City would be turned down, especially by the notorious rake that was Mu Zhi'an. It was laughable, utterly absurd. No one would believe that Mu Zhi'an had rejected her advances. Mu Zhi'an glanced towards the doorway, where Wei Mingru stood silently in the shadows. "Mingru," he said casually, "please see Miss Bai out." He winked at Wei Mingru, as if to say, "What do you think? Don't I look like a perfect gentleman?" Wei Mingru, her sword strapped to her back, stood tall in the doorway. Her long hair, draped over one shoulder, gave her an air of capable confidence. She glanced at the seemingly gentle and refined young man before her. Noticing his self-satisfied smirk, she rolled her eyes and turned away dismissively. Mu Zhi'an chuckled to himself, unfazed by her reaction. It couldn't be helped. His reputation as the bully, Mu Zhi'an, was too deeply rooted to be easily erased. It would take time and effort to change her perception of him, but he was determined to do so. "This way, Miss Bai," Wei Mingru said, turning to Bai Ruashi. Bai Ruashi, still reeling from the shock, rose to her feet and followed Wei Mingru towards the door. She paused after taking a few steps, then turned back to look at the young man seated calmly in the hall. "Is there truly nothing you can do, young Master Mu?" she asked softly. Her voice was devoid of its usual arrogance. Instead, it was tinged with a strange mix of emotions. This young man, he'd changed overnight. Initially, she'd assumed that he was after her. But now, it seemed she'd been mistaken. When Mu Zhi'an didn't answer, her smile turned wistful. Without the Mu family's help, the Bai family would likely crumble. She bowed politely to Mu Zhi'an and turned to leave. Suddenly, Mu Zhi'an spoke. I'll need some time to consider this matter. This situation involved both the Gongsun family and the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. Intervening rashly, while it might force them to back down, would undoubtedly create resentment. However, he couldn't simply stand by and watch as the Bai family was crushed. If such a powerful family were to be swallowed whole by the Gongsun and the Chamber of Commerce, who knew what ambitions they might set their sights on next? Bai Ruoshi's eyes widened, a flicker of hope igniting within them. Thank you, she whispered. Mu Zhi'an waved his hand dismissively. Bai Ruoshi nodded in understanding and turned to leave. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Let me in. Ruoshi is in danger. A young man's voice, frantic and high-pitched, cut through the night. Mu Zhi'an's lips curled into a knowing smile. He turned to Bai Ruoshi. It seems your knight in shining armor has arrived. Bai Ruoshi's childhood sweetheart, the once gifted, now fallen Yu, had arrived. The protagonist has entered the stage. Is this where I get slapped in the face? Mu Zhi'an thought to himself, taking a sip of his tea. He turned towards the entrance, a strange sense of anticipation building within him. Yu, the fallen genius, and Bai Ruoshi's childhood sweetheart. In the past, Yu had soared from chi condensation to foundation establishment in less than a year. Such talent was unheard of, even in Tianjin City. However, 6 months ago, his cultivation had inexplicably regressed. Now, he was no more than a cripple, unable to even maintain the most basic level of cultivation. As for why he was here at the Mu Manor, word of Bai Ruoshi's visit must have reached him. Interesting. Mu Zhi'an took a sip of his tea, his eyes gleaming with amusement. In order to change his fate as a supporting character, he had deliberately acted against type. For example, if the old Mu Zhi'an had been subjected to Bai Ruoshi's advances, he wouldn't have been able to control himself. He would have undoubtedly taken advantage of the situation. And that's when Yu, the protagonist, would have made his grand entrance, rescuing his damsel in distress and winning her heart. Bai Ruoshi, who already harbored resentment towards their arranged marriage, would have likely developed feelings for her hero. However, Mu Zhi'an had chosen a different path. Not only had he agreed to consider helping the Bai family, but he had also earned Bai Ruoshi's gratitude. With this turn of events, the usual face-slapping trope was unlikely to play out. Still, it wouldn't hurt to observe a little longer. Miss Bai, Mu Zhi'an said with a smile, aren't you going to greet your childhood sweetheart? Bai Ruoshi frowned slightly. Don't tease me, young Master Mu, she replied softly. We were merely childhood companions. We aren't that close. For some reason, his words left her feeling inexplicably annoyed. Very well. Mu Zhi'an chuckled, unconcerned by her reaction. He raised his voice. Elder Ren, show him in. As if an invisible barrier had been lifted, a young man in a plain robe rushed into the hall, his face etched with worry. Miss Bai, it's getting late, Mu Zhi'an said casually. Since young Master Yi is here to escort you home, I'll leave you in his capable hands. I'm perfectly capable of returning on my own, Bai Ruoshi said, frowning. She couldn't shake off the inexplicable wave of disgust that washed over her at the sight of Yu. The young man strode towards them, his gaze sweeping over Bai Ruoshi before landing on Mu Zhi'an. He wasn't conventionally handsome, but there was a certain charm to his features. His eyes narrowed slightly. He stepped in front of Bai Ruoshi, facing the other man. Don't worry, Ruoshi, he said, his voice firm. I'll protect you. His eyes held a flicker of the confidence he'd possessed in his days as a prodigy. Others might see him as a failure, but they didn't know that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He had already reached the peak of chi condensation. One more step, and he would reclaim his rightful place as a foundation establishment cultivator. He might have fallen behind his peers, but with his talent, he was confident he would catch up within 3 months. He had no doubt. Recently, he'd encountered a fortuitous opportunity within his clan. The old Yu, the monstrous genius, was back, and he was determined to prove it to the world, especially to Bairuashi. However, before he could continue, Bairuashi cut him off with a cold stare. I don't need your protection. There had been a time, when they were younger, when she had seen him as an older brother figure. But ever since she'd learned of their arranged marriage, her attitude towards him had shifted drastically. She hated the feeling of having her life planned out for her, especially when she had never harbored any romantic feelings for him. Yu faltered, then seemed to realize something. He whirled around to face Mu Zhi'an, his eyes blazing with fury. You threatened her, didn't you? Have you no shame, young Master Mu? His gaze was filled with unconcealed hatred. It wasn't difficult to understand his anger. His childhood sweetheart, the most beautiful woman in Tianxian City, had come to the home of this notorious playboy late at night. It didn't take a genius to figure out what might have transpired. A faint blush still lingered on Bairuashi's cheeks, lending her an air of alluring charm that she usually didn't possess. He never even held her hand, and yet, Yiyu's fists clenched involuntarily, his eyes burning with rage. Mu Zhi'an simply smiled pleasantly. I assure you, young Master Yi, I haven't done anything. You expect me to believe that you didn't force Ruashi to come here tonight? Do you even hear yourself, young Master Mu? The entire city knew of Mu Zhi'an's pursuit of Bairuashi. With the Bai family in such a precarious position, Bairuashi had no choice but to seek help from the Mu family. And Yiyu refused to believe that this notorious playboy wouldn't take advantage of the situation. Well, if you insist. Mu Zhi'an chuckled inwardly. Is that all, young Master Yi? Yiyu clenched his fists tighter, his gaze unwavering. Don't you have anything else to say for yourself? Mu Zhi'an pretended to ponder this for a moment. You mean my impressions? Quite delightful, actually. Bairuashi's eyes widened. Remembering her earlier actions, she glared at Mu Zhi'an, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. However, she didn't offer an explanation. Yiyu, seeing red, couldn't hold back any longer. He lunged at Mu Zhi'an, his fist cocked back. Before his fist could connect, Bairuashi reacted. She stepped between them, intercepting Yiyu's attack. Young Master Mu was merely joking, she said, her voice laced with annoyance. He didn't lay a finger on me. Yiyu refused to listen. Ruashi, if he forced himself on you, just tell me. The Mu family might be powerful, but that doesn't give them the right to treat you like this. He was just teasing you, Yiyu. Young Master Mu isn't that kind of person, Bairuashi said through gritted teeth. Mu Zhi'an had finally agreed to consider helping the Bai family. If Yiyu's actions ruined everything, the consequences would be dire. Don't be naive, Ruashi. Yiyu scoffed. Everyone knows what Mu Zhi'an is capable of. You honestly expect me to believe that he invited you here late at night and didn't try anything? Bairuashi snapped. What do you want from me? Do you want me to strip naked and prove it to you? She was furious. To be accused of something she hadn't done, especially in front of Mu Zhi'an. It was infuriating. Yiyu froze, taken aback by her outburst. Bairuashi's attire today was particularly alluring. Her white skin seemed to glow in the candlelight, drawing the eye. Yiyu's gaze lingered on her flushed cheeks, and he swallowed involuntarily. Bairuashi noticed his reaction, and her disgust deepened. She shoved him away. Don't ever come near me again. Ruashi, wait. Yiyu pleaded. Even if the Bai family is struggling, we can face it together. I'm not the same person I used to be. You don't have to lower yourself to this. I can protect you. What I choose to do with my body is none of your business. Bairuashi snapped. Yiyu stared at her, his heart consumed by a jealous rage. She'd changed. The old Bairuashi would never have spoken to him like this. But tonight, she was cold and distant. And it was all because of Mu Zhi'an. He grabbed his teacup and hurled its contents at Mu Zhi'an. Mu Zhi'an didn't even flinch. He simply raised a hand, stopping Wei Mingru, who was about to intervene, from stepping forward. Wei Mingru bit back a sigh, watching the drama unfold with a detached amusement. What do you think you're doing? Bairuashi cried, rushing forward and pushing Yiyu aside. She whipped out a handkerchief and began dabbing at the tea stain on Mu Zhi'an's clothes. She whirled around to face Yiyu, her eyes blazing. Get out! Yiyu stood there, stunned and speechless. But Ruashi, let me take you home. We're not even friends, Yiyu. I don't need you to walk me home. I can take care of myself. Her words were a clear message, both to Yiyu and to Mu Zhi'an. She was drawing a line in the sand. Mu Zhi'an looked down at the woman kneeling before him, gently patting her head. It's getting late, Miss Bai, he said with a smile. You should head home. I'll be fine. After both Yiyu and Bai Ruashi had departed, Mu Zhi'an casually picked up the handkerchief Bai Ruashi had used to clean his clothes. He folded it neatly and placed it on the table. Where are you going, Mengru? He asked, turning to face his bodyguard. Wei Mengru, who had been about to follow the others, paused. Before leaving Tianxian City, Madam instructed me to ensure that no harm came to you. Young master, she said calmly. I'm going to teach that Yiyu a lesson, she added. Besides, even if I didn't do anything, you'd just order me to do it anyway, wouldn't you? Mu Zhi'an's reputation as a bully was well-earned. He made plenty of enemies, and there had been times when those enemies had tried to retaliate. Some had even succeeded, but those who did were always dealt with swiftly and harshly by Wei Mengru, usually after Mu Zhi'an returned home in tears and complained to her. Over time, she'd grown accustomed to such tasks. However, to her surprise, this time, Mu Zhi'an simply shook his head. It's late, Mengru. You should get some rest. It's not worth your time. Wei Mengru stared at him, dumbfounded. You're not going to make me teach him a lesson? Normally, he'd be throwing a tantrum, demanding that she make Yiyu pay. Yet today he was oddly calm. Come to think of it, she could have stopped Yiyu from throwing that tea. But the young master had stopped her. What was he planning? She couldn't help but study him more closely. Mu Zhi'an casually dabbed at his clothes with the handkerchief, then stood up and stretched. There's no rush, he said with a cryptic smile. You'll understand in time. Chapter 7. Let the Bullet Fly. Bai Ruashi stood outside the Mu Manor, staring blankly into the night. The rain poured down relentlessly, the rhythmic drumming of water against the ground creating a hazy white curtain. She had stormed out of the manor in a fit of anger, forgetting to take an umbrella. But returning now would mean encountering Mu Zhi'an again. After the incident with Yiyu and the spilled tea, she worried that seeing her might remind Mu Zhi'an of the unpleasant encounter and sour his mood. It wasn't an unreasonable concern. The old Mu Zhi'an was known for his petty grudges. While he'd seemed different these past 2 days, she couldn't be sure if it was genuine or a carefully crafted facade. But leaving without an umbrella meant getting drenched. Bai Ruashi hesitated, gazing at the downpour. Ruashi, let me walk you home. To her surprise, Yiyu, who had already left, reappeared at the entrance. He smiled at her and reached out as if to take her hand. A rainy night, a girl without an umbrella, and a boy who had returned to offer shelter. Such a scene would soften even the most hardened heart. However, the events that had just transpired within the Mu Manor cast a dark shadow over this seemingly romantic gesture. The sight of Yiyu filled Bai Ruashi with inexplicable anger. She swatted his hand away. Control yourself, young Master Yi. Yiyu bristled, but he swallowed his retort, muttering instead, And you think barging into the Mu Manor late at night is appropriate behavior? Bai Ruashi's eyes flashed. I came to see young Master Mu to discuss important matters, she said coldly. There's nothing going on between us, contrary to what your imagination might be conjuring. Believe it or not. He threatened you, didn't he? Yiyu demanded. Don't be fooled by Mu Zhi'an, Ruashi. You know his reputation. Even if you offer him your body, there's no guarantee he'll help you or your family. He didn't threaten me, Bai Ruashi retorted. Yiyu frowned. If he didn't threaten you, then why were you at the Mu Manor so late at night? Did you go there willingly? This was the most beautiful woman in Tianxian City. Countless men secretly yearned for her. Even Mu Zhi'an had pursued her relentlessly. It was no secret. Yi refused to believe that Mu Zhi'an wouldn't exploit this opportunity to his advantage. He wouldn't put it past Mu Zhi'an to force himself on her. Hell, even Yiyu had harbored such thoughts. Rain pattered against the ground, shrouding the street in a misty fog. Bai Ruashi stood there, her lips parted, but no words came out. She couldn't bring herself to admit that she'd been forced to come here by her mother. Yi Yu's heart burned with jealousy. He was right. Mu Zhi'an must have taken advantage of her. That's why she was so hesitant to answer. Her sudden coldness towards him. It must be because Mu Zhi'an had poisoned her mind against him. No, wait. The Mu family was powerful. Maybe she was pretending to be cold towards him to protect him from their wrath. Yi Yu clung to this possibility, a glimmer of hope dispelling some of the jealousy that gnawed at him. He looked at her earnestly. Ruashi, I'm not the same person I used to be. Give me 6 months, no, 3 months. I'll reach the foundation establishment realm. I promise. He was the chosen one, blessed with immense destiny. Tianxian City was merely his starting point. Give him time, and he would surpass everyone in this city. He had no doubt, because recently, he'd encountered a life-changing opportunity. 3 months? You think you can reach foundation establishment in 3 months? Bairuashi scoffed. Yi Yu smiled confidently. Want to make a bet? Bairuashi frowned. No, thank you. Whether it's true or not, it's none of my concern. Yi Yu faltered. He forced a smile. What are you talking about, Ruashi? You're my fiancé. That was an arrangement made by our parents. If you're so eager to get married, go talk to them. The Yi family, once prosperous, had conducted business with the Bai family. The two families had agreed to betroth their children, solidifying their bond. However, the Yi family had fallen from grace, their status declining, while the Bai family patriarch, concerned about appearances, had refrained from breaking off the engagement. Both Bai Yuanfeng and Bai Ruashi were dissatisfied with the arrangement. The former believed Yi Yu was no longer worthy of her daughter and sought a more suitable match. The latter simply resented having her future dictated from birth. Bai Ruashi ignored him and stepped out into the rain. Miss Bai, a voice called out from behind her. She turned to see a maid from the Mu Manor hurrying towards her with an umbrella. Young Master Mu asked me to bring you this, the maid said. He said the rain is heavy tonight, and you can return it whenever you have time. Bairuashi was taken aback. Then, as if understanding dawned, a flicker of joy lit up her eyes. She took the umbrella. Please thank your young master for me. I'll return it soon. The maid smiled and nodded, then turned and headed back into the manor. Bairuashi, ignoring Yi Yu completely, opened the umbrella and walked away. Yi Yu watched her go, reaching out instinctively as if to stop her. But his hand fell back to his side, limp and defeated. It wasn't time yet. He just needed a little more time to cultivate, to regain his former glory. Then, she would surely come back to him. He would amaze everyone in Tianxian City. Yi Yu clenched his fists. For now, all he could do was wait. Bairuashi returned to the Bai Manor, her umbrella shielding her from the rain. It was late, and the manor was deserted. As she walked down a long corridor, she passed her mother's room. A warm, familiar voice called out from within. Ruashi, is it you? You're back early. Come in and chat with your mother. She just wants to know how my meeting went. Bairuashi thought to herself, a cold smile playing on her lips. I'll be right there, mother. She opened the door and found her mother, clad in a nightgown, sitting in a chair. Bai Yuanfeng poured her daughter a cup of tea. Have some tea. You must be cold. Thank you, mother, Bairuashi replied softly, taking the cup. Did things wrap up quickly with young Master Mu? Bai Yuanfeng asked, her tone laced with suggestive innuendo. As expected, a flicker of anger flashed in Bairuashi's eyes. He didn't touch me, she said quietly. Bai Yuanfeng's expression changed. He rejected you again? Not exactly. He said I should return the umbrella sometime in the next few days, Bairuashi replied. Bai Yuanfeng frowned, worry creasing her brow. He's giving himself more time to consider. What does he want? The meridian connecting pill, I imagine, Bairuashi said, her voice filled with a mix of emotions. She finally understood her mistake. Mu Zhi'an had indeed liked her, perhaps he still did. But he was thinking in terms of the Mu family's interests. To intervene, they needed something of value in return. The meridian connecting pill, not her. As he had said, she might have captivated him, but she hadn't captivated the Mu family. Remembering his words and the way he'd held her hand, a blush crept up her cheeks. Ruashi, Bai Yuanfeng called out, noticing her daughter's distracted state. Bairuashi snapped out her thoughts. By the way, mother, she asked, has father returned yet? The bi-family patriarch had gone to an auction in a neighboring city 3 days ago. Even accounting for delays, he should have been back by now. Bai Yuanfeng hesitated, a troubled look on her face. Bai Ruoshi's heart sank. Did something happen to father? Bai Yuanfeng sighed softly. He was ambushed on his way back. He's gravely injured. We've taken him to a safe place to recover. But even if he recovers, he'll never reach the nascent soul realm. The bi-family patriarch was at the peak of core formation. He was just one step away from reaching the nascent soul realm. However, he'd been stuck at this bottleneck for 6 years. They had spent a fortune gathering the necessary materials to refine a meridian connecting pill. He'd hoped to use the pill to break through, but he'd been ambushed and critically injured before he could even return home. Even if he recovered, the injuries would leave lasting damage, shattering his hopes of reaching the nascent soul realm. Bai Ruoshi was devastated. Then, a thought struck her. So the meridian connecting pill is useless now. The meridian connecting pill was a treasure meant for cultivators on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. It increased the chances of a successful breakthrough to 70% and even offered temporary protection against the heavenly tribulation. However, it had no effect on cultivators who weren't at the peak of core formation. Bai Yuanfeng sighed. I know what you're thinking, Ruoshi, but the meridian connecting pill is priceless. We can't give it to the Mu family. The Mu family was already dominant. If they obtained the meridian connecting pill and used it to help one of their own reach the nascent soul realm, their power would become absolute. The other families would be crushed under their heel. That was not a future Bai Yuanfeng wanted to see. The meridian connecting pill is priceless, but your own daughter is expendable. Bai Ruoshi thought bitterly. It's late, mother, she said quietly. I'm going to bed. She rose to her feet and left the room. The next morning, Bai Ruoshi woke up and turned to her maid. Go and find out if young Master Yi was attacked last night, she instructed. Mu Zhi'an had been doused with tea last night, yet he'd remained calm. She wanted to know if it was an act for her benefit or if he'd secretly retaliated against Yu later. The old Mu Zhi'an was notorious for his vindictiveness. He never let an insult go unanswered, and with his powerful bodyguard, few dared to cross him, fearing Wei Mengru's wrath. After a while, the maid returned. She knocked softly on the door. Miss, young Master Yi is fine. Bai Ruoshi sat before a bronze mirror, gazing at her own reflection. I see, she said calmly. You're dismissed. As the maid left, a strange light flickered in Bai Ruoshi's eyes. She placed her hand on her chest, taking a deep breath. It seemed Mu Zhi'an truly had changed. Mu Manor. In a spacious and well-lit study, Mu Zhi'an leaned back in his chair, engrossed in a thin booklet. In the world of cultivation, theoretical knowledge was just as important as practical training. The Mu family, with its abundant resources, possessed detailed records on every aspect of cultivation, from qi condensation and foundation establishment to core formation and nascent soul. Mu Zhi'an was currently at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, still a long way from core formation. However, studying the insights of his predecessors would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. After skimming through the booklet, Mu Zhi'an sighed. My past self was a bit of an idiot, he mused, but at least he wasn't stupid enough to indulge in pleasures before reaching foundation establishment. The formal path of cultivation began with qi condensation. The ideal age for qi condensation was between 10 and 15, a time when children's fascination with the opposite sex was relatively subdued. They weren't yet preoccupied with certain matters, making it the perfect age to focus on cultivation. One of the most important requirements for qi condensation was to maintain one's purity. This applied to both men and women. Even the old Mu Zhi'an, obsessed with pleasure as he was, had waited until reaching foundation establishment before indulging in such pursuits. Losing one's purity before forming a dantian made it incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to progress in cultivation. As Mu Zhi'an continued reading, a flash of iridescent light caught his eye near the window. Another paper crane? He murmured, his gaze sharpening. He reached out a finger, and the crane, trailing a shimmering rainbow, flew towards him and landed gently on his fingertip. The spiritual energy on this crane is the same as yesterday's. Mu Zhi'an's eyes widened slightly in surprise. The speed of this reply suggests the sender be in Tianxian City. Paper cranes were a common method of communication among cultivators. They could be sent to specific recipients or allowed to fly aimlessly, like messages in a bottle. The speed of delivery depended on the distance. For the reply to arrive so quickly, the sender had to be either in Tianxian City or a high-level cultivator capable of manipulating space. However, the latter was highly unlikely. Why would such a powerful being have the worries of a lovesick teenager? As he pondered this, Mu Zhi'an unfolded the crane and read the message. The handwriting, it's definitely the same person, he thought to himself. The message contained a request for advice on matters of the heart. The sender was unsure how to prepare for their first journey away from their family. Should they leave a letter? Should they inform their elders? Driven by a desire to help, Mu Zhi'an considered her questions carefully, then picked up his brush and ink and penned a thoughtful reply. He folded the paper back into the shape of a crane and tossed it out the window. The crane flapped its paper wings and soared into the sky. "I hope my advice helps that caged bird, young lady," Mu Zhi'an murmured, watching as the crane disappeared from view. After spending some more time reading in his study, Mu Zhi'an left and headed to the main hall, where he summoned a servant. "Dispatch a spy to keep an eye on Yi of the Yi family," he instructed. "Report back to me immediately if you notice anything unusual." Yi's behavior yesterday had been far too composed for someone who had supposedly lost his talent and fallen into despair. It warranted further investigation. Yi? The servant was clearly confused. Why would the young master want to waste resources spying on a cripple? However, he didn't question the order. He simply bowed and replied, "Yes, young master," before leaving the hall. Knowing too much was rarely a good thing, especially for servants. Now, to wait for the report. Mu Zhi'an poured himself a cup of tea and relaxed in the hall for a while. Then, he headed to the training grounds for his daily session with Wei Mingru. She was already waiting for him, her sword strapped to her back. She wore a dark blue top and a patterned skirt, her ample bosom straining against the fabric, lending her a dignified beauty. Curvaceous figure, long legs. No wonder my past self couldn't resist her. Mu Zhi'an couldn't help but steal a few glances at her, admiring her physique. Unfortunately, she was a core formation realm cultivator. If she wasn't willing, no one could force her to do anything. Wei Mingru glanced at him, a hint of surprise in her eyes. "I didn't expect you to last 2 days," she remarked. The old Mu Zhi'an would have been whining and complaining by now, begging to skip training. He'd probably be sneaking off to the pleasure quarters to enjoy the company of courtesans and drown himself in wine. Yet, here he was bright and early, ready to train. Had the sun risen in the west? Mu Zhi'an simply smiled in response. "I intend to keep this up." Wei Mingru raised an eyebrow. "Let's hope so." She paused, then asked, "Did you have someone investigate Yi?" Mu Zhi'an nodded. "He's acting strangely. It's piqued my curiosity. How did you know that Bairuashi was at the Mu Manor last night?" Someone must have leaked the information, and their motives were clear. They wanted to stir up Yi's hatred for the Mu family and prevent them from interfering with the Bai family's downfall. They were worried that Bairuashi's offer would sway the Mu family into protecting the Bai family, so they used Yi as a pawn. The answer was obvious. The leak had to come from either the Gongsun family, the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, or both. "The spiritual energy I sensed from Yi last night was quite strong," Wei Mingru said. "He's at least at the 7th level of qi condensation." Mu Zhi'an's eyes widened. "I thought he couldn't cultivate anymore. He couldn't even absorb spiritual energy, and his dantian was leaking. He was a cripple. Does this mean he solved the problem?" Wei Mingru nodded. "I saw him on the street 2 months ago. He wasn't even at qi condensation then." She paused. To go from a cripple to the 7th level of qi condensation in less than 2 months. That Yi truly is a genius. Mu Zhi'an nodded slowly. Genius was an understatement. This was monstrous. Normally, The most challenging aspect of qi condensation was forming a dantian, a process that usually took 2 to 3 years. For Yu to regain his cultivation and reach the 7th level in just 2 months. It was terrifying. However, this couldn't be solely attributed to his own talent. There had to be a secret, something hidden, something that had drawn the attention of that mysterious black-robed man. Why else would he insist on taking Yu after the deed was done? Mu Zhi'an refused to believe that a core formation expert would travel all the way to Tianxian City without a motive. Unless that black-robed man was interested in men and had taken a liking to Yu, Mu Zhi'an shook his head, pushing the absurd thought aside. He raised his sword, pointing it at Wei Mingru. "Shall we begin, Mingru?" "Very well," she replied, her tone still cool and distant. However, as she raised her own sword to meet his, her gaze softened ever so slightly. For the next 2 days, Mu Zhi'an received replies from the same paper crane every day. The caged bird girl, initially hesitant, had gradually warmed up to his encouragement. In today's letter, she declared her intention to finally leave her family and seek her own freedom. Mu Zhi'an was happy for her. He wrote back, offering words of encouragement and reminding her to bring money. Yes, he suspected she was a sheltered soul, accustomed to having servants cater to her every need. She probably wouldn't even think to bring money or provisions for her journey. He folded the message into a crane and tossed it out the window. That afternoon, as Mu Zhi'an sat in his study reading, a soft knock sounded on the door. "Young master," I've returned. It was the spy he'd sent to monitor Yu. "Back so soon? There must be something." Mu Zhi'an's voice was serious. "Enter." The man, his face veiled in black cloth, entered the study and bowed respectfully. "As you predicted, young master, there's something strange about that Yu." He glanced at Mu Zhi'an, who seemed calm and composed. This morning, the Yi family held a clan competition. Yu defeated several talented members of his clan. Based on my observations, his strength is at least at the 7th level of qi condensation. Mingru was right, as expected of a core formation expert. Mu Zhi'an nodded inwardly. "Anything else?" "Yu has been spending a lot of time with the 3rd young master of the Gongsun family," the spy reported. "Why would Yu associate with Gongsun Zan?" Mu Zhi'an frowned, surprised by this news. The Gongsun family patriarch had 6 children. The 3rd son, Gongsun Zan, was as notorious in Tianxian City as Mu Zhi'an himself. However, if they were to compare their reputations, Mu Zhi'an was still a few steps above Gongsun Zan. Gongsun Zan pursued any woman who caught his fancy, regardless of whether they were married or not. Mu Zhi'an, on the other hand, at least drew the line at respectable women. He usually confined his attentions to courtesans, and while he occasionally pursued other women, he generally tried to win their hearts through courtship. In any era, money made courtship easier, and Mu Zhi'an, with his good looks and charm, had no trouble attracting female attention. In short, most people in Tianxian City avoided Gongsun Zan like the plague. Logically, you should be aware of Gongsun Zan's reputation and steer clear of him. So why was he associating with him? Mu Zhi'an pondered this for a moment. He dismissed the spy, then left his study and headed towards the courtyard entrance. "Are you going out, young master?" Elder Run, who was tending to the flowers in the courtyard, looked up as Mu Zhi'an approached. "Yes, I'm going to the pleasure quarters," Mu Zhi'an replied. Elder Run. Mu Zhi'an's visits to the pleasure quarters were usually clandestine affairs. If caught, he'd try to laugh it off or make excuses. Why was he being so upfront today? Had he finally decided to drop the act? "I'm going there to meet someone," Mu Zhi'an added. Gongsun Zan was a regular at the pleasure quarters. He wanted to see if he could glean any information from him. Eldarin simply hummed in response. "Just remember to be discreet, young master." He clearly didn't believe Mu Zhi'an's explanation. Meeting someone at the pleasure quarters? Who could that be? A courtesan? Mu Zhi'an didn't bother explaining further. He smiled and was about to leave the courtyard when a servant hurried towards him. "Young master, Miss Bairoashi requests an audience in the side hall," the servant said, his eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and envy. He was curious why the most beautiful woman in Tianxian City had been frequenting the Mu Manor lately. He was envious because the young master got to spend time with her. Who knew what might be going on between them? If the people of Tianxian City knew that Mu Zhi'an had won her over, they'd probably lose sleep over it. Bairuashi is here. Mu Zhi'an paused, then said, "Tell her to wait for me at the tea house across from the pleasure quarters." The servant stared at him, dumbfounded. "Young master, if Miss Bai asks where you've gone, what should I tell her?" "Tell her the truth," Mu Zhi'an replied with a smile. "Or just tell her I'm at the pleasure quarters." Bairuashi sat in the side hall, the tea on the table long gone cold. Her brows were furrowed, her lips pressed together in a worried frown. It was understandable. Mu Zhi'an had asked for a few days to consider their proposal, and 2 days had already passed. The longer they waited, the more the Bai family suffered. Under pressure from her mother, she had reluctantly returned to the Mu Manor. A servant entered the hall and bowed respectfully. "Miss Bai." Bairuashi looked up, her eyes filled with disappointment when she saw that Mu Zhi'an wasn't with him. "Is young Master Mu unavailable?" she asked softly. "Young Master Mu has gone to the pleasure quarters," the servant replied. "He asked you to wait for him at the tea house across the street." "The pleasure quarters?" Bairuashi repeated the words, her brow furrowing further. She couldn't understand his actions. Who in their right mind would openly announce their visit to the pleasure quarters to a woman they were trying to court? Unless he wasn't interested in her romantically at all. But that was impossible. There had to be another explanation. Bairuashi was intelligent, and she knew she was beautiful. It wasn't vanity, simply a statement of fact. There truly was no woman in Tianxian City more beautiful than her. Those with similar features didn't possess her assets, and those with similar assets lacked her beauty. While Mu Zhi'an's current behavior suggested a lack of interest, she refused to believe he was completely indifferent to her. He must have a reason for going to the pleasure quarters. But what could it be? She quickly collected herself, thanked the servant politely, and left the manor, taking the umbrella she'd borrowed last night. The pleasure quarters. Mu Zhi'an lounged on a plush couch, a beautiful courtesan named Yang Yin massaging his shoulders. "You haven't visited in a while, young Master Mu," she said softly. "Have you found a new interest?" Most people in Tianxian City avoided Mu Zhi'an like the plague. But here, in the pleasure quarters, he was a welcome guest. For one, he was quite handsome, and his company was generally pleasant. For another, he was a generous tipper. There weren't many wealthy young men in Tianxian City who were willing to spend lavishly, and Mu Zhi'an was one of them. Mu Zhi'an smiled, patting her delicate hand. "I've been busy with family matters lately. Haven't had much time for leisure." Yang Yinyan's eyes flickered. She smiled seductively. "Of course, young Master Mu. You must be exhausted." She didn't believe for a second that this wastrel was actually handling family affairs, but she wasn't about to contradict him. Mu Zhi'an saw through her disbelief, but chose not to address it. He enjoyed her massage, sipped his tea, and chatted idly with her. Then, as if casually, he asked, "Has Gongsun been here lately?" Yang Yinyan paused, her fingers still kneading his shoulders. "I saw him here last night," she replied after a moment of thought. "But I wasn't the one who entertained him." The courtesans of the pleasure quarters generally sold their companionship, not their bodies. Yang Yinyan was no exception. Unless she took a particular liking to a client, or the offer was too tempting to resist, she usually left after her performance. "Has he been here today?" Mu Zhi'an asked. Yang Yinyan shook her head. "I'm not sure." "Why do you ask, young Master Mu?" She looked at him curiously. While Gongsun came from a powerful family, unlike Mu Zhi'an, he wasn't particularly well-liked, even among the courtesans. For one, he had a reputation for cruelty, and for another, he wasn't very attractive. Mu Zhi'an gave her backside a playful pat. "Why are you so curious?" She giggled, wriggling away from his touch. "You're terrible." She didn't actually try to stop him, though. After a moment of hesitation, she leaned in close, lowering her voice. "Speaking of which, I overheard something interesting yesterday from one of the girls who entertained young Master Gongsun." Mu Zhi'an raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what was it?" She glanced around as if afraid of being overheard. I hear Gong Sun Zan is planning to raid someone's home today, she whispered. Mu Zhi'an's mind raced. Raids weren't uncommon in Tianxian City. The Gong Sun, Mu, and Bai families all had close ties to the imperial court. They were often tasked with handling such matters. Then, as if casually, he asked, "Has Gong Sun Zan been here lately?" Yang Yinyan paused, her fingers still kneading his shoulders. "I saw him here last night," she replied after a moment of thought. "But I wasn't the one who entertained him. The courtesans of the pleasure quarters generally sold their companionship, not their bodies. Yang Yinyan was no exception. Unless she took a particular liking to a client, or the offer was too tempting to resist, she usually left after her performance. "Has he been here today?" Mu Zhi'an asked. Yang Yinyan shook her head. "I'm not sure." "Why do you ask, young Master Mu?" She looked at him curiously. While Gong Sun Zan came from a powerful family, unlike Mu Zhi'an, he wasn't particularly well-liked, even among the courtesans. For one, he had a reputation for cruelty, and for another, he wasn't very attractive. Mu Zhi'an gave her backside a playful pat. "Why are you so curious?" She giggled, wriggling away from his touch. "You're terrible." She didn't actually try to stop him, though. After a moment of hesitation, she leaned in close, lowering her voice. "Speaking of which, I overheard something interesting yesterday from one of the girls who entertained young Master Gong's son." Mu Zhi'an raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what was it?" She glanced around as if afraid of being overheard. "I hear Gong Sun Zan is planning to raid someone's home today," she whispered. Mu Zhi'an's mind raced. Raids weren't uncommon in Tianxian City. The Gong Sun, Mu, and Bai families all had close ties to the imperial court. They were often tasked with handling such matters. While the official line was that all confiscated assets were to be turned over to the court, the three families always managed to skim a little off the top. It was an unspoken agreement. "Who's home?" Mu Zhi'an asked. Yang Yinyan shook her head. "I don't know." Gong Sun Zan didn't say. Mu Zhi'an hummed thoughtfully. Since Gong Sun Zan was busy with a raid today, he'd have to wait to approach him. He set down his teacup and stood up. "Leaving already, young Master Mu?" Yang Yinyan asked, sounding surprised. Mu Zhi'an smiled. "I have some matters to attend to. I'll be back another time." Despite her attempts to persuade him to stay, he politely declined. He left the pleasure quarters and was about to head to the tea house across the street when he saw a man walking towards him. The man was of average appearance, in his early 30s, with thin lips and shifty eyes that gave him a sinister air. He exuded an aura of arrogance and recklessness. His face alone was enough to make people want to avoid him. This was Gong Sun Zan, the third young master of the Gong Sun family. If Mu Zhi'an's bad boy persona was more of the charming rogue type, Gong Sun Zan was the epitome of a ruthless bully. He didn't care about appearances. With the Gong Sun family's power, he could get away with anything. There was no need to pretend. "Just as I thought," he showed up. Mu Zhi'an smiled. "Young Master Gong Sun, just arrived?" Gong Sun Zan paused, surprised that Mu Zhi'an would greet him so casually. Despite their shared reputation, they'd never really interacted before. He nodded curtly. "Haven't seen you around lately, young Master Mu. Thought you'd finally turn over a new leaf. Or perhaps you were grounded." His words sounded like a greeting, but there was a mocking undertone to them. It was understandable. Gong Sun Zan looked down on Mu Zhi'an, or perhaps he was simply jealous of him. They were both notorious playboys, but Mu Zhi'an was treated far better in the pleasure quarters. There had been times when courtesans had refused Gong Sun Zan's advances. But Mu Zhi'an had never been rejected. It was all thanks to his handsome face, which had a certain appeal to women. Before Mu Zhi'an could respond, Gong Sun Zan bowed slightly. "I have some matters to attend to. Please excuse me, young Master Mu." He brushed past Mu Zhi'an and entered the pleasure quarters, throwing a dismissive glance at the other man's handsome face. So what if he was from the Mu family? He was still a good-for-nothing, just like him, seeking validation from the women of the pleasure quarters. He even had the audacity to pursue Bairuashi. Did he honestly think that proud woman would even look his way? "Enjoy yourself, young Master Gong's son," Mu Zhi'an replied, returning the bow. He noticed the other man sneer but simply smiled, unfazed. Why not indulge him? Within the Gong Sun family, Gong Sun Zan held the lowest position. Even his younger brothers bossed him around. This was because at the age of 32, he was still stuck at chi condensation, showing no signs of progress or ambition. However, this made him an easy target for extracting information. He just needed to spend a bit more time with him. People like Gongsun Zhan, with their fragile egos, were easy to manipulate. Mu Zhi'an watched as Gongsun Zhan disappeared into the pleasure quarters. He smiled to himself, then turned and entered the tea house across the street. Bairuashi was already waiting for him in a private room. Today, she wore a low-cut white dress, revealing a hint of cleavage, which added to her allure. Her long, slender legs were crossed elegantly, and her flawless face was a vision of beauty. Her eyes lit up when she saw him. "Young Master Mu, please sit." She gestured to the seat across from her. Mu Zhi'an smiled and sat down beside her instead. Bairuashi glanced at him, but didn't object. She poured him a cup of tea, then asked softly, "You went to the pleasure quarters. I assume you had important business there?" "You're as perceptive as ever, Miss Bai," Mu Zhi'an replied with a smile. "I want to see Gongsun Zhan, the third young master of the Gongsun family." Bairuashi frowned. The Gongsun family was one of the main culprits behind the Bai family's current predicament. It was only natural for her to react negatively to their name. Mu Zhi'an took a sip of his tea. "I received a report from my spy today," he continued. "It seems Gongsun Zhan and Yiyu have been in close contact." "Yiyu? Why would he be with Gongsun Zhan?" Bairuashi sounded incredulous. The Yi and Bai families had a long-standing connection. Even if they weren't willing to help the Bai family, they shouldn't be collaborating with the Gongsun family. Mu Zhi'an chuckled. "They must have gotten wind of our arrangement and decided to use Yiyu to disrupt things. They probably leaked the information about your visit to the Mu Manor to Yiyu." Bairuashi's cheeks flushed at the word arrangement. She stole a glance at Mu Zhi'an. "I apologize for Yiyu's behavior that night," she murmured. Since that night, she'd been worried that Mu Zhi'an, angered by Yiyu's actions, would refuse to help the Bai family. He'd sent her home with an umbrella and promised to consider her request, but she couldn't be sure of his true intentions. Mu Zhi'an reached out and took her hand, his touch gentle. "Why are you apologizing for Yiyu's actions, Miss Bai?" he asked with a smile. "What does he have to do with you?" Bairuashi froze, her eyes meeting his. They were filled with a mix of emotions. Sometimes, she couldn't tell if she'd submitted to him out of desperation or something else. The tea house was located directly across from the pleasure quarters. It was a popular spot for officials and wealthy merchants to relax after a night of entertainment. Mu Zhi'an's private room was secluded, away from the main traffic. He glanced at the curtain that separated them from the rest of the tea house. He thought he saw a figure retreating hastily behind it. Someone was eavesdropping? Was it someone from the Gongsun family or the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce? No, they wouldn't dare. The consequences of being caught spying on the Mu family were severe. Could it be that mysterious black-robed man who wanted Yiyu? Mu Zhi'an considered this for a moment. He kept hold of Bairuashi's hand, then leaned in close, his lips brushing against her ear. He whispered something to her, his voice low and husky. Bairuashi's eyes widened slightly. A blush crept up her cheeks. After a moment of silence, she replied softly, "You're right, young Master Mu. His actions have nothing to do with me." Mu Zhi'an gently caressed Bairuashi's cool, smooth hand, his other hand holding a teacup as if lost in thought. Beside him, Bairuashi bit her lower lip. Unlike her usual haughty demeanor, she didn't pull away from his touch. She stole a glance at him, then relaxed slightly. After a long silence, she spoke, her voice soft. "Young Master Mu, have you made a decision regarding the Bai family?" Mu Zhi'an, distracted by the pleasurable sensation of her touch, snapped out of his thoughts. He considered her question for a moment, then replied with a smile, "I need a bit more time." Bairuashi, uncharacteristically, simply nodded, refraining from her usual insistent pleas. Mu Zhi'an noticed her unusual compliance and studied her curiously. She sat there, her ample bosom pressed lightly against the table, her slender fingers wrapped around a teacup. 2 strands of hair had fallen loose, framing her delicate face, accentuating her breathtaking beauty. However, a hint of worry, something he hadn't seen before, clouded her brow. He reached out and gently tucked the stray strands behind her ear. "Is something troubling you, Miss Bai?" he asked. She glanced at him, but remained silent. "Is it about the Bai family?" Mu Zhi'an chuckled, realizing the absurdity of his question. Of course it was. The precarious situation of her family was undoubtedly her biggest concern. Bai Ruoshi shook her head slightly. She set down her teacup. "My worries are indeed related to the Bai family, young Master Mu, but perhaps not in the way you imagine." She recalled her mother's relentless probing over the past few days. Every night, the beautiful woman would visit her daughter's room, lamenting the Bai family's decline and subtly urging her to inquire about Mu Zhi'an's decision. It was because of her mother's constant pressure that she had returned to the Mu Manor so early this morning, and it was the reason for her current anxiety. Mu Zhi'an looked at her intently. "It seems you're not ready to share the source of your troubles, Miss Bai. That's quite all right. You can tell me when you're ready." Bai Ruoshi looked up at him, her voice soft. "Young Master Mu, is there truly no way you can help the Bai family?" "I've already stated what I require in return for my assistance," he replied with a smile. "The meridian connecting pill," she murmured, her gaze dropping to her lap, her eyes filled with despair. She looked up suddenly. "Would I not suffice as—" Mu Zhi'an placed a finger gently on her lips, silencing her. He shook his head, a playful smile on his face. "Miss Bai, you are a person, not a bargaining chip. If Wei Min grew, who knew him all too well, had been present, she would have scoffed. You want both the meridian connecting pill and Bai Ruoshi for free, don't you? Why bother with the noble act?" But Bai Ruoshi was clearly taken aback. She thought about her mother's words, then Mu Zhi'an's. A lump formed in her throat, and her eyes welled up. One was a notorious playboy, the other her own mother. Yet, their words couldn't have been more different. Come to think of it, Mu Zhi'an had said it before. She might have captivated him, but she hadn't captivated the Mu family. In other words, he had always seen her as a person, not a commodity to be traded. She had been the one misinterpreting his intentions. Bai Ruoshi sighed softly and lowered her head. Just half a month ago, she had been disgusted by Mu Zhi'an's advances. His fawning behavior had irritated her. But now, she found herself not as repulsed by him. She glanced at him, her eyes filled with a mix of emotions. She still couldn't understand why. Was it because she needed his family's help? Or had her perception of him truly changed? Mu Zhi'an, oblivious to her thoughts, glanced at the curtain that separated them from the rest of the tea house. He turned to Bai Ruoshi. "Miss Bai, would you mind asking the waiter to bring us a different type of tea? I'd like a change." Bai Ruoshi snapped out her thoughts. "Of course," she replied, rising to her feet and leaving the room. Once she was gone, Mu Zhi'an poured himself another cup of tea. Then, he filled a third cup and placed it on the table. "Why don't you come in and have some tea?" he said with a smile. "You must have something important to tell me. Now's the perfect time." After a moment of silence, the curtain was pulled aside, revealing the black-robed man. He glanced around the room, his gaze settling on Mu Zhi'an. He stepped inside and, at Mu Zhi'an's gesture, took a seat opposite him. "You certainly know how to enjoy yourself, young Master Mu," the man said, his voice laced with a mix of admiration and sarcasm. "Spending time with courtesans, then cozying up to the most beautiful woman in Tianqian City. Such skills are truly enviable. It's called a two-pronged approach." Mu Zhi'an set down his teacup. "Just get to the point. Bai Ruoshi will be back soon." The black-robed man nodded. 2 days from now, I need you to lure Yiyu to the Dragon Head Forest. I'll handle the rest. Afterward, Miss Bai will be all yours." The Dragon Head Forest was located west of Tianqian City, a vast expanse of woodland. It was named for its resemblance to a dragon's head when viewed from the sky. The forest was teeming with monsters, making it the perfect place to dispose of Yiyu discreetly. "Well, young Master Mu," the black-robed man pressed. "Have you made up your mind? I'm the one who's wooing her. Why are you acting like you're doing me a favor?" Mu Zhi'an snapped out his thoughts. He smiled and nodded. "Very well. I'll find a way to lure Yiyu to the Dragon Head Forest within 2 days." The black-robed man's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. You're a smart man, young Master Mu. I won't disturb your enjoyment any longer. With that, he vanished into thin air, leaving behind a wisp of black smoke. Mu Zhi'an took a sip of his tea, a smirk playing on his lips. Did that guy really think he was an idiot? Lure Yiyu to the Dragonhead Forest, and he'd handle the rest. It sounded simple enough. But what if he decided to double-cross him after taking Yiyu? The moment Yiyu disappeared, rumors would spread throughout Tianxin City. Mu Zhi'an lured Yiyu into the Dragonhead Forest and abandoned him. The disappearance of a talented young man at the hands of Mu Zhi'an would undoubtedly provoke the Yi family's wrath. Even though the Yi family was in decline, public opinion would be on their side. The Mu family's reputation would suffer. As Mu Zhi'an pondered this, Bai Ruoshi returned, carrying a teapot. She sat down beside him, her gaze sweeping over the room. "Was someone here?" she asked softly, sensing something amiss. She was a foundation establishment cultivator. After all, it wasn't difficult for her to pick up on subtle clues. One of the reasons she'd allowed Mu Zhi'an to hold her hand earlier was to play along with him. "Yes," Mu Zhi'an replied, quickly changing the subject. "I'm a bit parched. Could you pour me some tea, please?" He wasn't sure if the black-robed man was truly gone. Now wasn't the time to discuss anything important. Bai Ruoshi's eyes flickered. She met his gaze, and understanding seemed to dawn. She glanced towards the door, then nodded. It seemed whoever was eavesdropping outside hadn't left yet. Mu Zhi'an watched her pour the tea, her movements graceful and elegant. He couldn't help but smile. That black-robed man was taking too much credit. I'm the one who's wooing her. What does he have to do with it? Acting all high and mighty, as if he was doing me a favor. Who the hell did he think he was? As Bai Ruoshi was about to set down the teapot, Mu Zhi'an reached out and gently placed his hand over hers. She looked at him, startled. "I'm a bit tired," he said with a smile. "Could you pour me a cup, please?" Bai Ruoshi hesitated, then nodded. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Of course. After finishing his tea and chatting with Bai Ruoshi for a while, Mu Zhi'an left the tea house with her. As they walked down a quiet street in Tianxin City, Bai Ruoshi glanced around, then asked, "Young Master Mu, if you don't mind my asking, who was that person eavesdropping on us? The Gongsun family, or perhaps the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce?" Given the Mu family's influence, few would dare to spy on them. The only likely culprits were those two families. After all, she'd been spending a lot of time with Mu Zhi'an lately. They must have been worried that the Mu family would intervene and save the Bai family. Just 2 days ago, the Gongsun family had leaked information to Yiyu, hoping to disrupt things. Mu Zhi'an shook his head. It wasn't the Gongsun family or the Chamber of Commerce. He's from outside Tianxin City. I don't know his identity yet. Bai Ruoshi frowned slightly. Then why would he be eavesdropping on us? Mu Zhi'an smiled. He probably wanted to see if I truly had feelings for you. Bai Ruoshi was confused. What difference does it make if you have feelings for me? Whether he liked her or not shouldn't concern anyone else. Why would someone go through the trouble of eavesdropping just to find out? She looked at Mu Zhi'an, her eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and uncertainty. Ever since their encounter in the carriage, she'd felt a sense of mystery surrounding him, as if he was shrouded in fog. She couldn't decipher his true intentions. Did he still harbor feelings for her, as he had in the past? The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to know. But he always kept a certain distance. They'd shared a moment of intimacy in the tea house, but that was all. She still couldn't read him. "It makes a big difference," Mu Zhi'an replied, strolling leisurely down the quiet street. "The more infatuated I am with you, the easier I am to manipulate." Bai Ruoshi tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with confusion. Mu Zhi'an shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. "Don't worry about it, Miss Bai. It's not your concern. More importantly, we need to find a way to approach Gongsun Zan and see if we can get any information out of him. You're well connected in Tianxin City, Miss Bai. Do you know what he likes?" Bai Ruoshi glanced at him. "Women," she replied simply. "If you're planning to get close to him, young Master Mu, just invite him to the pleasure quarters." Mu Zhi'an shook his head. "I never go to such places." For a moment, even the elegant and refined Bai Ruoshi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Everyone in Tianxian City knew about his frequent visits to the pleasure quarters. To claim otherwise, was he treating her like an idiot? But then a thought struck her. Aside from today, she hadn't seen him at the pleasure quarters or any other disreputable establishments lately. She opened her mouth to ask him about it. Just then, a voice called out from down the street. "Ruashi, what are you doing here?" Bai Ruashi's face darkened. Mu Zhi'an turned to see a young man, quite handsome in a delicate sort of way, approaching them. "You." Bai Ruashi frowned. She grabbed Mu Zhi'an's arm and turned to leave. "Let's take another route, young Master Mu." However, Yi already caught up to them. "Ruashi, wait." Bai Ruashi sighed and turned to face him. "What is it, young Master Yi?" Yi faltered, then forced a smile. "I was out for a walk after the clan competition today. Didn't expect to run into you here." Bai Ruashi simply nodded. "If that's all, we'll be on our way." "Wait." As she turned to leave again, Yi panicked. He reached out to grab her shoulder. "Ruashi, I won first place in the competition today. Believe me, just give me a few more months, and I'll be strong enough to help you. I'll be of use." Bai Ruashi frowned and swatted his hand away. "Congratulations, young Master Yi, but it's none of my concern. Please behave yourself." Her voice was cold and dismissive, much like her initial attitude towards Mu Zhi'an. However, Yi seemed oblivious to her displeasure. "Ruashi, if Mu Zhi'an can help you, so can I. Trust me." Before he could continue, Mu Zhi'an interjected. "Young Master Yi, there's no point in pestering her. Why don't you go find your own true love?" He ignored Yi and walked away with Bai Ruashi. Yi watched them go, his fists clenching. Mu Zhi'an again. It was him 2 days ago as well. He must be threatening her. Why else would they be strolling together? "Mu Zhi'an, I challenge you to a duel," he shouted. Mu Zhi'an paused and turned to face him. He smiled at the undisguised anger in Yi Yu's eyes. "Why would I duel you, young Master Yi? I have important matters to attend to. I don't have time for such childish games." "Are you afraid?" Yi Yu taunted. Mu Zhi'an nodded cheerfully. "Yes, I am." Yi Yu was taken aback by his frank admission. Mu Zhi'an continued, "And besides, Miss Bai doesn't dislike you because you're weak." "Then why?" Yi Yu blurted out. Mu Zhi'an smiled. "I'm not telling you. Simping never ended well, in any world. Just like the old Mu Zhi'an. If he hadn't awakened his past life memories and stopped groveling at Bai Ruashi's feet, she would still despise him, just like she despised Yi Yu. Simping wasn't about agreeing with a girl or trying to please her. It was about lowering yourself, accepting an unequal dynamic where the woman held all the power and showed no interest in you, yet you persisted in your pathetic pursuit. That was what Yi Yu was doing. So what if he'd regained his talent and won the Yi family competition? He was still a failure in matters of the heart. A little bit of simping was harmless. But Yi Yu had taken it to a whole new level. As they continued walking, Mu Zhi'an glanced back. Yi Yu was still following them, keeping a safe distance. He was convinced that Bai Ruashi was being coerced by Mu Zhi'an, that she was in danger. He just needed to wait for the right moment to swoop in and save her. Then, she would finally understand his feelings. "Yi Yu is still following us," Mu Zhi'an murmured. Bai Ruashi frowned. "I'll handle it, young Master Mu. I apologize for the inconvenience." She turned to confront Yi Yu. Mu Zhi'an gently placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. He shook his head with a smile. "It's fine. Just ignore him." If she went back to talk to Yi Yu now, she might scold him initially, but eventually, worn down by his persistence, she might give him a chance. A chance to save the Bai family. As the chosen one, blessed with immense luck, Yi Yu might actually succeed. The best course of action was to prevent them from interacting. Bai Ruashi nodded silently, choosing to ignore Yi Yu. They continued walking. Up ahead, they saw a group of servants guarding the entrance to a manor. They looked menacing. "What's going on?" Bai Ruashi asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "It seems Gongsun Zan is conducting a raid," Mu Zhi'an replied. Bai Ruashi's eyes widened in understanding. "But why clear the street?" she wondered aloud. "Maybe to prevent any unfortunate incidents with the residents," Mu Zhi'an speculated. It wasn't standard procedure to clear the street during a raid. Gongsun Zan's actions were unusual. "This is our chance. Let's wait for him here and see if we can get some information out of him," Mu Zhi'an said. Bai Ruoxi nodded. Gongsun Zan was a foolish and incompetent playboy. It wouldn't be difficult to trick him into revealing something useful. Yu, noticing the commotion, seemed to recognize Gongsun Zan. He approached them. Ruoxi, the Gongsun and Bai families are enemies now. We should leave. If Gongsun Zan sees you here, it could cause trouble. I have my own plans, young Master Yi, Bai Ruoxi replied coldly. You needn't concern yourself. Her voice was icy, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor with Mu Zhi'an. Yu opened his mouth to protest. You seem worried about us interacting with Gongsun Zan, young Master Yi. Mu Zhi'an interjected, a smile playing on his lips. What? Yu bristled. I'm not worried about you interacting with him. What's there to be worried about? I'm simply concerned for Ruoxi's safety. Then there's no need to worry. I'll protect her, Mu Zhi'an replied calmly. Yu frowned, about to speak again. Just then, a woman's scream echoed from within the manor. It was a sound of pure terror, chilling to the bone. Why would there be screaming during a raid? Mu Zhi'an's brow furrowed. Yu's eyes flickered. He glanced at Mu Zhi'an. That's not a normal sound for a raid. When Gongsun Zan conduct a raid, it's usually more than just a simple confiscation of assets. Mu Zhi'an's expression changed. He strode towards the manor. The guards at the gate blocked his path, their swords drawn. Young Master Gongsun is conducting a raid today. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Bai Ruoxi glared at them. Do you not recognize the young master of the Mu family? She said coldly. The guards stared at Mu Zhi'an, their eyes widening in recognition. They sheathed their swords and stepped aside. Bai Ruoxi watched as Mu Zhi'an entered the manor, her eyes filled with a mix of emotions. The Bai family was in a precarious position. Antagonizing the Gongsun family wasn't a wise move. However, she looked at Mu Zhi'an's retreating figure, then seemed to make up her mind. She followed him. Yu hesitated, his expression conflicted. He clenched his fists, but ultimately didn't move. With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything, and he'd only incur Gongsun Zan's wrath. He had to be patient until he reached core formation. Intervening would be futile. He unclenched his fists and watched from the gate. If Ruoxi was in danger, he could step in and save her. Then, she would finally understand his feelings. He glanced at Mu Zhi'an's disappearing figure, a pang of jealousy stabbing at his heart. If he was from a Mu family, he wouldn't have to hesitate. He could walk in there and stop Gongsun Zan. However, Gongsun Zan was different from the rest of his family. If provoked, he wouldn't hesitate to attack, even the young master of the Mu family. It would be best if Mu Zhi'an and Gongsun Zan clashed, leaving one dead and the other injured. Yi thought to himself. Mu Zhi'an kicked open the manor gate and stepped inside. The courtyard was a mess, the flowers and plants trampled underfoot. The servants were in an even worse state. Several of Gongsun Zan's cronies were leering at the female servants, their eyes filled with anticipation. Suddenly, the gate burst open, and they all turned to look. One of them, who had been about to indulge himself, was startled. He whirled around, his face contorted with anger. Who dares to interrupt young Master Gongsun's raid? His eyes widened in recognition when he saw Mu Zhi'an's cold expression. He bowed his head hastily. Why, young Master Mu, what brings you here? Where's Gongsun Zan? Bai Ruoxi demanded. The servant's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. Bai Ruoxi frowned, about to press him further. Mu Zhi'an gently patted the man's shoulder. Where's Gongsun Zan? He asked, his voice calm and pleasant. The servant looked up, fear etched on his face. Young Master Mu, I can't tell you. If I do, young Master Gongsun will have me killed. If you tell me, only you might die. If you don't, your entire family will suffer the consequences, Mu Zhi'an replied calmly. The servant's face turned pale. He didn't doubt Mu Zhi'an's words for a second. He was a notorious playboy of Tianxin City. With the Mu family's power, eliminating a commoner's family was child's play. He's in the third room on the right, the servant stammered. Mu Zhi'an shoved him aside. Keep them in line, he instructed Bai Ruoxi. She nodded. She glanced at the weeping servants and the Gongsun family cronies, who now hung their heads, realizing the gravity of their situation. She frowned, a wave of disgust washing over her. The strong preyed on the weak, and the weak preyed on the even weaker. It was a cycle of exploitation, and it sickened her. Mu Zhi'an headed deeper into the courtyard, his eyes scanning the area. He found the third room and heard the faint sound of a woman crying from within. He kicked the door open. A young woman, her eyes filled with tears, cowered in fear, staring at Gong Sunzan. When the door burst open, she looked up at Mu Zhi'an, a glimmer of hope flickering in her tear-filled eyes. Gong Sunzan turned around, surprised to see Mu Zhi'an. "Young Master Mu? To what do we owe the pleasure?" he asked with a smirk. Then, as if understanding dawned, he gestured towards the helpless young woman hanging from the ceiling. "I see. After you, young Master Mu. You know you're not supposed to harm the residents during a raid," Mu Zhi'an said calmly, his expression unchanged. Gong Sunzan scoffed. He wiped his hands carelessly. "Come on, young Master Mu. Everyone in Tianxian City knows about your wicked deeds. Don't pretend to be a good Samaritan. We're both scum." He continued, "Scum shouldn't make things difficult for other scum." "Let her go," Mu Zhi'an said calmly. Gong Sunzan hesitated, his eyes fixed on Mu Zhi'an. Then, as if forcing himself to comply, he nodded. "Fine. Let her go, you say." His voice was laced with resentment and a slight tremor. He flicked his finger, and an invisible blade of air sliced through the rope. The young woman fell to the ground with a whimper. Mu Zhi'an's gaze locked onto Gong Sunzan. "You're the one who told me to let her go," Gong Sunzan said, spreading his hands. "I was simply following your orders." He shook his head, clicking his tongue disapprovingly. "You know, young Master Mu, I'm only being civil because you're from the Mu family. But that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. The Mu family might be powerful in Tianxian City, but they can't do whatever they want. Besides, this is an official raid sanctioned by the Imperial Court. If you interfere, are you prepared to face the consequences?" Gong Sunzan, assaulting women and embezzling assets during a raid, are those part of your official duties as well? Mu Zhi'an's voice remained calm. "Do you honestly think the court will side with you if they learn of your actions? We can discuss that later." Gong Sunzan turned away, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "But first, I have a beauty to enjoy." He crouched before the young woman, his fingers tracing the outline of her delicate face. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She looked up at Mu Zhi'an, her eyes pleading for help, as if he was her last hope. Gong Sunzan noticed her gaze but ignored it, a mocking smile on his face. This wasn't his first time doing something like this, and he'd never faced any consequences. All he had to do was placate these people afterward, silence them with a bit of silver. As for reporting him to the authorities, well, the Gongsun family would see to it that those reports never reached the right ears. Clang! The sound of a sword being drawn echoed through the room. Gong Sunzan turned his head slowly to see Mu Zhi'an standing behind him. The tip of his sword pointed at his forehead. "You wouldn't dare?" A sneer curled Gong Sunzan's lips. He reached for the young woman's clothes. The young woman, once a pampered daughter of a wealthy family, stared at him in despair, closing her eyes in resignation. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest. His eyes widened in shock, and he looked down. Mu Zhi'an's sword had pierced his heart. He turned his head with difficulty, staring at Mu Zhi'an in disbelief. You kill me. The Gongsun family won't let you get away with this." His voice cut off abruptly. Even in death, he couldn't believe that Mu Zhi'an had actually dared to strike him down. One of Gong Sunzan's cronies, who had been watching from the shadows, screamed in terror. Get a doctor." Thud. Bai Ruashi stepped forward and struck the man on the back of his neck, knocking him unconscious. She glanced at the trembling young woman, then at Gong Sunzan's lifeless body. After a moment of silence, she handed Mu Zhi'an a handkerchief. "This complicates your plans," she said. Their initial plan was to approach Gong Sunzan and gather information. Now, they had killed him. While it was satisfying, it would undoubtedly cause trouble for the Mu family. "It can't be helped. Plans change," Mu Zhi'an replied, wiping the blood from his brow. He looked at the terrified young woman, his voice soft. "But people are adaptable." Shortly after Mu Zhi'an left the room, Bai Ruashi finished comforting the assaulted young woman and followed him out. "What are you going to do now?" she asked softly, her gaze fixed on him. Killing Gong Sun might have offered a moment of satisfaction, but it would undoubtedly bring a world of trouble. While the Mu family could handle it, they would still suffer losses. Mu Zhi'an seemed lost in thought. After a while, he blinked as if waking from a daze. "Do about what?" Bai Ruoshi's lips parted slightly. "About Gong Sun. What does Gong Sun have to do with me?" Mu Zhi'an asked. Bai Ruoshi stared at him, then seemed to understand. "You're planning to sneak out of here?" She shook her head. "It won't work. The Gong Sun family servants saw you enter. Even if you leave now, word will reach them eventually." Mu Zhi'an remained silent, continuing down the path. "Do you regret it?" Bai Ruoshi asked suddenly. Mu Zhi'an shook his head. "If I had the chance to do it again, I would." "You're a good person, young Master Mu," Bai Ruoshi murmured. With his status, he could have easily ignored the situation. No one in Tianxian City could touch him. Yet, he had intervened, bringing trouble upon himself for no personal gain. "I'm not a good person," Mu Zhi'an replied with a smile. "I just don't want to be a bad one, and I can't stand to watch someone commit evil acts right before my eyes." Bai Ruoshi opened her mouth to speak, to point out that he himself had a terrible reputation, but then she thought about his actions these past few days and swallowed her words. If he truly wanted to do evil, he could have forced himself on her in the carriage, although she would have likely rejected him. When she'd pleaded with him for help, she hadn't been prepared to go that far. Can a person truly change overnight? If someone had asked her that before, she wouldn't have known the answer. But now, she could answer with certainty, yes. The notorious playboy of Tianxian City had truly changed. Mu Zhi'an, oblivious to her thoughts, asked, "Speaking of which, aren't you worried that Gong Sun's servants might escape?" Bai Ruoshi shook her head. "Mingru is guarding the entrance. No one will get past her, so that's why she came in. Mingru is outside." Mu Zhi'an nodded in understanding. How are you going to handle the Gong Sun's situation, young Master Mu?" Bai Ruoshi couldn't help but ask. Their initial plan was to approach Gong Sun's and gather information. Now, he was dead, and Mu Zhi'an had made a powerful enemy. If this wasn't handled properly, it would cause a major headache for the Mu family. "We'll handle it the usual way," Mu Zhi'an replied casually. "Cremation, water burial, or we could just leave his body out for the dogs. Plenty of options." Bai Ruoshi frowned. He was joking a time like this. Didn't he realize the trouble they were in? As if reading her mind, Mu Zhi'an chuckled. "Actually, Miss Bai, Gong Sun's is far more useful to us now than he ever was alive." Bai Ruoshi stared at him, confused. "But he's dead." "Ah, but that's where you're mistaken, Miss Bai." He turned to look at her, his gaze meeting hers. "Sometimes, the dead are far more useful than the living." Bai Ruoshi was stunned. Gong Sun's is more useful dead? She was about to ask him to explain, but they had already reached the courtyard. The servants involved in the raid were gathered in an open space, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Mu Zhi'an, as if he was a demon. They had overheard the confrontation between Mu Zhi'an and Gong Sun's. Afterward, there had been silence, and their comrade who had been sent to investigate was nowhere to be found. Mu Zhi'an had likely killed Gong Sun's. "Mingru," Mu Zhi'an called out. Wei Mingru nodded. She gestured towards the group of servants. "What should we do with them?" The servants shuddered, and one of them dropped to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Please spare me, young Master Mu. I was only following young Master Gongsuan's orders." Were you following his orders when you assaulted the female servants?" Mu Zhi'an asked, his voice laced with scorn. The servant fell silent. "Don't worry. Someone will decide your fate. But it won't be me." Mu Zhi'an scanned the group, his gaze cold. "I'm not going to kill you. However," he paused. "Did you see anything in the manor?" "We saw nothing," they replied in unison. "Wrong," Mu Zhi'an said, shaking his head. "You saw everything." The servants looked up at him, their eyes wide with terror. He was going to silence them. "You saw Gong Sun's assaulting the women. You saw Mu Zhi'an intervening to stop him." Mu Zhi'an continued. Bai Ruoshi glanced at him, her brow furrowed. That explanation wouldn't account for Gong Sun's death, and they had been seen on the street by other residents of Tianxian City. The Gongsun family would easily uncover the truth. Afterward, Mu Zhi'an left. Mu Zhi'an continued. But after the raid was concluded, Gongsun Zan was killed by a mysterious black-robed man. Understand, a black-robed man? The servants exchanged glances, skepticism etched on their faces. But they quickly realized they had no other choice. They nodded eagerly. Mu Zhi'an turned to Wei Mingru. I'll leave the rest to you, Mingru. Very well, she replied. Core formation cultivators trained their primordial spirit. At this level, Wei Mingru could manipulate memories, or rather, implant suggestions. Of course, this required the target's cooperation, and these servants had no other options. They didn't care about Gongsun Zan's fate. Their own survival was all that mattered. Bai Ruoxi, however, remained worried. She approached Mu Zhi'an and whispered, "The Gongsun family patriarch won't believe this story." No one had ever seen this supposed black-robed man. The shrewd Gongsun patriarch wouldn't accept such a flimsy explanation. Of course not, Mu Zhi'an replied with a smile. But what if he saw the black-robed man with his own eyes? Bai Ruoxi stared at him, confused. A mysterious core formation expert infiltrating Tianxian City. Such a threat would surely unite everyone against a common enemy. Wouldn't it, Miss Bai? Mu Zhi'an asked, his gaze meeting hers. Stand united. Bai Ruoxi, initially confused by Mu Zhi'an's words, suddenly understood. Her eyes lit up. If they could unite against a common enemy, eliminate the black-robed man, it would buy the Bai family some time. It wouldn't solve the root of their problems, but right now, the Bai family desperately needed a chance to breathe. She looked at Mu Zhi'an, her eyes filled with a mix of gratitude and curiosity. He had decided to help them. He hadn't received anything in return, yet he was still willing to lend a hand. Thank you, she murmured, her voice filled with sincerity. Moments later, Wei Mingru, having finished implanting suggestions into the minds of the servants, joined them. Thank you for your hard work, Mingru, Mu Zhi'an said with a smile. If you know I work hard, then stop causing trouble, Wei Mingru replied, her tone still cool and aloof. However, her gaze softened slightly. But you did well this time. She'd assumed the pleasure-obsessed Mu Zhi'an was a lost cause, but he'd changed so much recently. It was almost unbelievable. Mu Zhi'an shook his head. Anyone would have done the same in that situation. You're being too modest, young Master Mu, Bai Ruoxi said softly. If it had been an ordinary bully, perhaps someone would have intervened. But that was Gongsun Zan. The Gongsun family was one of the most powerful clans in Tianxian City. Even if they witnessed Gongsun Zan's cruelty, few would dare to challenge him. The weak feared retribution, while the strong didn't want to make an enemy of the Gongsun family over such a trivial matter. Only someone like Mu Zhi'an would have dared to stand up to him. What's the plan now? Wei Mingru asked Mu Zhi'an. Same as before. Mu Zhi'an looked at her, a gentle smile on his face. Let the bullet fly for a while. Yu paced anxiously outside the manor, his frustration growing with each passing moment. He'd been waiting outside for what felt like an eternity. He considered barging in several times, but he worried about causing unnecessary conflict. He had regained his talent, but he was still only a chi condensation. While he possessed hidden trump cards that could allow him to challenge even Foundation establishment cultivators, it was best not to reveal his true strength prematurely. Torn between his desire to intervene and his need for caution, he had remained outside, waiting for his childhood sweetheart to emerge. But nearly half an hour had passed, and his patience was wearing thin. He was starting to wonder if he should just force his way past the guards. Suddenly, the manor gate swung open. His eyes lit up, and he looked up to see Bai Ruoxi emerging from the manor, her white dress flowing gracefully around her. Her fair skin glowed in the sunlight, her ample bosom straining against the fabric of her dress. Her long, black hair cascaded down her back, held in place by a simple jade hairpin. Her beauty was breathtaking, her features delicate and refined, her expression cool and composed, like a classic beauty from a bygone era. Yi was mesmerized. She truly was the most beautiful woman in Tianxian City. Her face was flawless, captivating at first glance. It was no wonder Mu Zhi'an had been so smitten with her. "Ruashi, what happened inside?" he asked eagerly. Bai Ruashi glanced at him. "There was an incident. You should go home, Yiyu." "What about you?" he asked instinctively. "I'm returning to the Bai Manor," she replied. She needed to inform her mother about what had transpired. Of course, she would follow Mu Zhi'an's instructions. She wouldn't reveal that Mu Zhi'an had killed Gong Sunzan. Instead, she would claim that Gong Sunzan was killed by a mysterious black-robed man. That was the story they were going with. Yiyu, hearing her answer, was relieved. As long as she wasn't with Mu Zhi'an, he was content. "If I were part of the Mu family, I would have been the one to intervene today," he said, his voice tinged with regret. Bai Ruashi glanced at him, but didn't respond. Even if he were part of the Mu family, he doubted Yiyu would have dared to lay a finger on Gong Sunzan. It was a risky move, one that offered no personal gain. Mu Zhi'an had acted solely because, to him, human life was more valuable than any immediate benefit. It might have seemed impulsive, even reckless, for a mature adult, but that impulsiveness, that disregard for personal gain, was what made him so captivating. "Let me walk you home, Ruashi," Yiyu said, seeing that she was about to leave. "No, thank you. I need some time alone," Bai Ruashi replied coldly. Yiyu was disappointed. "All right, be careful on your way back." Bai Ruashi nodded and continued waiting outside the manor. Yiyu looked at her, his lips parting as if to speak. But seeing her cold expression, he sighed and walked away, defeated. After he left, Bai Ruashi continued watching the manor gate. A while later, Mu Zhi'an emerged. She took a few steps towards him. "Are you heading back, young Master Mu?" He nodded. "We're heading in the same direction. Would you mind if I accompanied you?" she asked. Mu Zhi'an looked at her. He was standing on the steps, and she was wearing a low-cut dress. From his angle, he had a clear view of her assets. His good mood, already ruined by Gong Sunzan, had vanished completely. He wasn't in the mood for conversation, but they were simply too magnificent. He was captivated. He met her gaze, then smiled and nodded. All right, such magnificence was impossible to refuse. As they walked down the quiet street, Mu Zhi'an inhaled the faint, sweet fragrance that lingered in the air. He couldn't help but sigh, reflecting on the dramatic changes that had occurred in just a few short days. These changes were especially evident in Bai Ruashi. If he had awakened his memories any later, he would have already been humiliated by Yiyu. After all, the old Mu Zhi'an, faced with Bai Ruashi's plea for help, would have surrendered immediately, transforming into a pathetic simp. But simps were destined for misery. If he hadn't rejected her in the carriage that day, things would have unfolded very differently. Yiyu, failing to grasp this simple truth, had earned Bai Ruashi's disdain. "Are you planning to confront Gong Sun Xiong next, young Master Mu?" Bai Ruashi asked softly. Gong Sun Xiong was the patriarch of the Gong Sun family, one of the two clans targeting the Bai family. Unlike the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, which had arrived from outside, the Gong Sun and Mu families were both long-established clans in Tianxian City, their foundations deep and their influence vast. Rumor had it that the Gong Sun family had more than one core formation expert among their ranks. Mu Zhi'an snapped out his thoughts. He turned to look at Bai Ruashi, their eyes meeting. He shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. "Not yet. Let the rumors ferment for a while." Bai Ruashi tilted her head slightly, a puzzled look on her face. She didn't understand what he meant. Logically, he should spread the news of Gong Sunzan's death at the hands of the black-robed man as quickly as possible. But he seemed to have other plans. She couldn't decipher his intentions. Mu Zhi'an didn't bother explaining. He casually changed the subject. "Thank you for your handkerchief, Miss Bai. I'll have it washed and return to you soon." He paused. "Or perhaps I could visit the Bai Manor and return it personally. Although I doubt your mother would welcome me. If my mother knew you were coming, she'd probably have the servants roll out the red carpet." Bai Ruashi thought to herself, her gaze fixed on the ground. Her mother disliked Yiyu, but had always been fond of Mu Zhi'an, seeing him as a potential son-in-law. When Mu Zhi'an had pursued Bai Ruashi, Bai Yuanfeng had constantly tried to gauge her daughter's feelings. "Don't be silly, young Master Mu," Bai Ruashi murmured. "You're always welcome at the Bai Manor." My mother would be delighted to see you. Delighted to see me? Mu Zhi'an blinked, then seemed to understand. It seems you have your own troubles, Miss Bai. Her tone and her dejected expression revealed the truth. She'd come to him repeatedly, not out of her own volition, but under pressure from her mother. He could imagine how difficult it must be for a woman like her, accustomed to being admired and adored, to lower herself and beg a playboy for help. However, that wasn't his concern. His priority was to change her perception of him and deal with the black-robed man. He reached out and gently took her hand, retrieving his umbrella. I'll visit the Bai Manor soon and return your handkerchief, Miss Bai. And don't worry, I'm sure you won't be bored these next few days. Bai Ruashi tilted her head, a strand of hair falling loose. She looked at him, at the gentle smile on his handsome face, and for some reason, she believed him. Things were about to get interesting in Tianxian City. As expected, by evening, the news of Mu Zhi'an's heroic act, his slaying of the villainous Gongsun Zan, had spread throughout Tianxian City. The residents were abuzz with excitement. It was a bombshell. Gongsun Zan was a notorious playboy, a cruel and wicked young master. Mu Zhi'an was also a notorious playboy. But now, one playboy had killed the other, and Mu Zhi'an had acted out of a sense of justice. That evening, the incident was the talk of the town. While young Master Mu might have a reputation for indulging in pleasures, he usually confines himself to the pleasure quarters or seeks out willing partners. He's not like Gongsun Zan, one resident said. It's understandable that he would intervene upon witnessing such cruelty. I would have done the same, another agreed. These were the people who believed in Mu Zhi'an. Of course, there were also those who doubted the story. I don't believe it. Mu Zhi'an probably saw Gongsun Zan assaulting that woman and decided he wanted her for himself. They argued, and Gongsun Zan was accidentally killed. One skeptic argued. Besides, we don't even know who spread this news. With the Mu family's influence, it wouldn't be difficult to fabricate a story, another added. Aside from those who believed Mu Zhi'an and those who viewed him with suspicion, there were also those who took a more detached stance. Mu Zhi'an and Gongsun Zan, they're both scum, just dogs biting dogs. I say good riddance to both of them. These were the self-proclaimed neutral observers. Only a small minority refrained from speculating. They were the truly neutral ones, waiting for the truth to emerge before forming an opinion. Unfortunately, they were few and far between. As the city buzzed with rumors, Mu Zhi'an sat leisurely in his manor, sipping his tea. What time is it? He asked the servant standing beside him. It's you sure, young master, the servant replied respectfully, her eyes filled with curiosity. The servants of the Mu Manor had also heard the news. They were all eager to know the truth. You sure? It's time. Mu Zhi'an pondered for a moment, then set down his teacup. It was time to pay a visit to the Gongsun patriarch. Gongsun Manor. Gongsun Xiong sat leisurely in the main hall, sipping tea while a beautiful woman massaged his shoulders. Judging by his relaxed demeanor, he was unaware of the storm brewing outside. The Gongsun, Mu, and Bai families were the three dominant clans in Tianxian City. The Mu family held a slight edge over the other two, while the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, a force that had arrived from outside a few years ago, had been steadily gaining influence and was now on par with the three families. Gongsun Xiong had 6 sons. His eldest was already helping him manage the family affairs. His second son was obsessed with other men's affairs and best left unmentioned. His third son, Gongsun Zan, was a wastrel, obsessed with women. His fourth and fifth sons were traveling abroad, while his youngest was still a child. Of all his sons, Gongsun Xiong was most disappointed in Gongsun Zan. However, out of paternal love, he had always indulged his son's whims. A servant rushed into the hall, his face pale with panic. Master, young Master Gongsun Zan, something terrible has happened. Gongsun Xiong looked up sharply. Young Master Gongsun Zan. He was conducting a raid on the Chun Manor today, and he got into an argument with someone. He's been killed. Gongsun Xiong's eyes narrowed dangerously. In Tianxian City? Who would dare to lay a hand on a member of the Gongsun family? His third son might have been incompetent and born from a concubine, but he was still his flesh and blood. He represented the Gongsun family. Killing him was a direct insult to the Gongsun family. Who did it? Have you found out? Gongsun Xiong demanded, his voice cold with fury. It was Mu Zhi'an of the Mu family. Mu Zhi'an, the sole heir of the Mu family. Gongsun Xiong's anger subsided, replaced by a cold, calculating calm. Some names were enough to extinguish even the most intense rage. The Mu family was one of them. Tell me everything, he ordered, his voice low and dangerous. The servant recounted the events that had transpired, the story that was now spreading like wildfire throughout Tianjin City. To his surprise, Gongsun Xiong didn't erupt in anger. He simply waved his hand dismissively. You're dismissed. The beautiful woman behind him continued massaging his shoulders. Master, the Mu family has been arrogant for far too long. To think they would dare to harm Zhaner. They clearly have no respect for us. Gongsun Xiong shook his head. You think like a woman. He paused, then set down his teacup. You're aware of the Mu family's power in Tianjin City, aren't you? The woman nodded. Do you honestly think it would be difficult for them to cover up Zhaner's death? He continued. Even we would have trouble uncovering the truth. How could they possibly kill him in the morning and have the entire city gossiping about it by afternoon? Do you think the Mu family is stupid enough to let this story spread unchecked? The woman's eyes flickered. What are you suggesting, Master? Someone is framing the Mu family. Gongsun Xiong replied, his voice certain. It could be the Bai family, the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, or even some smaller faction. He continued, that Mu Zhi'an might be obsessed with women, but he's not an idiot. He knows the consequences of killing Zhaner. As for this story about him acting out of a sense of justice, do you believe it? The woman shook her head silently. They both knew Mu Zhi'an's character. He wasn't the type to champion the weak. As expected of you, Master, the woman said, flattering him. Gongsun Xiong snorted. Regardless of whether the Mu family is truly responsible, we'll make sure they pay for this. Just then, another servant hurried into the hall. Master, young Master Mu is here requesting an audience. He dares to show his face here after what happened today, the woman exclaimed, shocked. To brazenly visit the Gongsun Manor after the news of Gongsun Zan's death had spread. It was audacious, to say the least. Gongsun Xiong considered this for a moment, then said, show him in. Moments later, Mu Zhi'an entered the hall, escorted by a servant. He greeted the Gongsun patriarch and the beautiful woman standing behind him. Uncle Gongsun, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, Mu Zhi'an said respectfully, adopting the demeanor of a deferential junior. Gongsun Xiong smiled pleasantly. You must have something important to discuss, nephew Mu, to visit me so late at night. Regardless of what Mu Zhi'an said, he would make sure the Mu family paid dearly for this. Whether Mu Zhi'an had actually killed Gongsun Zan was irrelevant. What mattered was that the rumors were swirling, and the blame was currently directed at Mu Zhi'an. That was enough. Mu Zhi'an nodded. He glanced at the servants, flanking them. I do have something important to discuss, uncle. However, would you mind dismissing everyone else? Gongsun Xiong raised an eyebrow. He gestured for the servants to leave. You too, he said to the beautiful woman. Once they were alone, Gongsun Xiong looked at Mu Zhi'an. Have a seat, nephew Mu. His tone was casual, as if he was unaware of the chaos brewing outside. Mu Zhi'an took a sip of tea. You've heard the rumors, I presume, uncle? Gongsun Xiong nodded, his face a mask of grief and sorrow. I just received the news. To think that my incompetent son would meet such a tragic end at the Qin Manor. He sighed, then looked at Mu Zhi'an, his expression serious. I believe you, nephew Mu. You and Zhaner didn't interact much, but our families have always been on good terms. You're not the type to resort to violence without cause. His acting was impeccable. He could give those young idols a run for their money. Mu Zhi'an thought to himself, amused. He sighed sympathetically. I always felt a kinship with young Master Gongsun Zan. It's a shame we never had the chance to become friends. They exchanged a few more pleasantries. Gongsun Xiong was about to steer the conversation towards the compensation he intended to demand when Mu Zhi'an leaned in close, lowering his voice. Uncle, there's an outside force operating in Tianxian City. Gongsun Xiong's eyes widened in surprise. I did encounter young Master Gongsun Zan today, Mu Zhi'an continued. However, I didn't kill him. He was killed by a cultivator from outside. Gongsun Xiong shook his head. Nephew Mu, you can't expect me to believe that. Mu Zhi'an smiled faintly. I understand you don't believe me, uncle. But once you see him with your own eyes, I'm sure you'll change your mind. Gongsun Xiong frowned. Are you saying that an outsider infiltrated Tianxian City and killed Zahner? Mu Zhi'an nodded. Gongsun Xiong stared at him, his expression unreadable. After a long silence, he spoke. Do you have any proof? I'd like to invite you to my manor tonight, Uncle, Mu Zhi'an said. Of course, you'll need to conceal your presence. Then you'll believe me. Mu Manor. Back at the manor, Mu Zhi'an sat in his study, a book in hand. He lit the candles on his desk and immersed himself in reading. After an unknown amount of time, the candle flames flickered and a gust of cold wind swept through the window, extinguishing them. The room was plunged into darkness. Mu Zhi'an set down his book, stretched, and said, Coming to the Mu Manor at night? That's not your style. Unhurriedly, he relit the candles and turned to see the black-robed man standing in his study, his gaze fixed on him. Your actions today were reckless, young Master Mu, the man said, his voice low and dangerous. Killing Gongsun Zan had caused a city-wide uproar. The authorities would undoubtedly increase patrols, which could interfere with Mu Zhi'an's plan to lure you out. And he, the black-robed man, didn't have time to waste. Mu Zhi'an sighed. I know. I just lost my temper. It was an accident. The black-robed man stared at him, his eyes cold and piercing. He studied the young master's seemingly remorseful expression. Can it still be done? He asked, his voice laced with a threat. That was all he cared about. He didn't care about Gongsun Zan's cruelty, Yiyu's role in this, or who ended up with Bairuashi. All he wanted was Yiyu. Yes, Mu Zhi'an replied, nodding. But I'll need another 2 or 3 days. I need some time to smooth things over. Very well. The black-robed man nodded, his gaze lingering on Mu Zhi'an. You seem confident, young Master Mu. You truly believe you can resolve this mess within 3 days. Mu Zhi'an chuckled. That's not your concern. The black-robed man snorted, clearly displeased with Mu Zhi'an's actions. Then I hope you succeed in calming the storm, young Master Mu, and claim your prize. With that, he turned and vanished into thin air. Mu Zhi'an sat in silence for a moment, unmoving. He's gone. Wei Mengru's voice, clear and crisp, broke the silence. Mu Zhi'an finally relaxed. He turned to see her standing in the corner, her goose-yellow dress blending into the shadows. The candlelight illuminated her delicate features, her expression as impassive as ever. She was a vision of beauty, her long, black hair cascading down her back, her slender waist accentuated by a silk sash, her ample bosom straining against the fabric of her dress. Her long legs were perfectly proportioned, and her feet were clad in simple, elegant boots. She was the embodiment of every man's fantasy. Unfortunately, she was a core formation expert. Even her master couldn't touch her without her consent. If only Mengru wasn't a core formation cultivator. Mu Zhi'an sighed inwardly. Of course, despite his fantasies, he was grateful for her presence. The black-robed man, a core formation expert, was a formidable threat. But with Wei Mengru by his side, he felt a sense of security. After all, when it came to size, Mengru was definitely superior. Mu Zhi'an's gaze lingered on her curvaceous figure. Seen enough? Wei Mengru asked, her voice cool and indifferent, as if she could sense his gaze. Would you let me continue staring if I said no? Mu Zhi'an thought to himself, then cleared his throat, changing the subject. Where's Gongsun Xiong? Elder Run is entertaining him in the side hall. He should be leaving soon, Wei Mengru replied. The black-robed man had made a fatal mistake from the very beginning. His information was faulty. He hadn't known that the Mu family had 2 core formation experts. From the moment he'd barged into the Mu Manor, his every move had been transparent. Mu Zhi'an had been watching him, playing him like a fiddle. Gongsun Xiong couldn't hear our conversation, could he? Mu Zhi'an asked. Of course not. I set up a barrier to block the sound, Wei Mingru replied. She paused, then added, however, he's aware of the black-robed man's presence. Mu Zhi'an nodded. That's enough. There were less than 10 core formation experts in Tianxian City, and the three families knew each other's strengths. The presence of an unknown core formation expert lurking in the shadows was enough to alarm them all. At this point, it didn't matter who had killed Gongsun Zhan. Eliminating the black-robed man was the priority. The Gongsun family might set aside their grievances for now because of this black-robed man. But what about the citizens of Tianxian City? Wei Mingru asked suddenly. As long as the Gongsun family doesn't care, it's fine. Mu Zhi'an set down his teacup and smiled. As for public opinion, it's not a problem. You going to ignore it? Wei Mingru frowned. The city was filled with rumors. Some condemned Gongsun Zhan, praising Mu Zhi'an for his actions. Others questioned Mu Zhi'an's motives, while some wished both of them dead. If these rumors were allowed to spread unchecked, Mu Zhi'an's reputation would be tarnished. But he hadn't done anything wrong. At least, that's what Wei Mingru believed. We can't completely ignore public opinion, but we don't need to do much. The wind will change soon, Mu Zhi'an said confidently. Wei Mingru understood his meaning. You're planning to manipulate public opinion? The people of Tianxian City aren't fools, young Master Mu. They won't be easily swayed. Mu Zhi'an nodded. Of course I know that. They're not stupid, but whether they're stupid or not is irrelevant. They don't actually care about the truth. Wei Mingru didn't believe him. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Mu Zhi'an picked up a paper crane from his desk. All they care about is whether the story is exciting, whether it offers them something to gossip about, something to entertain them. The truth, the feelings of those involved. Few people care about those things. It's human nature. Wei Mingru stared at him, stunned. After a long silence, she spoke, her voice soft. You truly understand the human heart. Actually, I'm more interested in understanding your heart, Mingru. Mu Zhi'an thought to himself, his gaze lingering on her beautiful face and curvaceous figure. Is there anything else you need me to do? Wei Mingru asked. Mu Zhi'an shook his head. Just relax and have some tea, Mingru. Chat with me. As for Gongsun Zhan, the winds of change are coming. Ow! Wei Mingru asked instinctively. Mu Zhi'an smiled, keeping her in suspense, in the most dramatic way possible. The next morning, by Manor, Side Hall, by Ruoshi, clad in a white dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure, sat sipping tea, her demeanor refined and elegant. Beside her, a beautiful woman, who resembled Bai Ruoshi but with a few more wrinkles around her eyes, also held a teacup. The woman, dressed in a more mature style that highlighted her voluptuous figure, possessed a charming and alluring face, like a blooming peony. She set down her cup, her mood clearly cheerful. She turned to her daughter and smiled. See, Ruoshi, I told you that boy from the Mu family wouldn't be able to resist you. Bai Ruoshi shook her head. It wasn't because of me, mother. Young Master Mu simply had his own reasons for helping the Bai family. Yes, saving the Bai family was merely a side effect. Mu Zhi'an's true goal wasn't to rescue them, but to shift the conflict, to redirect the Gongsun family's animosity from himself to the black-robed man. Bai Yuanfeng looked at her daughter knowingly. Ruoshi, be honest with your mother. Did Mu Zhi'an do anything to you? Bai Ruoshi blushed, glaring at her mother. Mother, what are you saying? Young Master Mu hasn't done anything inappropriate. Bai Yuanfeng was confused. That's strange. Does he really have no interest in you? He said that I'm not a bargaining chip, because I'm a person, Bai Ruoshi replied, watching her mother's reaction closely. There was a hint of hope in her eyes, as if she wanted her mother to contradict Mu Zhi'an's words. Bai Yuanfeng chuckled. Ruoshi, men always say things like that. Don't take it to heart. Those are just empty words. Bai Ruoshi fell silent, then nodded slowly. Whether Mu Zhi'an's words were sincere or not, he had said them, and he had acted accordingly. They had only held hands. Nothing more. Any other man would have taken advantage of the situation, especially during their first encounter in the carriage. Mother, The Bai family might have a reprieve for now, but eventually, the Gongsun family and the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce will. Bai Ruoshi paused. Since the meridian-connecting pill won't be of any use to us for several years, perhaps we should use it to negotiate? She looked at her mother, her eyes filled with a desperate hope. However, Bai Yuanfeng's answer shattered her hopes. Don't be ridiculous, Ruoshi. The meridian-connecting pill might be useless to us, but we can't give it to the Mu family. If they use it to help one of their own reach the nascent soul realm, the Bai family will be doomed. Bai Yuanfeng took a sip of tea and glanced at her daughter. You should just focus on marrying into the Mu family. Once we're in-laws, all our problems will be solved. Bai Ruoshi remained silent, sipping her tea. Bai Yuanfeng looked at her daughter curiously. You used to be dead set against marrying Mu Zhi'an, but lately, you don't seem as opposed to the idea. Bai Ruoshi's eyes flickered. It's not like I have a choice, do I? She murmured. She didn't know if it was resignation or something else, but she wasn't as repulsed by the idea of marrying Mu Zhi'an as she had been before. Speaking of which, why do you think the Gongsun family and the Chamber of Commerce have stopped targeting us? Bai Yuanfeng asked suddenly. She'd only heard from her daughter that the Bai family was safe for now. She didn't know the details. It has something to do with the raid on the Chun Manor yesterday, Bai Ruoshi replied. Bai Yuanfeng pondered this. I did hear from the servants that Gongsun Zan led a raid yesterday and ended up being killed by Mu Zhi'an. Are you saying they've shifted their focus to the Mu family? But they wouldn't dare. Bai Yuanfeng looked at her daughter, confused. It's because the Gongsun family, the Chamber of Commerce, and even the Mu family have a new enemy, Bai Ruoshi explained. Gongsun Zan was actually killed by a mysterious black-robed cultivator. Bai Yuanfeng was skeptical. You're saying that there's a twist to the story? Mu Zhi'an didn't kill him? Someone else did. Bai Ruoshi nodded. Bai Yuanfeng shook her head. Impossible. Even if the citizens believe that, the Gongsun family won't. Just then, a maid rushed into the room. Madam Miss, why are you so flustered? Bai Yuanfeng scolded. Then, remembering that they didn't have many servants left, she softened her tone. What is it? Why are you panicking? It's about Gongsun Zan, the maid replied. Bai Yuanfeng set down her cup. I already know what happened yesterday. There's no need to repeat it. It's not about yesterday. It's about something that happened this morning, the maid said. There's been a twist to the story. Bai Yuanfeng's eyes widened. What twist? Could it be that what her daughter had said was true? That Mu Zhi'an wasn't responsible? But regardless of who was responsible, Gongsun Xiong would surely use this opportunity to cause trouble and demand compensation. Young Master Mu didn't kill Gongsun Zan. He was simply trying to protect the woman. The one who actually killed Gongsun Zan was a mysterious black-robed cultivator. Are you sure about this? Bai Yuanfeng asked, her voice laced with disbelief. The maid nodded. The Gongsun family confirmed it this morning. The young lady from the Chun Manor, the servants, and even the Gongsun family servants all testified that there was indeed a black-robed man present. Bai Yuanfeng was stunned. There really was a black-robed man? But if that was true, why would the Gongsun family corroborate Mu Zhi'an's story? She snapped out of her thoughts and dismissed the maid. She took a sip of tea, her mind racing. Moments later, she rose to her feet and left the side hall. She went to her room and carefully applied her makeup, then hurried out of the Bai Manor. Meanwhile, the news of the mysterious black-robed cultivator's involvement in Gongsun Zan's death had spread throughout Tianxian City. That morning, the inns and tea houses were buzzing with speculation about the black-robed man's identity. People praised Mu Zhi'an for his heroism, condemning Gongsun Zan's cruelty. Then, they turned their attention to the black-robed man, wondering who he was and what he looked like beneath his concealing robes. Just as Mu Zhi'an had predicted, no one cared about how Gongsun Zan had actually died. As the city buzzed with gossip, a man in black robes descended the stairs of an inn. His face was hidden beneath his hood. As he walked down, he overheard the conversations of the patrons. I told you, young Master Mu might be a playboy, but he would never do something like assault a woman. I said it yesterday. He intervened because he couldn't stand to watch Gongsun Zan's cruelty. Young Master Mu might have a questionable past, but he's a good person at heart. Only the Mu family could get away with something like this. Any other family would be facing the Gongsun family's wrath right now, someone remarked. Well, he still frequents the pleasure quarters. He's not exactly a saint, someone muttered, clearly still harboring a grudge against Mu Zhi'an. A burly man, who had been drinking since early morning, laughed heartily. Don't be so uptight. The young master stood up for what's right. So what if he visits the pleasure quarters? If a beautiful courtesan showed up at your door, you wouldn't hesitate to invite her in. The other patrons roared with laughter. The inn was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The black-robed man, hidden among them, sneered inwardly. He was running out of time, but there was nothing he could do. He had to wait for Mu Zhi'an. At least he had some entertainment. Watching the Gongsun and Mu families tear each other apart was quite amusing. Speaking of which, who do you think that black-robed man is? To think he'd dare to kill Gongsun Zan, someone said. Anyone who would attack a member of the Gongsun family must be either incredibly powerful or from outside the city, unaware of the Gongsun family's influence, another replied. I wonder what he looks like. As the last words left the speaker's lips, the chatter in the inn died down. Countless eyes turned towards the black-robed man descending the stairs. Whispers erupted. Look at him. Black robes. Sinister aura. Could he be the black-robed man the Gongsun family is searching for? That morning, the Gongsun family had issued a bounty. Whoever captured the black-robed man would be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. Even information about his whereabouts would fetch 1,000 taels. To the patrons of the inn, the black-robed man was walking gold. The black-robed man frowned, noticing their hostile gazes and hearing their whispers. He froze for a moment, then realization dawned. He cursed inwardly, tossed a few silver coins on the table, and hurried out of the inn. Several cultivators, their eyes gleaming with greed, followed him, but he had vanished by the time they reached the entrance. From that day forward, no one in Tianjin City dared to wear black robes. At that moment, the black-robed man stood on the roof of a building, overlooking the bustling streets below. A wave of anger surged through him. He had intended to sit back and watch the Mu and Gongsun families tear each other apart, but somehow he had become the scapegoat, the supposed killer of Gongsun Zan. And the Gongsun family had even corroborated the story. That was what infuriated him the most. Mu Zhi'an had killed their third son. Why would they cover for him? The black-robed man's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. When two enemies suddenly became allies, there could only be one explanation. They had a common enemy. And who was that common enemy? The answer was obvious. That little bastard played me, the black-robed man growled, his face darkening. This wasn't good. If the Mu and Gongsun families joined forces, it would complicate his plans. His gaze fell upon the back entrance of a manor. A voluptuous woman emerged from the manor, followed by a man. The man placed his hand on her backside, and they whispered to each other, their bodies pressed close. Buy you on phone. The black-robed man watched them, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Why is this young lady still agonizing over whether to run away from home? Mu Zhi'an leaned back in his chair, unfolding the paper crane that had just flown through his window. He examined the elegant handwriting, a sigh escaping his lips. Ever since he'd first replied to the crane's owner a few days ago, he had received a response almost every day. The messages were always similar, filled with declarations of wanting to break free from her family's constraints, of needing to escape and experience the world. However, whenever he asked where she was, the answer was always the same. I haven't left yet. Mu Zhi'an. She was all talk and no action. But it didn't matter to him. He had realized his role was to be a listener, to offer a sympathetic ear. He didn't mind spending time replying to her messages. It was a harmless way to pass the time, even though he still didn't know who she was or where she was from. He finished writing his reply, folded the paper into a crane, and tossed out the window. Then a thought struck him. He turned to Wei Mingru. Mingru, do you know where that crane flies to every time? The tall, aloof beauty stood silently in the shadows of the study, her long, black hair cascading down her back, a single strand framing her delicate face, lending her an air of alluring elegance. She looked in the direction the crane had flown, then shook her head. It's impossible to determine its destination based on direction alone. Then perhaps, when we have some free time, we could take a walk and follow the crane? Mu Zhi'an suggested. Just say you want me to investigate its origin. There's no need to beat around the bush, Wei Mingru replied, her voice cool and indifferent. Mu Zhi'an shook his head. That's not the same. Investigating the crane is just a bonus. We could stroll together, chat, strengthen our bond as master and servant. What do you say? Wei Mingru hesitated, then nodded slightly. Perhaps another time. She seemed eager to change the subject. Your prediction was correct. Public opinion shifted this morning, she said. People are seeing you in a different light now. They believe you're well, still obsessed with women, but also a righteous man. You could use this opportunity to further improve your image in the eyes of the citizens. She couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Mu Zhi'an had done so many terrible things. While not unforgivable, his reputation had been abysmal. Yet, simply by preventing Gong Sun Zan from assaulting the young lady from a Qin manor, his past misdeeds seemed to have been forgotten. A new, shining image had been erected in their place. In the past, people had avoided him on the streets. Now, they whispered amongst themselves, praising his actions. If he continued performing good deeds, he might even shed his label as a wastrel. Mu Zhi'an shook his head. There's no need to go out of my way to do good deeds or change people's perception of me. Wei Mingru raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't it be nice to be liked, to have a good reputation? It would be nice, but not entirely nice, Mu Zhi'an replied, quoting a famous line from a Mao Dun literature prize-winning novel. Wei Mingru stared at him, confused. In every era, people love to create idols, Mu Zhi'an explained. But there are no true idols in this world. They might worship you today, see you as a beacon of hope, praise you to the heavens. But the moment they discover a flaw, even a minor one, they'll tear down the facade and turn on you. The moment you become a public figure, your flaws are magnified tenfold, even 100-fold. That's why I hate being praised. I don't need people labeling me as a hero. He was just a simple man with simple desires, particularly for Wei Mingru and Bai Ruoshi. Building a perfect image in the eyes of others was pointless. He might be a hero today, but a minor slip-up could turn him into a villain tomorrow. Take you, for example, Mingru. Let's say you're suddenly declared the most beautiful woman in Tianjin City. Everyone loves you, admires you. Then, one day, a rumor spreads that you're having an affair with your master. Whether it's true or not, people will start gossiping. Wei Mingru lowered her gaze, pondering his words. Is this what you meant yesterday? That people only seek entertainment and don't care about the truth. Mu Zhi'an nodded, smiling. The Gongsun family confirmed your story today. They announced that you didn't kill Gong Sun Zan, that it was the black-robed man, Wei Mingru said suddenly. I know, Mu Zhi'an replied. Wei Mingru opened her mouth to speak, then hesitated. Mu Zhi'an looked at her, his lips curving into a smile. You're wondering why they would do that, aren't you, Mingru? Wei Mingru nodded hesitantly. Gong Sun Xiong is helping himself, Mu Zhi'an explained. He's the reason the Gong Sun family is so powerful in Tianjin City. He's a smart man, and smart people know when to play dumb. Gong Sun Xiong might have suspected that Mu Zhi'an was responsible for his son's death. No, he probably knew the truth, but he chose to turn a blind eye. After all, money and immediate gains were insignificant compared to the future of the Gong Sun family. The black-robed man was the true enemy. Suddenly, Wei Mingru fell silent. She concealed her presence, melting into the shadows near the bookshelf by the window. Before Mu Zhi'an could ask what was wrong, a wave of killing intent washed over him from outside. The next moment, a man in plain robes and a wide-brimmed hat entered the study. His height, build, and the sinister aura surrounding him revealed his identity. It was the black-robed man who wanted Yi Yu. He's not even wearing his black robes anymore. Mu Zhi'an thought to himself, stifling a laugh as he studied the man. He cleared his throat, feigning seriousness. Why are you here so early? Didn't we agree that you'd give me 3 days to deal with the Gongsun family? You certainly know how to shift blame young Master Mu, the black-robed man growled, his voice laced with anger. You've pinned everything on me, leaving yourself free and clear. Mu Zhi'an's expression remained unchanged. He met the man's gaze calmly. The black-robed man was furious, but the fact that he hadn't attacked meant he still understood the importance of their deal. You must be incredibly important to him, Mu Zhi'an thought to himself. He smiled pleasantly. Calm down. I would have preferred a better solution, but this was the only way to resolve the situation quickly. Blaming everything on me is your solution? The black-robed man spat. His eyes narrowed dangerously. If Mu Zhi'an didn't offer a satisfactory explanation, he couldn't guarantee what he might do. Since you're an outsider, you shouldn't care about what the citizens of Tianxian City think, right? Mu Zhi'an asked with a smile. We're partners. I'm giving you Yiyu. Surely you can take a little bit of blame for me. The black-robed man snorted, his eyes flickering. Mu Zhi'an was right. He didn't care about being the scapegoat, but it still infuriated him. However, he needed Mu Zhi'an's cooperation, so he had no choice but to swallow his anger and accept the blame. When are you taking Yiyu to the Dragonhead Forest? He asked, his voice low and menacing. Mu Zhi'an considered this for a moment. Security will be tight in the city for the next few days. Let's say 2 days from now. The black-robed man's expression softened slightly. Since we're partners, young Master Mu, I'll share some information with you. Why do you have so much information? And how did those pathetic villains in those stories ever lose to the protagonist with all this intel? Mu Zhi'an thought to himself, his gaze fixed on the black-robed man, waiting for him to continue. The Bai and Gongsun families are not enemies, the black-robed man said. Mu Zhi'an stared at him, his jaw dropping in surprise. The Gongsun family had been relentlessly targeting the Bai family, and now he was saying they weren't enemies? The Bai family matriarch just visited the Gongsun manor, the black-robed man added. That simple statement contained a wealth of information. Mu Zhi'an was stunned. Then, a strange look crossed his face. He had a suspicion, a rather audacious one. After a moment of stunned silence, Bai Ruoshi, unable to believe what she was seeing, tried to get a better look through the window. Mu Zhi'an grabbed her hand, placing a finger to his lips and hushing her. Peeking at Bai Yuanfeng wouldn't be a problem. She was a relatively weak cultivator. But Gongsun Xiong was a different story. Even though he seemed relaxed in Bai Yuanfeng's presence, and Wei Mingru was helping to mask their aura, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be detected. Despite their precautions, Mu Zhi'an could hear the sounds of laughter and playful banter coming from the room. That alone was enough confirmation. He glanced at Bai Ruoshi, her face pale with shock. He knew this was a devastating blow to her. He called her name softly, but she didn't respond. Seeing her unresponsive state, he swept her into his arms and carried her away from the Bai manor, their movements swift and silent. It wasn't until they were back in the carriage, the rhythmic clatter of hooves filling the air, that Bai Ruoshi seemed to come back to her senses. She stared out the window at the passing scenery, her expression a mixture of shock, anger, and despair. It was all clear now. That's why Bai Yuanfeng had refused to relinquish the meridian connecting pill. That's why her father had been ambushed. It wasn't a coincidence. It was a carefully orchestrated plan, a betrayal by Bai Yuanfeng, working in collusion with the Gongsun family. Young Master Mu, why would my mother do this? She asked softly, turning to look at him. What does she gain by destroying our family? Mu Zhi'an sighed. She gains nothing. But human emotions and actions are often irrational. If we could understand everyone's motives through simple logic, there wouldn't be so many shocking crimes in this world. You can never truly understand how another person's mind works. The most terrifying creatures weren't beasts, but humans. And a woman's heart was the most unpredictable of all. After a long silence, Bai Ruoshi seemed to reach a decision. She looked at Mu Zhi'an, her voice firm. Young Master Mu, if you can save the Bai family, I'll give you the meridian connecting pill tomorrow. Mu Zhi'an looked at her, a sad smile on his face. Miss Bai, do you honestly believe the meridian connecting pill is still at the Bai manor? Bai Ruoshi froze. She fell silent, listening to the rhythmic clatter of hooves against the cobblestones. A bitter smile touched her lips. "You're right," she murmured. "Regardless, thank you for everything, young Master Mu." She asked the coachman to stop, then reached for the curtain, intending to leave. "Where are you going?" Mu Zhi'an asked. She paused, her hand hovering over the curtain. "I need to take care of the Bai family," she replied softly. Her father was gravely injured, and her mother was a traitor. She was the only one left who could shoulder this burden. "Do you need my help?" Mu Zhi'an asked. Bairuashi shook her head. "You have no obligation to help us, young Master Mu. You've already done so much. I'll visit you again soon to express my gratitude properly." She still has some pride. Mu Zhi'an watched as she made to leave the carriage. He reached out and gently grasped her hand, pulling her back inside. She turned to look at him, her eyes filled with confusion. Her usually vibrant beauty was now muted, her face pale and drawn, her eyes moist. She looked fragile, vulnerable, making him want to pull her into his arms and comfort her. He signaled for the coachman to continue, then turned back to Bairuashi. "Is there something else, young Master Mu?" she asked softly, lowering her gaze. Her white dress swayed gently as the carriage moved, revealing a glimpse of her slender legs. Mu Zhi'an's goal was the meridian connecting pill, but it was likely already in the Gongsun family's possession. The Bai family had nothing left to offer him. "What do you think our relationship is, Miss Bai?" he asked. Bairuashi was taken aback. She'd never considered that question before. Their dynamic had shifted from simp and goddess to equals. In the past few days, a layer of undeniable intimacy had developed between them. "We're definitely not Tao companions. But we're more than just friends, aren't we?" He gently squeezed her hand. Bairuashi hesitated, then nodded, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She didn't pull away, allowing him to hold her hand. "Your father is injured, but that doesn't mean he's useless," Mu Zhi'an said, his gaze fixed on her. "I think, with our current relationship, it's time we met the parents." "The parents?" Bairuashi stared at him, her eyes widening in understanding. "Do you want to meet my father?" Mu Zhi'an nodded. Compared to the scheming Gongsun family, he now believed the Bai family was a more reliable ally. After inquiring about Bai Yuanfeng's location, Mu Zhi'an returned to the Mu Manor and sought out Elder Run, who was enjoying a cup of tea in the main hall. Upon hearing of Mu Zhi'an's predicament, the elder agreed to accompany him without hesitation. To Mu Zhi'an's surprise, Bairuashi revealed that her father wasn't recuperating at the Bai Manor, but at a secluded residence several miles west of the city gates. As they traveled towards their destination, Mu Zhi'an sat in the carriage, his brow furrowed in thought. Something had been bothering him since they'd set out. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Bairuashi, sensing his unease, asked softly, "What's on your mind, young Master Mu?" "Miss Bai, when was the last time you saw your father?" Mu Zhi'an asked. "I visited him yesterday. He seemed to be recovering well. You should be back to full strength in a month or two," she replied. Her expression was somber, her usually bright eyes clouded with sadness. She was still reeling from the revelation of her mother's betrayal. "That's what I find strange," Mu Zhi'an murmured. He met Bairuashi's confused gaze and continued. "If your mother betrayed the Bai family, why didn't she eliminate your father as well? Why allow him to recover peacefully? Even injured, my father is still a core formation expert. A foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't stand a chance against him," Bairuashi replied. "What about with the Gongsun family's help?" Mu Zhi'an countered. "If they knew your father's return route and ambushed him, why not finish the job?" Bairuashi froze. He was right. If they knew her father's location, why hadn't they eliminated him? Because of lingering affection? Or was there another motive? As Bairuashi pondered this, Mu Zhi'an shook his head. "It's pointless to speculate. We'll ask your father for details when we see him." They arrived at a secluded cabin. Bairuashi stepped out of the carriage and turned to the others. "Please wait here for a moment. There's a barrier around the cabin. I need to inform the guards of your arrival." She walked up the steps and entered the cabin. Moments later, she emerged and beckoned them inside. They entered the cabin and saw a pale-faced man lying in bed. The man was rugged, with a messy beard. If anyone knew he was Bairawashi's father, they would wonder how he could possibly have fathered such a beautiful daughter. "Greetings, uncle," Mu Zhi'an said respectfully. Bairawashi's father sat up, supported by a guard. "Make yourselves comfortable," he said, his voice surprisingly strong despite his weakened state. Mu Zhi'an nodded and took a seat, deciding to get straight to the point. "Uncle, Rawashi and I came here to tell you something." Bairawashi's hand instinctively tightened around her skirt, her expression conflicted. The atmosphere grew tense. Mu Zhi'an glanced at the two guards. "Leave us," Bairawashi's father said, understanding Mu Zhi'an's unspoken request. He gestured for the guards to leave. To prevent the family scandal from spreading, Mu Zhi'an also asked Elder Run and Wei Mingru to step outside. Once they were alone, Mu Zhi'an hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "This concerns Madam Bai." Bairawashi's father's eyes widened in surprise. "My wife." Mu Zhi'an nodded, then recounted what he'd witnessed at the Bai Manor. Bairawasi, her expression a mixture of sadness and anger, confirmed his story. Her father remained silent for a long moment. He ripped off the bandages covering his chest, revealing his muscular physique. Despite his pale complexion, he exuded an aura of strength, more like a warrior than a core formation cultivator. He looked at Mu Zhi'an, a knowing smile on his face. "To be honest, my wife doesn't love me, but she would never betray the Bai family. She's always been the one managing the family. She has power, wealth. What would she gain by betraying us?" A glimmer of hope flickered in by Rawashi's eyes. She looked at her father. "Then why was she with Gongsun Xiong?" Her father sighed. "She doesn't love me, and she doesn't love Gongsun Xiong. She never wanted to marry into the Bai family. I thought after all these years, our bond as husband and wife would mean something to her." But he trailed off, another sigh escaping his lips. "Then who does she love?" Bairawasi couldn't help but ask. Her father didn't answer. He looked up at the ceiling, his eyes filled with a distant longing. "It's a shame he doesn't smoke. I'd offer him a cigarette and let him reminisce." Mu Zhi'an thought to himself. "From the moment I married her, I knew she wouldn't be content as the mistress of the Bai family," her father said finally. "What does she want?" Mu Zhi'an asked. Bairawashi's father looked at him, his gaze meaningful. "Power and wealth." Mu Zhi'an frowned, confused. Then, as he pieced together the events of the past few days, realization dawned. His expression stiffened. "She wants to control all three families?" he asked softly. Her father had said that Bai Yuanfeng had never wanted to marry into the Bai family. That explained her attempts to eliminate him. And then she tried to marry her daughter into the Mu family. The Mu family was heavily guarded, making it difficult for her to infiltrate. But marrying Bairawasi into the family would give her an inside man. All she had to do was pit the two families against each other. No, wait. Given the Mu family's power, it would be more like pitting a tiger against a wolf. If Mu Zhi'an hadn't awakened his memories, he would have readily agreed to help Bairawasi. After their marriage, the Mu family would naturally intervene to protect the Bai family. And as Bai Yuanfeng's son-in-law, Mu Zhi'an would surely trust her, allowing her to slowly gain control over the Mu family as well. Her father knew everything. He was playing on a whole other level. "So, your injuries were also part of her plan?" Mu Zhi'an asked. Bairawashi's father grinned. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have taken that route back to the city. Who knew she'd target me first instead of Gongsun Xiong?" Mu Zhi'an. "So, the Bai family's downfall wasn't solely due to being targeted by the Gongsun and the Chamber of Commerce. It was because without Bai Yuanfeng managing things, this brute of a man was clueless when it came to scheming." Mu Zhi'an couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. "Uncle, I brought Elder in with me. If you're willing, he can examine your injuries," Mu Zhi'an said, quickly changing the subject. He was afraid his brain would melt if he continued this conversation. Bairawashi's father studied the handsome young man before him. "Why are you helping me?" Mu Zhi'an considered this for a moment. "For love," he replied. Bairawashi blushed, stealing a glance at him. Her father, however, understood. He frowned. "Years ago, I made a promise to that brute from the Yi family. If we had sons, they would be sworn brothers. If we had daughters, they would be betrothed. Are you asking me to break my word?" That promise, that forced marriage, is the reason for Madame Bai's betrayal, isn't it? Mu Zhi'an said, his words hitting a nerve. It was clear that Bai Yuanfeng, forced into a loveless marriage, was now seeking revenge. It was ironic that someone who had been forced into a marriage was now forcing her own daughter into one. Mu Zhi'an shook his head inwardly. "Father, I've already broken off the engagement," Bai Ruoshi said suddenly. Her father's eyes widened, and for a moment, a surge of powerful energy erupted from him. He glared at his daughter. "You!" Bai Ruoshi met his gaze, her own unwavering. "I don't love you." Her father's anger subsided, and he sighed. "That Yi boy might be a cripple now, but I see potential in him. He'll achieve great things one day." He looked at his daughter, his gaze filled with a mixture of disappointment and concern. She might regret this decision one day. Whether he achieves greatness or not is irrelevant. "Father, I simply don't love him," Bai Ruoshi replied softly. "Some people are just unlikable. No matter what they do, no matter how hard they try, they will always be met with disgust and rejection." The more Yu simped, the more Bai Ruoshi despised him. Most women didn't appreciate desperate suitors. Seeing her resolute expression, her father sighed. "I won't interfere. Arranging that engagement without your consent was a mistake." He turned to Mu Zhi'an. "Thank you, nephew Mu. If my injuries can be healed quickly, I'll be in your debt." He knew Elder Run was a renowned physician. Perhaps he could accelerate his recovery. Moments later, the white-haired elder entered the cabin. "Elder Run, it's been a while." Bai Ruoshi's father greeted him with a nod. The elder simply hummed in response and reached out to check his pulse. Mu Zhi'an waited patiently. After a while, Elder Run opened his eyes. He shook his head slowly. "I can concoct a pill that will heal your injuries within a month, but a faster recovery is unlikely." Mu Zhi'an's heart sank. A month. By then, the Bai family would be finished. And his duel with Yi was in 2 days. The Gongsun family was wavering, and the black-robed man was lurking in the shadows. He had hoped to have Bai Ruoshi's father and the 2 core formation experts from the Mu family present as a precaution. It seemed he would have to find another solution. Elder Rin sighed. "Actually, there's a rare herb that could heal you within a day, if we could obtain it." Bai Ruoshi's eyes lit up. She looked at the elder. "What herb is it, Elder Rin? I'll have someone search for it." The elder shook his head. "It's called the Beast King vine. It only grows in places rich in spiritual energy. The only place you'll find it is within the 2 polarities sect." The 2 polarities sect. Their hopes, which had soared momentarily, were dashed. "That's not helpful at all," Mu Zhi'an thought to himself, sighing inwardly. Tianqian City was hundreds of miles from the 2 polarities sect, and the sect didn't allow outsiders to enter, let alone harvest their herbs. They bid farewell to Bai Ruoshi's father and returned to the Mu Manor. Mu Zhi'an instructed a servant to escort Bai Ruoshi to a guest room. She'd been through a lot today. She needed rest. Mu Zhi'an was also exhausted. He was about to head to his room when he passed his study and paused, noticing a faint white glow emanating from within. He pushed open the door. 3 paper cranes, emitting a soft, white light, rested on the windowsill, their forms imbued with spiritual energy. "I was so busy these past 2 days, I almost forgot to reply." He'd completely forgotten about the cranes. He entered the study, lit the candles, and unfolded the first 2 cranes. The first contained the usual complaints, anxieties about whether to run away from home, and requests for advice. The second was a concerned inquiry about his well-being, asking why he hadn't replied to her previous message. Clearly, she was worried. To be so invested in an online relationship, to eagerly await his replies. It was a testament to how boring her life must be. He unfolded the 3rd crane. Unlike the previous messages, which had been one-sided outpourings of anxieties and complaints, this one was filled with warmth and concern. Mu Zhi'an smiled, his heart warming. He sat down, picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and penned a heartfelt reply, expressing his longing for her. Of course, he didn't get too cheesy. He folded the paper into a crane and tossed it out the window. Now that they were closer, it was time to turn up the charm. Otherwise, she might end up seeing him as just a friend. Speaking of which, where does this crane fly to? He watched as the crane soared into the night sky, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He jumped out the window and followed it. The crane's speed increased. At first, he managed to keep up, but his stamina dwindled, and he could only watch as it flew out of Tianjin City, disappearing into the distance. Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't fly on swords. He could only watch helplessly. Suddenly, a hand tapped his shoulder. He turned to see Wei Mingru standing on a flying sword. "Get on," she said softly. The aloof beauty wore a goose-yellow dress, a silk sash cinched around her slender waist, accentuating her alluring curves. Even in boots, she was almost as tall as him. She had been following him discreetly since he'd left the manor. As expected, Mingru is the most reliable. Mu Zhi'an didn't hesitate. He stepped onto the sword and wrapped his arms around her waist, feeling the softness of her body against his. Soft, fragrant. Even if they didn't catch the crane, this was a win. Mu Zhi'an thought to himself, enjoying the moment. Wei Mingru stiffened, glaring at him. "I'm just afraid of falling," Mu Zhi'an explained. "If you move again, I'll throw you off," Wei Mingru replied coldly. She guided the sword upwards, and they shot off into the night sky, pursuing the distant crane. Time passed, the only sound the rush of wind in their ears. After nearly 2 hours, Mu Zhi'an's focus finally shifted from "Mingru is so soft and fragrant, and she's really big" to the paper crane fluttering ahead like a butterfly. Something felt wrong. He'd assumed the crane belonged to some young lady from Tianjin City or a neighboring city. But now, it seemed the owner was from somewhere else entirely. As he pondered this, a white mist enveloped them, the air thick with spiritual energy. A single breath was invigorating. Before he could fully appreciate the sensation, he saw several mountain peaks looming in the distance. The crane was heading towards one of the peaks, its paper wings flapping gracefully. Mu Zhi'an stared at it, his voice barely a whisper. "This crane, it's from the Two Polarities sect." The Two Polarities sect had 9 peaks, each guarded by a peak master and home to countless disciples. Among the 9 peaks, the 10th was the most treacherous and imposing. Its summit was shrouded in a mystical mist, and nestled against its slopes was an elegant pavilion overlooking a field of flowers. A lush bamboo forest stood tall, its verdant canopy seeming to reach for the heavens. Rumor had it that the 10th peak was the secluded cultivation ground of the Two Polarities sect's sect master, and the elegant pavilion was built for her. It was a rumor because most disciples had never seen the legendary empress. Except for her personal disciples, no one was allowed near the 10th peak. However, it wasn't just a rumor. Within the simple and pristine pavilion, a veiled woman sat gracefully, her gaze distant. She wore a moon-white dress that accentuated her alluring figure, and her eyes, cold and clear, held a captivating allure, like a blooming lotus, beautiful yet untouchable. Even with the veil obscuring her face, one could imagine the breathtaking beauty hidden beneath. "Master, I have something to report," Lan Muyan said softly, her voice as cool and clear as her demeanor. Standing before her was a woman in a raven-black dress, the night wind whipping her clothes around her, the fabric clinging to her ample bosom. Her hair was held in place by a simple jade hairpin. Despite her simple attire, she exuded an aura of unparalleled beauty and power. When the sect master didn't respond, Lan Muyan sighed softly. "It's nothing important, master. I won't disturb you any further. I'll just stay within the sect until I reach the nascent soul realm." She turned to leave. "Your desire to leave the sect, is it related to the paper cranes you've been receiving?" the woman asked suddenly. Lan Muyan froze, her hand hovering over the door. She turned to face her master, her voice still calm, yet tinged with an uncharacteristic emotion. "You're aware of such a trivial matter, master?" She hadn't expected her master to know about her correspondence with a stranger. It seemed insignificant, a mere trifle. "Those cranes fly to this peak every day. Even a fool would notice," the sect master replied, turning her head slightly, revealing her face for the first time. Her long, black hair cascaded down her back, framing her delicate features. Her profile was exquisite, her skin flawless. She walked over to a nearby table and sat down, crossing her long legs elegantly. She rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed on her disciple. She tapped her slender fingers rhythmically on the table, her expression thoughtful. "Is he your Tao companion?" she asked. Lan Muyin shook her head. "I released a paper crane some time ago, and it seems someone found it. We've been exchanging messages, but he's not my Tao companion." "But you haven't received any replies for the past 2 days?" Lan Muyin bit her lip, her gaze dropping to the floor. "Perhaps he's busy and hasn't had time to reply," she murmured. As she spoke, she sensed something and turned her head toward the window. She could feel her magical treasure returning. "It seems your crane is back," the sect master said, glancing in the same direction. "An inborn celestial vessel. If he ever became a disciple of the sect, the female elders would fight tooth and nail over him." The sect master shook her head slowly, then began preparing tea. She picked up a black ghost stone, her movements graceful and unhurried, as if playing a game against herself. Lan Muyin left the pavilion and summoned a cloud with a wave of her hand. The cloud descended obediently, hovering beneath her feet. She stepped onto the cloud and drifted towards the approaching crane. As she passed over a training ground, the disciples below looked up in awe. "Look, it's senior sister Lan, 23 years old and already at the peak of core formation, just one step away from nascent soul and becoming a terrestrial immortal. Her talent is truly remarkable. And she's beautiful, isn't she? To marry such a woman, I'd gladly give up 20 or 30 years of my life," one disciple sighed dreamily. "Quiet. Do you want to get beaten up?" his senior brother hissed, silencing him. The disciple realized he had attracted the attention of several nearby disciples, their gazes unfriendly. He shot his senior brother a grateful look and fell silent, his gaze fixed on the beautiful woman gliding through the sky. He watched as she disappeared from view, a wistful sigh escaping his lips. Such a woman was destined to be beyond the reach of ordinary disciples like him. The crane came from the Two Polarities sect. Could it be the person I've been writing to is the daughter of a peak master? Mu Zhi'an, standing on Wei Mengru's flying sword, stared at the distant peak, his mind racing with possibilities. He couldn't help but entertain this theory. Judging by her tone, the crane's owner had grown up in a privileged environment. He just hadn't expected her to be a disciple of the Two Polarities sect, and based on her words and demeanor, her status within the sect was likely quite high. "I wonder if I'll have a chance to meet her during the next entrance examination." And Mengru said that black-robed man reacted to the crane. Could he be connected to the Two Polarities sect as well? Mu Zhi'an shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. "Mengru, we're getting close to the Two Polarities sect. Let's head back." Trespassing on the sect's territory before becoming a disciple could lead to trouble. He wasn't foolish enough to barge into someone else's sect. Wei Mengru nodded, turning the sword around. Suddenly, she paused, sensing something. She turned her head slightly. Mu Zhi'an followed her gaze. A woman in white, riding a cloud, was approaching them from the distance. He wasn't surprised. They were near the foot of the Two Polarities sect. It was only natural for them to be noticed. However, they hadn't trespassed, so a simple explanation should suffice. As he thought this, the woman arrived before them, her movements graceful and elegant. A veil obscured her face, but her figure was alluring, her demeanor cool and refined. Mu Zhi'an was captivated. Then his gaze snagged on the object in her hand. A paper crane? He'd found the missing piece of the puzzle. He studied the woman more closely, a strange feeling settling in his gut. He wasn't sure about her identity. The crane's owner, in her letters, had sounded cheerful and lively. But this woman exuded an aura of aloofness, a coldness that kept people at a distance. He couldn't reconcile the two. "We were merely passing through. We didn't enter the sect's territory," Wei Mengru said. Lan Muyin nodded curtly. She had come to retrieve her crane and had noticed them near the sect's border. She glanced at Wei Mingru, a core formation expert, as a servant. This young man must be from a powerful family, and his talent wasn't bad, but only at foundation establishment. It seems he's wasting his potential. Lan Mulian shook her head inwardly, losing interest. If there's nothing else, please leave, she said. She had no desire to chat with them. She turned her cloud around, preparing to leave. Since you're already down here, senior sister, why not take this opportunity to run away from home? Mu Zhi'an asked suddenly. Lan Mulian froze. She turned to face him, her eyes widening in surprise behind her veil. Mu Zhi'an, seeing her reaction, had his answer. It was her, the owner of the paper crane. Lan Mulian paused, turning her head slightly to look at the young man behind her. Her eyes, cold and clear as ice, widened in surprise. Her veil did little to conceal her delicate features. "It's you?" she asked softly, her lips curving into a slight smile. Their exchange was brief, their words cryptic to anyone else. But Mu Zhi'an understood. Her reaction to the phrase "run away from home" had been all the confirmation he needed. However, he was still surprised. He hadn't expected the crane's owner to be a disciple of the Two Polarities sect, and, judging by her demeanor, her status within the sect was quite high. "You two must be from a prominent family in a nearby city," Lan Mulian said. "What brings you here?" The Two Polarities sect stood facing the boundless world sea. Beyond the sect's territory lay hundreds of miles of untamed wilderness, leading to the legendary sea. It was an endless expanse, a vast and unforgiving ocean. Even cultivators, flying without rest for days, couldn't reach its end. Logically, they couldn't be heading towards the world sea. Mu Zhi'an considered this for a moment, then decided to be honest. "We came here searching for a rare herb, senior sister. We heard that the Beast King vine only grows near the Two Polarities sect." "The Beast King vine?" Lan Mulian's brow furrowed slightly. "What do you need it for?" "The Beast King vine is used to concoct medicine for those with severe injuries." "Is someone in your family ill?" Mu Zhi'an sighed. "It's a long story, but the Beast King vine is very important to me." He looked at her. "Senior sister, do you know where we can find it?" "I'm not your senior sister," Lan Mulian replied, her voice cool and distant. Her white dress billowed around her, lending her an air of untouchable beauty. She was like an ethereal fairy from a painting. "And I don't know where to find the Beast King vine." Wei Mingru, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. "Let's go, young master." "Wait a moment." Mu Zhi'an lowered his voice, addressing Wei Mingru, then turned back to Lan Mulian, a smile on his face. "Senior sister, I have a friend who has been agonizing for a week, writing about wanting to leave her family. But she's all talk and no action. Does that ring a bell?" Lan Mulian twirled a strand of hair around her finger, her gaze downcast. "I don't know anyone like that," she replied indifferently. After a moment of silence, she glanced at Mu Zhi'an, then sighed softly. "May I know your name, young master?" "Mu Zhi'an." Lan Mulian nodded slightly. "Young Master Mu, I can give you the Beast King vine. However, may I ask, have you been busy lately?" "She's upset that I didn't reply," Mu Zhi'an realized. He sighed. "Actually, a close relative of mine has been gravely ill. I've been busy taking care of him. I finally had some free time tonight and rushed home. The first thing I did was check my study, hoping to reply to your message as soon as possible. I didn't want you to worry." Wei Mingru glanced at him, her lips twitching slightly. He might have been busy, but he hadn't forgotten to reply. He'd simply forgotten. So, he was busy tending to a sick relative. Lan Mulian's eyes flickered. She closed her eyes briefly, her consciousness scanning the ring on her finger. She retrieved a small, intricately crafted box, a storage ring, and a high-grade one at that. Mu Zhi'an observed his mind racing. Storage rings, capable of holding objects, were valuable treasures. However, with the Mu family's wealth, obtaining one wasn't a problem. But judging by how long she'd taken to find the box, her ring must contain a vast collection of treasures. Lan Mulian tossed the box to Mu Zhi'an. He caught it and opened it. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted out, and he saw a thick root as wide as a teacup, its surface marked with intricate patterns that vaguely resembled the character for king. It was the Beast King vine. He looked up at Lan Mulian, who still had a cool and indifferent expression. "There's no need for thanks, young Master Mu," she said. "Just give me one of the pills you refine with it." A single Beast King vine of this size could produce an entire batch of medicine. She was practically giving it away. Mu Zhi'an was certain she was wealthy. "Immortal sister, I don't want to work hard anymore." "Thank you, senior sister," he said, nodding gratefully. Lan Mulian nodded. "Which city are you from?" "Tianxian City." "Very well." She paused. "If there's nothing else, you should head back. Lingering near the sect for too long might lead to misunderstandings." Mu Zhi'an smiled. "We'll leave now, senior sister. Would you like to accompany us back to Tianxian City?" Lan Mulian hesitated, then shook her head. "Perhaps in a few days. By the way, senior sister, what's your name?" Mu Zhi'an asked suddenly. Lan Mulian turned her head slightly, a smile gracing her lips for the first time. "You'll find out when we meet again." Her voice was like melting ice, clear and melodious. Her eyes, visible beneath her veil, twinkled with amusement. She adjusted her moon-white dress, revealing her delicate feet clad in embroidered boots, then gracefully stepped onto her cloud. She was tall and slender, her figure captivating. Even without seeing her face, her silhouette alone was enough to spark the imagination. It was clear she was a breathtaking beauty. If a high-ranking disciple of the Two Polarities sect descended upon Tianxian City, it would surely cause a sensation. Mu Zhi'an watched as she disappeared into the distance, a wistful sigh escaping his lips. He turned to Wei Mingru, plopping down on the sword. "Let's go home, Mingru." Wei Mingru nodded and guided the sword towards Tianxian City. The wind whipped through her hair, her dress clinging to her curves, outlining her alluring figure. "What's the plan now?" she asked. Mu Zhi'an looked at her, his fingers tracing the patterns on the box containing the Beast King vine. "With this, the remaining ingredients can be easily obtained at the auction house. We have the characters, the setting, and the events." He smiled. "Now, all we need is to assemble the cast and let the show begin." Yi Manor. In the depths of the night, while most were soundly asleep, a single room remained illuminated by flickering candlelight. Inside, a young man with delicate features slowly opened his eyes. He circulated his spiritual energy, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he whispered, "Peak chi condensation." In just a few short months, he had gone from a cripple to the pinnacle of chi condensation. His progress had astonished everyone in the Yi clan, from his cousins and parents to the elders. They all looked at him with newfound respect. However, this time, he wouldn't let his success go to his head. His time as a cripple had tempered his once impulsive nature, instilling a newfound calmness within him. But that calmness shattered whenever he thought of Mu Zhi'an, replaced by a burning rage. He had to defeat Mu Zhi'an. Only then could he truly soar. Yi Yu clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with determination. Reaching Foundation establishment in 2 days might be impossible, but with my trump cards, even fighting someone a realm above me shouldn't be a problem. Mu Zhi'an might be at Foundation establishment, but years of indulging in pleasure had weakened him. Despite his higher cultivation, his true strength was likely comparable to his own. "Just you wait, Ruashi," Yu thought to himself. After he soundly defeated Mu Zhi'an in 2 days at the Dragonhead Forest, she would regret her decision. Remembering the humiliation of being rejected at the Bai Manor, the way she had looked at Mu Zhi'an, the coldness she had shown him after all his efforts to win her over, a wave of jealousy washed over him. He might be able to maintain a calm facade in front of others, but seeing the woman he loved favoring that playboy was a bitter pill to swallow. But it would all be over soon. With this, Tianxian City was merely his starting point. He looked at the heavenly Tao aura swirling in his hand, his eyes filled with confidence. According to the old man residing within his body, the heavenly Tao aura was a fragment of energy left behind by an ascended cultivator. Each aura possessed unique abilities. His granted him the ability to constantly refine and absorb spiritual energy from his surroundings. And by actively utilizing it, He could accelerate the refinement process, boosting his cultivation speed. It was the heavenly Tao aura that had allowed him to reclaim his status as a genius within the Yi family. Unfortunately, the old man was currently slumbering. He would only awaken once Yi reached foundation establishment. If the old man were awake, defeating Mu Zhi'an would be child's play. Yi collected himself, sat cross-legged on his bed, and took out the heavenly Tao aura. Closing his eyes, he resumed his cultivation. Meanwhile, back at the Mu Manor, Mu Zhi'an returned late at night. He handed the Beast King vine to Wei Mingru for safekeeping, instructing her to give it to Elder Run in the morning. As he was heading to his room, he saw Bai Ruoshi standing in the courtyard. She stood bathed in moonlight, her fair skin glowing, her beauty ethereal. The sadness in her eyes, the weight of her burdens, made her seem even more delicate and alluring. In just a few days, her family had been struck by misfortune. Her mother was a suspected traitor, her father gravely injured, and she couldn't even return home. It was as if the weight of the world had fallen upon her slender shoulders, leaving her exhausted both physically and emotionally. She had lain awake in the unfamiliar bed, unable to sleep. The Bai family had once been so prosperous. She had walked the streets surrounded by admirers. Now, while some still sought her favor, jealous gossips whispered behind her back. When they were wealthy, they had called her aloofness refined elegance. Now, they called it pretentious and fake. In every era, there were those who reveled in the misfortune of others. Seeing someone else succeed was more painful than experiencing their own failures. That was the nature of envy. Bai Ruoshi, clad in her white dress, looked up at the moon, a sigh escaping her lips as she thought about everything that had happened. She felt a warmth on her shoulders and turned to see a light blue cloak draped over her. "Young Master Mu?" she gasped, surprised to see him standing behind her. He smiled gently. "It's getting cold. You should dress warmly." Bai Ruoshi looked at him, her eyes filled with a mix of gratitude and sadness. "Thank you." She hesitated, then added, "But foundation establishment cultivators can easily dispel chills with their spiritual energy." Mu Zhi'an placed a finger on her lips, silencing her. He chuckled. "Don't ruin the mood, Miss Bai." She fell silent. Normally, she would have teased back. But tonight, weighed down by her worries, she wasn't in the mood for banter. "I found a Beast King vine," Mu Zhi'an said suddenly. Bai Ruoshi's response was a distracted hum. Then realization dawned, and her eyes widened. She looked up at him. "What did you say?" The Beast King vine was a rare herb that only grew near the Two Polarities sect. She knew he had gone out, but she hadn't expected him to search for the vine. And he'd actually found it. "I've given it to Mingru. We'll go to the auction house tomorrow to gather the remaining ingredients. Then, Elder Rin can concoct the medicine for your father," Mu Zhi'an continued. Bai Ruoshi stared at him, her lips parted, her eyes blinking rapidly as she processed this information. Finally, she seemed to recover. "Young Master Mu, is this true?" She looked up at him, her eyes, which had been dull with despair, now sparkling with hope. Her ample bosom heaved as she took a deep breath. Mu Zhi'an looked at her, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Why would I lie to you, Miss Bai?" She stood there in silence for a moment. Then a smile bloomed on her face. "You're right. Forgive me. I was overwhelmed. It was true. There was no reason for him to lie. The truth would be revealed tomorrow. Go get some rest, Miss Bai. We'll head to the auction house early tomorrow. I need to gather a few more ingredients," Mu Zhi'an said, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Bai Ruoshi nodded, fighting to contain her joy. She turned and headed towards her room. She paused at the doorway and looked back at him, her expression sincere. "Thank you, young Master Mu. I won't forget this kindness. I'll repay you, I promise." "I believe you, Miss Bai," Mu Zhi'an replied, smiling. He did believe her. The last time she'd pleaded with him in the carriage, her tone had been laced with a hint of insincerity. But this time, she was genuine. The reason was obvious. It was due to their interactions these past few days and the hardships she had endured. At this point, the outcome of his duel with Yi Yu was irrelevant. Yi had already lost. He might still be the protagonist, But Bairuashi was no longer the female lead. The focus now wasn't on Yu but on bandit suppression, suppressing the black-robed bandit. As he watched Bairuashi disappear into her room, Mu Zhi'an turned to leave. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was one of his spies. "What is it?" Mu Zhi'an asked. "Young master, the first elder requests your presence in the secret chamber," the spy replied respectfully. As the leading power in Tianxian City, the Mu family naturally had more experts than those known publicly. Besides Wei Mingru and Elder Run, Mu Zhi'an's parents were also core formation cultivators. They had left Tianxian City some time ago due to unforeseen circumstances, leaving Elder Run in charge of the family affairs. However, recently, Mu Zhi'an had been handling most of the family business. This was mainly because Elder Ren wanted to test him to see if he was finally maturing. While his past behavior had been disappointing, he'd shown signs of growth lately. And even if he faltered, the Mu family had other trump cards to play. One of their most powerful assets was the secluded elders. Even Mu Zhi'an's parents addressed them with respect. Led by the spy, Mu Zhi'an walked down a winding path, arriving at a hidden chamber. The spy discreetly retreated, disappearing into the shadows. One of the most important rules for spies was to never know too much. Longevity required a healthy dose of ignorance. "This place is creepy," Mu Zhi'an thought to himself, then spoke respectfully. "First elder, you summoned me?" Even he, despite growing up in the Mu family, had never met the first elder. Rumor had it that the elder was ancient and spent most of his time slumbering, rarely involving himself in family matters. Some had even assumed he was dead. What could possibly have roused such a powerful being? Even Mu Zhi'an was curious. As he pondered this, a raspy voice echoed from within the chamber. "A solid foundation, yet your energy is weak and unstable. You frequent the pleasure quarters often, don't you?" How does he even know about the pleasure quarters? Mu Zhi'an bowed respectfully. "Greetings, First Elder. I've heard about the recent events in Tianxian City," the elder continued. "Your actions protecting the innocent show a good heart. However, be wary of your duel with Yu. To reach the peak of qi condensation in just a few months, that boy has a bright future." Peak qi condensation? Mu Zhi'an was surprised. He's already reached the peak. He remembered Wei Mingru saying that Yu was only at the 7th level a few days ago. With that, a few days is all it takes to reach the peak, the elder sighed. "There's something within Yu that's accelerating his cultivation?" Mu Zhi'an asked, his eyes narrowing. "I can't be certain what's within that Yi boy, but I know what that black-robed man who infiltrated the Mu Manor is after." The elder's voice was low and grave. "Heavenly Tao aura." Mu Zhi'an froze. So that's why Yu's cultivation was progressing so rapidly. The Heavenly Tao aura would certainly explain it. He'd read about the Heavenly Tao aura in ancient texts. He knew what it was capable of, but he was still confused. "First Elder, if that's the case, why didn't the black-robed man simply take the aura from Yu? Why ask for our help? Is he afraid of the experts in Tianxian City? Or perhaps he's bound by some oath?" "You're quite perceptive," the elder said, a hint of approval in his voice. In the world of cultivation, oaths were serious matters. Breaking them could invite heavenly tribulation. However, if the task was delegated to someone else, the oath wouldn't be broken. The most likely reason the black-robed man hadn't acted directly was that he was bound by an oath. "Do you want me to stop him from obtaining the aura, First Elder? Or do you want me to take his place?" Mu Zhi'an asked suddenly. "I'm merely offering you a warning. The decision is yours. However, that Yu is destined for greatness. If possible, avoid making an enemy of him." The Heavenly Tao aura was a rare treasure that only chose chosen ones with immense destiny as its host. Those with great destiny were the ones who survived falls from cliffs, stumbled upon fortuitous encounters, escaped death even when pursued by enemies, and attracted the attention of beautiful women despite their average looks. Mu Zhi'an chuckled, a strange feeling settling in his gut. It's a bit late for that. Youngsters often forget their grudges as they mature. Befriending Yu shouldn't be difficult, the elder said, his tone patient and understanding. His fiancée is currently spending the night at the Mu Manor, Mu Zhi'an replied simply. The first elder. That boy actually managed to snag the Bai family's precious pearl. The elder fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Very well. You left the manor tonight, didn't you? You went to the Two Polarities sect. Yes, Mu Zhi'an confirmed. Elder Run told me that you need the Beast King vine to heal the Bai family patriarch. But that herb only grows within the Two Polarities sect. Without the Bai family support, you need to be careful and focus on your cultivation. You can find all the Tao companions and herbs you want once you enter the Two Polarities sect. It was clear the elder was trying to steer him away from distractions to focus on his training instead of women. However, Mu Zhi'an hesitated, then said, But I found the Beast King vine. He sensed a pause from within the chamber, then quickly explained. We encountered a fairy outside the Two Polarities sect. She gave me a Beast King vine. She said all she wanted in return was one of the pills I refined with it. The elder fell silent for a long moment, then finally spoke. Relying on others is fine, but remember to cultivate your own strength. Understand, but you see, first elder, I have a weak stomach, Mu Zhi'an replied, his tone respectful yet firm. So freeloading it is. A sigh echoed from within the chamber. You're dismissed. He has talent, yet he chooses to freeload. How could Mu Dialing have fathered such a son? The elder shook his head slowly. He does have a bit of my youthful charm, though. Near the center of Tianxian City stood an elegant, traditional building. A sign above the entrance proclaimed it to be the Morning Glory Auction House. It was the largest auction house in Tianxian City and one of the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce's most profitable businesses. The next morning, Mu Zhi'an, escorted by Fei Ying, one of the auction house's most skilled auctioneers, arrived at a spacious hall behind the main auction floor. Fei Ying sat beside him in a red cheongsam that accentuated her alluring curves. Her long legs crossed elegantly, her feet clad in embroidered shoes. She was a stunning beauty, a mole beneath her right eye adding to her charm. In the past, some of the auction house's items had fetched exorbitant prices thanks to passionate young men eager to win her favor. However, none had succeeded in capturing her heart. Young Master Mu, what are you looking for today? I prepared a private room for you. I'll have someone escort you there shortly, Fei Ying said with a charming smile, her eyes fixed on him. Mu Zhi'an had once been one of those passionate young men, eager to impress her. He'd spent a fortune on useless trinkets at the auction house. Auctioneers like Fei Ying loved clients like him. It was only natural for her to offer him special treatment. Some auctioneers even went a step further, fulfilling their wealthy clients' special requests to secure their patronage. However, someone of Fei Ying's caliber didn't need to resort to such tactics. Her skills as an auctioneer were enough to guarantee a steady stream of clients. Mu Zhi'an pulled out a list and placed it on the table. I won't be attending the auction today, Fei Ying. Just prepare 3 portions of each herb on this list. Fei Ying picked up the list and scanned it. The herbs weren't particularly rare. Gathering them wouldn't be a problem. Very well. I'll have someone prepare them immediately, she replied, nodding. Then, her eyes twinkled mischievously. Are you sure you don't want to browse the auction floor, young Master Mu? I can offer you a special discount. She leaned towards him, her gaze seductive. Mu Zhi'an looked up at her, feeling a wave of pressure wash over him. In every sense of the word, cheongsams truly were the most flattering garments for women. He wrapped an arm around her slender waist, pulling her closer. If that's the discount you're offering, Fei Ying, I'm definitely interested. Fei Ying, surprised by his boldness, didn't react. She simply smiled at him. This isn't the place for such activities, young Master Mu. Let go. It wouldn't be good if someone saw us. Mu Zhi'an chuckled. You think I care about my reputation? He pulled her closer, enjoying her warmth. A blush finally crept up Fei Ying's cheeks. You little rascal, she chided, her voice soft and alluring. Let go. He released her and leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. Fei Ying took a step back, glancing at him. Her eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed different. His demeanor had changed. Could it be those rumors about him standing up for justice were true? The story of Mu Zhi'an protecting the young lady from Gong Sunzan's assault had spread throughout Tianjin City. Many had doubted its authenticity, even after the victim herself had confirmed it. It couldn't be helped. His reputation as a playboy was too deeply ingrained. People would sooner believe it would rain blood than believe he would act heroically. Fei Ying had been one of the skeptics, because in the past, his gaze had always been filled with lust. She'd assumed he would have joined Gong Sunzan in assaulting the servants, not stopped him. But judging by his behavior today, the rumors might actually be true. While he had been somewhat forward with her, his demeanor and tone were far more natural, lacking the usual sleaziness. That confidence, that self-assuredness, was incredibly attractive. However, now wasn't the time for idle chatter or trying to figure out what had changed him. She knew her priorities. "Wait here. I'll have someone prepare the herbs for you," she said. Mu Zhi'an nodded. As she turned to leave, he spoke again. "By the way, is Chairman Huang at the auction house today?" "The chairman?" Fei Ying paused, turning to look at him, her brow furrowed in confusion. "You're looking for our chairman?" "It seems he is here," Mu Zhi'an said, a knowing smile on his face. Fei Ying nodded. "He's here today. He said he was waiting for an important guest." "Then please inform him that his guest has arrived," Mu Zhi'an replied with a smile. Fei Ying assumed he was joking. "Don't be silly, young Master Mu. I wouldn't dare disturb the chairman without a good reason. Just wait here. I'll bring you the herbs shortly." Mu Zhi'an set down his teacup. "I'm serious, Fei Ying. Just tell Chairman Huang that I'm here. Whether he chooses to see me or not is up to him." Fei Ying studied him, her eyes narrowed. He wasn't joking. Could it be that the chairman's important guest was actually this young master from the Mu family? Well, it wouldn't hurt to inform the chairman. She smiled, her expression turning seductive. "Very well, young Master Mu. I'll inform the chairman, but I can't guarantee he'll come." Mu Zhi'an nodded, watching as she swayed out of the room, her figure captivating. He wasn't worried about Chairman Huang refusing to see him. The chairman was a smart man. He would definitely come. The Gongsun family would provide manpower. The Mu family would deal with the black-robed man and also provide manpower. Surely the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce wouldn't sit this one out. Eliminating rogue cultivators required funding, and that funding couldn't come from the Mu family, nor was it appropriate for the Gongsun family to bear the cost. The Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, however, they were the perfect sponsor. In a private room, the chairman of the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce sat leisurely, his attire luxurious, his face etched with the passage of time. He sipped tea, his demeanor calm and composed. "Darling, where is this important guest you mentioned? I need to attend the auction soon. Manor is already waiting for me," the beautiful woman said, massaging his shoulders. "This is the first time someone has stood you up, isn't it?" Her tone was laced with annoyance. She knew her husband placed great importance on this meeting, arriving at the auction house early in the morning to wait. But nearly an hour had passed, and the important guest was still nowhere to be seen. Chairman Huang chuckled, stroking his beard. "I didn't make an appointment with him." "What?" The woman stared at him, dumbfounded. "If you didn't make an appointment, how do you know he's coming?" "He'll come. It's business," Chairman Huang replied with a knowing smile. "It would be troublesome if he didn't." His wife's brow furrowed with worry. "Is this deal that important?" He nodded. "Very important. If he doesn't come, I'll make a fortune, and that worries me." "Worried about making money?" his wife repeated, confused. Chairman Huang tapped his jade ring against the table. "There's no such thing as easy money in this world. If I make a fortune now, I might have to pay a higher price later. Free things aren't always truly free." His wife nodded slowly, as if understanding, but not quite. "Darling, it's been over an hour. The auction is about to start. If I don't leave now, Manor will be upset," she said. "Let her be upset. You spoil her too much. That's why she's so reckless. One day, she'll learn her lesson the hard way." Chairman Huang frowned. His tone was stern, but his expression softened as he thought of his daughter. "Fine, go find Manor. If he doesn't show up, I'll visit him myself in the next few days." He had no sons, only a daughter with his wife. They had doted on her since she was a child, spoiling her rotten. His wife nodded and left the room. Moments later, Fei Ying, clad in her red cheongsam, entered the room. Chairman, the auction is about to begin. Chairman Huang rolled 2 smooth, round gemstone balls in his hand. I know, but you usually handle these matters. There's no need to consult me. He paused, then asked casually, is there something else? The young master of the Mu family is here requesting an audience. He claims to be the important guest you're waiting for. Fei Ying hesitated, glancing at the chairman, whose expression remained unreadable. Shall I turn him away? No. Go and host the auction. Chairman Huang set down the gemstone balls and chuckled, stroking his beard. For an important guest, it's only fitting that I greet him personally. We must show our sincerity. Fei Ying stared at him, surprised. Then, she remembered the Mu family's young master, his bold actions, and his words. Could it be the chairman's important guest was truly that playboy from the Mu family? She raised a hand to her lips, her eyes flickering. Chairman Huang entered the private room and saw the young man sipping tea. Mu Zhi'an looked up, smiling. Uncle Huang. Chairman Huang smiled back and took a seat across from him. A servant poured him a cup of tea, then discreetly retreated. He dismissed the remaining servants, then took a sip of tea, a sigh escaping his lips. Nephew Mu, I haven't slept well these past few days. If you're having trouble sleeping, Uncle, I can ask Elder Ren to concoct some calming pills for you, Mu Zhi'an said, his voice filled with concern. Thank you. Please convey my gratitude to Elder Ren. Chairman Huang chuckled. He paused, then sighed again. But the key to a good night's sleep isn't medicine, Nephew Mu. It's you. Me? Chairman Huang nodded. I was worried you saw me as an outsider. That's why I couldn't sleep. Mu Zhi'an smiled. How could that be, Uncle? I've always considered you a close friend. That's why I came to see you today. He got straight to the point. You've heard about the Black Robe Man, haven't you, Uncle? As long as he's in Tianxian City, none of us can rest easy. Chairman Huang nodded in agreement. You're right, Nephew Mu. We must get rid of him. He paused, then continued. However, the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce is a relatively new establishment. Our foundation is weak. I'm afraid I don't have much to offer. But if you need anything, just ask. I'll do my best to help. It was always a pleasure dealing with smart people. Mu Zhi'an nodded. Actually, I asked Fei Ying for some herbs earlier. They're necessary for dealing with the Black Robe Man. Chairman Huang waved his hand dismissively. Consider those herbs a gift, Nephew Mu, and I'll provide you with some gold to cover the expenses of this operation. Mu Zhi'an shook his head. I don't need gold, Uncle, but I do need some spirit stones. He glanced at the generous chairman. If gold and silver were the currency of the mortal realm, spirit stones were the currency of the cultivation world. Unlike gold and silver, spirit stones could be refined and absorbed, providing cultivators with pure spiritual energy. For cultivators, spirit stones were far more valuable than any earthly treasure. Of course, gold and silver still had their uses. In the mortal realm, they were the only currency that mattered. Chairman Huang's eyes flickered. Spirit stones. How many do you need, Nephew Mu? 50,000, Mu Zhi'an replied. Normally, even disciples from large sects only received 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones as their monthly allowance. He'd estimated that 50,000 was the most Chairman Huang would be willing to part with. However, the chairman shook his head. No, that's not enough. He looked at Mu Zhi'an, his expression serious. I'll give you 100,000. Mu Zhi'an was stunned. He hadn't expected this. The chairman wasn't haggling. He'd doubled the amount. The Black Robe Man isn't worth that much, Mu Zhi'an protested. But you are, Nephew Mu. Chairman Huang set down his teacup and smiled. You know I'm a businessman. I have no interest in power struggles. As long as I can live comfortably, I'm content. As for your disagreements with the Gongsun and Bai families, I have no interest in getting involved. He was saying, I'll provide the funds, but don't drag me into your squabbles. I just want to make money. Mu Zhi'an understood. There's something I don't understand, Uncle, Mu Zhi'an said. If you don't want to get involved, why did you cooperate with the Gongsun family to target the Bai family? Chairman Huang shook his head. I never resorted to violence against the Bai family. In our line of work, we call it a business war. Come to think of it, He'd never sent anyone to attack the Bai family. At least, according to the information he had, the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce had only focused on undermining the Bai family's business in Tianjin City. Mu Zhi'an thought to himself, I'll have the spirit stones delivered to the Mu Manor shortly. I hope they're of use, Chairman Huang said with a smile. You're a wise man, Uncle Huang, Mu Zhi'an replied sincerely. Chairman Huang laughed heartily, setting down his teacup. And you're a smart one, Nephew Mu. They chatted for a while longer. Then Chairman Huang said, the auction is still going on. If you're interested, you can watch from a private room. Fei Ying is hosting today. He knew Mu Zhi'an had been interested in Fei Ying in the past, and he didn't want to offend her. With her skills, she could easily find work at another auction house. And more importantly, due to her connections, he couldn't afford to retaliate if she left. As a businessman, he prioritized profit. He wouldn't act rashly if it meant jeopardizing his business. The 100,000 spirit stones he'd given Mu Zhi'an and his cautious approach towards Fei Ying were both motivated by profit. Well, since I'm already here, Mu Zhi'an nodded. Chairman Huang smiled. But be careful, Nephew Mu. Don't do anything inappropriate to Fei Ying. If you cause trouble, I won't be able to help you. After all, Fei Ying had a powerful older sister. She was a disciple of the Two Polarities sect, and rumor had it she was already an inner disciple. The Two Polarities sect, that alone was a deterrent. The sect's elders wouldn't intervene in mundane matters. But being a disciple of the sect meant connections. Offending Fei Ying could mean offending a lot of people. Chairman Huang was well aware of this. Mu Zhi'an smiled. I understand. He understood better than anyone. Killing one person often meant making an enemy of many. Kill someone, and their father might seek revenge. Kill the father, and the grandfather might appear, followed by the great-grandfather and even the ancestor. Even in the world of cultivation, connections mattered. Those protagonists who killed with impunity. They were chosen ones, blessed with immense destiny. They were difficult to kill. In reality, if you killed someone far more powerful than you wouldn't get away with it. Led by a servant, Mu Zhi'an arrived at the auction floor and settled into a private room. It was spacious and comfortable, a welcome respite from the noise and crowds outside. However, as he sat down, something caught his eye. Among the bidders on the auction floor, he saw a familiar face. Yu, what a coincidence! Mu Zhi'an chuckled. Was he destined to clash with the protagonist? It might be a coincidence, but it felt as if fate was constantly trying to pit Yu against him to elevate the protagonist at the expense of the supporting character. On the stage, Fei Ying, her figure alluring in her red cheongsam, surveyed the crowd, her voice soft and seductive. The next item is rather unique. It's said to be a fragment of a weapon wielded by an ancient expert. While it might seem rusty now, perhaps a skilled craftsman could restore it to its former glory. Mu Zhi'an looked at the item on display. It was an ordinary-looking bronze shard, its surface etched with intricate patterns, but it was broken and tarnished. The bidders lost interest. If Fei Ying wasn't the one hosting the auction, they would probably be demanding refunds. They hadn't come here to bid on junk. Starting bid, 100 spirit stones. Silence met her words. No one raised a hand. Fei Ying wasn't surprised. She continued smiling at the crowd. They didn't understand the true value of this bronze shard. While it might look like scrap metal, according to her sources, it was indeed a fragment of a weapon wielded by an ancient expert. 100 spirit stones was practically giving it away. If someone could integrate this shard into a weapon, it would become a priceless treasure. Even if it couldn't be used, it was still a valuable collectible. Unfortunately, no one in the room seemed to recognize its potential. 150 spirit stones. A young man's voice, calm and clear, broke the silence. Fei Ying looked towards the source of the voice, her brow furrowed in surprise. It was that cripple from the Yi family. She'd heard he'd reached the peak of qi condensation in just a few months. A true genius. So, there was someone with discerning eyes. A hint of admiration flickered in her gaze. Yu, noticing her attention, felt a surge of pride. He maintained a calm facade, but his eyes burned with excitement as he stared at the bronze shard. The old man slumbering within him had declared it to be a treasure. He had to obtain it. Thankfully, no one else seemed to recognize its value. Otherwise, things would get complicated. 150 spirit stones. Do I hear a higher bid? Fei Ying scanned the crowd, then continued. 150 spirit stones once. 500 spirit stones. A voice echoed from a private room. The entire auction floor seemed to freeze. Yi Yu stared at the room, his jaw slack with shock. Even without seeing the bidder's face, he recognized the voice. Mu Zhi'an. The atmosphere in the room shifted, becoming charged with a strange tension. The other bidders recognized the voice as well, their gazes turning towards Yi Yu, filled with knowing smiles. It was no secret that Mu Zhi'an and Yi Yu were rivals. Mu Zhi'an was clearly bidding against him out of spite. Him again. Yi Yu glared at the private room, his eyes burning with anger. However, Mu Zhi'an, who was enjoying a cup of tea and a shoulder massage in his private room, was oblivious to the drama unfolding below. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He only needed to remember one thing. Anything Yi Yu wanted was definitely a treasure. After the auction concluded, Yi Yu, having acquired the necessary herbs, found himself chatting with Fei Ying backstage. If I'm not mistaken, those are the ingredients for foundation establishment pills. Are you close to breaking through, young Master Yi? Fei Ying asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she instructed a servant to hand him the herbs. To be nearing foundation establishment after only a few months. It was an impressive feat. Yi Yu, feeling a surge of pride at her surprised reaction, maintained a calm facade. He shook his head modestly. I'm simply returning to foundation establishment. It's only natural for my cultivation to progress faster now. He sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. Unfortunately, I don't have many spirit stones left. The bronze shard had gone to Mu Zhi'an. At least he probably doesn't know its true value. That was his only consolation. Fei Ying, are my herbs ready? A familiar voice echoed from behind him, pulling him back to reality. He turned to see Mu Zhi'an approaching, escorted by a servant. The young master had a pleasant smile on his face, his handsome features attracting the attention of the female servants. Compared to Yi Yu's low-key demeanor, Mu Zhi'an's confidence and charisma naturally drew more attention. Fei Ying nodded. They're ready, young Master Mu. Follow me to the private room. Mu Zhi'an casually placed his arm around her slender waist, smiling. Let's go now. I have some errands to run. Unless you're busy, Fei Ying? Fei Ying narrowed her eyes, glancing at him playfully. After a moment, she smiled seductively. Very well. Let's go. Unlike Yi Yu, who was always trying to appear modest and humble, Mu Zhi'an was more genuine. He expressed his desires openly, and she found his use of the term Fei Ying rather endearing. She glanced at Yi Yu, her red shoes clicking against the floor. It was a pleasure doing business with you, young Master Yi. Perhaps we'll meet again soon. We'll be on our way now. With that, she left with Mu Zhi'an. Yi Yu watched them go, his gaze lingering on Fei Ying's alluring figure and the young master's hand resting possessively on her waist. His usually calm heart was filled with a sudden turmoil. He had always believed that women would only hinder his cultivation progress. However, seeing Mu Zhi'an's carefree attitude, he couldn't help but wonder. Perhaps enjoying life wasn't such a bad thing? As they walked towards the private room, Fei Ying glanced at Mu Zhi'an, her lips curving into a knowing smile. Had enough, you little rascal. Could I have more? Mu Zhi'an asked, his tone playful. What do you think? She retorted, swatting his hand away. Mu Zhi'an sighed dramatically. I spent 1,000 spirit stones on a rusty old shard just for you, Fei Ying. Can't you at least offer me a little comfort? She chuckled, her smile seductive. That might work on those naive little girls, but not on me. If it wasn't for you, then why else would I buy it? Mu Zhi'an asked, feigning seriousness. Fei Ying glanced at him, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Who knows? As an auctioneer, she encountered all sorts of people. Mu Zhi'an's sweet talk might work on inexperienced girls, but it wasn't enough to impress someone of her caliber. They arrived at the private room, and Fei Ying instructed a servant to bring Mu Zhi'an the herbs and the bronze shard. She looked at the pile of items, then removed her ring and stored everything inside. "You're giving me your ring?" Mu Zhi'an asked, surprised. "Don't get any ideas," she retorted, rolling her eyes. "It's just a loan. Have someone return it to me tomorrow. This was a gift from my sister before she entered the sect. If you lose it, you'll regret it." Her willingness to lend him such a valuable item warmed his heart. He nodded, accepting the ring. Then he asked, "Speaking of which, who's your sister? Maybe I know her." Fei Ying's eyes twinkled with amusement. "She's beautiful, but you definitely don't know her. She rarely left home, even as a child. And after joining the Two Polarities sect, she became even more reclusive. She visits me occasionally, but she always keeps her identity secret." "Sounds mysterious," Mu Zhi'an murmured. Seeing that she wasn't willing to reveal her sister's identity, he didn't press her further. After chatting for a while longer, Mu Zhi'an took the ring and left. Mu Manor. After instructing a servant to deliver the herbs to Elder Run, Mu Zhi'an returned to his room, eager to examine the bronze shard. He ran his fingers over its surface, feeling its rough, uneven texture. There was nothing remarkable about it. Anything Yiyu's interested in can't be ordinary. But how do I activate it? He wondered, turning the shard over in his hand. Unlike Yiyu, he didn't have an old man residing within him, and he wasn't a chosen one with great destiny. So, accidentally activating the shard and uncovering its secrets was unlikely. The first elder has traveled the world. He's seen countless treasures. Perhaps he knows something about this shard. Mu Zhi'an decided to seek out the first elder. However, he was stopped by a spy before he could reach the secret chamber. "Young master, the first elder is in seclusion. He's not receiving any visitors." Mu Zhi'an's eyes widened. "He's in seclusion?" The spy nodded respectfully. "The first elder rarely sees anyone. He only summoned you the other day because he happened to be awake. So, he's a cultivation maniac." Mu Zhi'an sighed, disappointed. "If he has time later, please inform him that I have a question for him." The spy nodded. Unable to consult the first elder, Mu Zhi'an returned to his room, determined to unravel the shard's secrets on his own. As he passed through the courtyard, he saw Bai Ruoshi. She stood bathed in moonlight, her white dress clinging to her curves, her shoulders bare, her skin pale and flawless. A few strands of hair framed her face, lending her an alluring charm she hadn't possessed before. Sensing his presence, she turned and smiled. "Good morning, young Master Mu." He nodded and approached her. "You went to the Morning Glory auction house this morning, didn't you? Did you find the herbs?" Bai Ruoshi asked, a flicker of hope in her eyes. If he had the herbs, her father could be healed within days. He was the only one who could stabilize the Bai family. Mu Zhi'an toyed with the bronze shard, a smile playing on his lips. "I did. And I even found something unexpected." Bai Ruoshi sighed in relief. Then, her gaze fell upon the shard in his hand. Her eyes widened. "May I see it?" she asked. "Of course, but its origins are a mystery. I haven't been able to unlock its secrets yet." Before he could finish, Bai Ruoshi reached for the pendant in her neck, unfastening it. Mu Zhi'an's gaze lingered on her movements, enjoying the view. From his angle, he had a unique perspective, large and white. But then, his attention was drawn to the pendant in her hand. It was a crescent-shaped bronze shard, identical to the one he'd acquired at the auction. As if possessing a mind of their own, the two shards merged in a flash of light. Behind Bai Ruoshi, an ancient bronze sword materialized, its aura powerful and imposing. Mu Zhi'an stared at the sword, then at the beautiful woman before him, his voice filled with disbelief. "Ruoshi, where did you get that shard?" "It's a family heirloom," she replied. "My father said it's been passed down for generations. It's a protective talisman, a symbol of our ancestors' blessings." She offered him the shard. "Please accept it, young Master Mu. While the meridian connecting pill is gone, perhaps this will be of use to you. If you infuse it with spiritual energy, its power will be activated." Mu Zhi'an took the shard, turning it over in his hands. He tried to infuse it with spiritual energy. Nothing happened. "It seems it's not meant for me. Or perhaps it's an ancient weapon that can only be wielded by a descendant of the Bai family." He quickly dismissed his disappointment and stepped behind Bai Ruoshi. Young Master Mu? She turned to look at him, but he was already fastening the pendant around her neck. It's a family heirloom, Miss Bai. I have no right to claim it. Keep it. Bai Ruashi stared at him, her eyes filled with a mix of emotions. When she'd pleaded with him for help, he'd insisted on receiving something of value in return. But now, even though the Bai family had nothing to offer, he had still helped them, and he was even giving her the bronze shard he'd acquired. Thinking about his actions these past few days, she felt a warmth spreading through her chest. She instinctively placed a hand over her heart, clutching the pendant. When she looked at him again, her gaze was soft, the last vestiges of suspicion melting away. Can you try infusing it with spiritual energy again? Mu Zhi'an asked. She snapped out of her thoughts and nodded, channeling her spiritual energy into the pendant. The bronze sword reappeared behind her, its aura even more powerful than before. The pendant was formed from two simple shards, yet the energy it emanated was formidable. If she unleashed the sword, it would possess the power of a core formation strike. Mu Zhi'an stared at the sword, then at the beautiful woman before him, speechless. Could she be the protagonist? He thought to himself, baffled. So, this bronze shard was a fragment of an ancient weapon, possibly wielded by an ancestor of the Bai family? That would explain why Bai Ruashi could activate its power so easily. Mu Zhi'an stared at the bronze sword behind her, its aura formidable, and pondered the possibilities. Bai Ruashi, sensing his intense gaze, blushed slightly. Young Master Mu, why are you staring at me? She asked softly. While there was a certain allure to her aloof and untouchable demeanor, he also found her current vulnerability, a consequence of her family's misfortune, rather appealing. Mu Zhi'an snapped out of his thoughts. Just thinking about the Dragonhead Forest in 2 days, he replied. He changed the subject. What level are you at now? 8th level of Foundation Establishment, Bai Ruashi replied softly. Mu Zhi'an blinked, surprised. He looked at her, a newfound respect in his eyes. Her recent troubles had made him forget that the Bai family's young mistress wasn't just a pretty face. She was a talented cultivator, one of the best in her generation. The temptress from a morning glory chamber of commerce, the Bai family's young mistress, and Yi Yu, the former genius of the Yi family. These three were considered the most talented cultivators in Tianxian City. However, unlike the other two, Yi Yu's rapid progress was solely due to the heavenly Dao aura. If I unleash the bronze sword, I might be able to injure even a core formation expert if they're caught off guard, Bai Ruashi added. Mu Zhi'an nodded. In this world, if you couldn't defeat opponents stronger than you, you couldn't call yourself a genius. Only those who could fight above their realm were truly exceptional. And here he was, stuck at the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment. It was almost comical. In those stories, the protagonists often faced antagonists who were slightly stronger, but not overwhelmingly so. The power gap was never too wide, allowing the protagonist to pull off a satisfying victory. Young Master Mu, are you confident you could defeat Yi Yu? Bai Ruashi asked suddenly. Mu Zhi'an shook his head. No. He saw the worry in her eyes and reached out to gently pat her head. Whether I win or lose against Yi Yu, it's not important, he said. From the very beginning, his focus hadn't been on the duel. The true objective wasn't a petty competition, but bandit suppression. Suppressing the Black-Robe Bandit. The outcome of his duel with Yi Yu was irrelevant. Can I accompany you to the Dragonhead Forest that day? Bai Ruashi asked. Mu Zhi'an nodded. I was hoping you would. I might need your help. If Bai Ruashi was just an ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivator, she wouldn't be of much use in the bandit suppression operation. But if she could fight above her realm, her bronze sword would be a valuable trump card. There's no need to be so formal, young Master Mu, Bai Ruashi replied, shaking her head. I owe you a great debt. Just tell me what you need. After that night, after Mu Zhi'an had met with her father, she had resolved to repay his kindness, no matter the cost. I'll protect you, she added. If a battle erupted between core formation experts at the Dragonhead Forest, even Wei Mingru wouldn't be able to protect Mu Zhi'an at all times. And that's where she would come in. Mu Zhi'an's expression turned strange upon hearing her sincere declaration. He knew she meant well, but it felt odd. They were the same age, yet she was offering to protect him. Bai Ruashi, noticing his reaction, blushed slightly. Well, say something, young Master Mu. Mu Zhi'an recovered. I appreciate your offer, he said with a smile. He paused, then continued. But you don't need to protect me. I have another task for you, and only you can do it. Bai Ruoshi looked at him, her brow furrowed in confusion. Mu Zhi'an leaned in close, his lips brushing against her ear, and whispered something to her. His warm breath tickled her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Her eyes glistened with a mixture of confusion and anticipation. After a moment, she calmed down and nodded resolutely. I understand. If things unfold as you predict, young Master Mu, I'll deliver the final blow. Mu Zhi'an nodded, satisfied. Thank you, Miss Bai. As they chatted in the courtyard, a servant approached them. She saw the beautiful woman, her cheeks flushed as if she'd been drinking, and hesitated, wondering if she was interrupting something. What is it? Mu Zhi'an asked. The servant recovered. Young Master, a servant from the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce requests an audience. Why would someone from the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce come to the Mu Manor? Bai Ruoshi glanced at Mu Zhi'an, her brow furrowed. Mu Zhi'an's expression remained unchanged. He didn't seem surprised. Bring him to the main hall, he instructed. After the servant left, Bai Ruoshi whispered, Young Master Mu, why would the Chamber of Commerce? The Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce was one of the forces targeting the Bai family. It was only natural for her to be concerned about their sudden appearance. Don't worry, Miss Bai. The enemy of your enemy is your friend. Besides, the Chamber of Commerce is funding our bandit suppression operation. They're here to deliver the money, Mu Zhi'an explained with a smile. Businessmen prioritize profit. The Chamber of Commerce wasn't contributing manpower, so they had to contribute financially. However, he hadn't expected Chairman Huang to deliver the 100,000 spirit stones before they'd even dealt with the black-robed man. They arrived at the main hall. The servant, who had been waiting for them, bowed respectfully and presented Mu Zhi'an with a storage ring. Young Master Mu. Mu Zhi'an accepted the ring and scanned it with his consciousness, confirming the amount of spirit stones inside. He nodded, satisfied. Thank you. You're dismissed. The servant hesitated. Young Master Mu, Miss Feiying asked me to retrieve her ring. I'll return it to her personally, Mu Zhi'an replied. It was a borrowed item. He wasn't comfortable letting a stranger return it. The servant, seeing his resolute expression, bowed and left. Bai Ruoshi, however, was confused. Miss Feiying's ring? Mu Zhi'an chuckled, shaking his head. Don't worry about it, Miss Bai. It's nothing important. More importantly, let's go see how Elder Ren is progressing with the medicine. If all goes well, you can take it to your father tonight. And then the bandit suppression feast would begin. Yi Manor. Yi returned home with the herbs he'd acquired. After placing them carefully in a corner of his room, he sat down on his bed and closed his eyes, his usually gentle face now clouded with a brooding expression. It was understandable. The bronze shard that should have been his was now in Mu Zhi'an's possession. And that wasn't all. Even the chief auctioneer of the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce seemed to favor Mu Zhi'an. The memory of Feiying's alluring beauty and her praises for the wastrel, the way she had allowed herself to be embraced by him, ignited a jealous fire in Yi Yu's heart. He had always believed that cultivation was paramount, but witnessing Mu Zhi'an's easy intimacy with Feiying stirred something dark and possessive within him. Mu Zhi'an had beguiled his fiancée, stolen his thunder, deliberately provoked him, and snatched away the bronze shard that rightfully belonged to him. The events at the auction replayed in his mind, each scene fueling his anger. He clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead throbbing. He took a deep breath, struggling to regain his composure. Calm down. Don't lose control. Whether it was by Ruoshi or Feiying, after the duel, everyone would know who was truly worthy of their attention. Right now, he needed to focus on cultivating. He had to train harder than ever. Then, he would defeat Mu Zhi'an in their duel, rise above him, and claim everything he held dear. Meanwhile, at the Mu Manor, Mu Zhi'an led by Ruoshi along a corridor, arriving at an open courtyard. Several cauldrons of different colors were arranged there. While Mu Zhi'an didn't know their specific functions, He knew that alchemists typically possessed multiple cauldrons. It was said that a cauldron was an alchemist's lifeline. Knowing that Eldarin disliked being disturbed during alchemy, Mu Zhi'an didn't greet him directly. Instead, he found a spot nearby and sat down with Bairuashi, waiting for the old man to finish. Even from a distance, Mu Zhi'an could feel the intense heat emanating from the cauldron. It was a testament to the demanding nature of alchemy. After nearly half an hour, the heat gradually subsided. Eldarin slowly opened his cloudy eyes and made a gesture with his hand toward the cauldron. 6 gleaming pills flew out, each faintly adorned with the illusion of a roaring beast. A rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. Eldarin took out 2 jade bottles, placing 1 pill in the first and the remaining 5 in the second. He then turned to Mu Zhi'an and handed him the bottles. 6 pills from this batch. Not bad, I'd say. Mu Zhi'an nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Eldarin. The old man chuckled, a rare smile gracing his face. Some might find alchemy tedious, but I find it rather enjoyable. Seeing Mu Zhi'an's puzzled expression, he elaborated. It's like young master's frequent visits to the pleasure quarters. For an old man like me, it'd be quite a feat to maintain such consistency. But for young master, it seems as effortless as eating and drinking. Because for young master, it's a source of pleasure. Bairuashi glanced at Mu Zhi'an, her lips twitching slightly. His recent behavior had almost made her forget that the young master of the Mu family was a well-known patron of those establishments. He had only recently started to exercise restraint. Let's not dwell on the past, Eldarin. Mu Zhi'an thought, his smile a little strained. He handed one of the bottles to Bairuashi. Give this to your father tonight, Miss Bai. He then took 2 pills from the other bottle and offered them to Eldarin. Take these, Eldarin. They might come in handy. The old man accepted the pills with a kind smile. Thank you, young master. These were revitalizing pills, extremely effective in treating injuries. They could quickly restore one's vitality. They would be invaluable during the bandit suppression operation. You're quite cautious, young master, Eldarin remarked. Although the black-robed man was a core formation expert, he wasn't as strong as he was. With Wei Mingru, the Bai family head, and the core formation expert from the Gongsun family and the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, the black-robed man wouldn't stand a chance, even if he had wings. However, Mu Zhi'an sighed. I still don't feel comfortable. Eldarin frowned. You think we're not enough to deal with him? If it was just the black-robed man, we'd be more than enough, Mu Zhi'an replied, looking at the old man. But the main course is just the beginning. We have side dishes to worry about. They could cooperate because they shared a common enemy. But what about after the black-robed man was dealt with? Without a common enemy, would they remain allies? And then there was Bairuashi's mother. She was only at the Foundation establishment realm. How could she possibly orchestrate the downfall of 3 great families? Bai Yuanfeng must have other allies, stronger allies. Eldarin understood Mu Zhi'an's concerns. What are you suggesting, young master? That we involve those old monsters? Mu Zhi'an shook his head. That's a last resort. The Mu family had several elders who were core formation experts, but they were all eccentric and unpredictable. They were aware of the bandit suppression operation, and if he asked for their help directly, he might be rejected. Moreover, it would reflect poorly on him, making him appear weak and indecisive. I have someone else in mind, Mu Zhi'an said. Who? Eldarin asked, his curiosity piqued. Mu Zhi'an looked at him. Someone who's always dreamed of leaving home, but never had the chance. I'm going to give her a reason to leave. But whether she takes it depends on her. And if she does, I'll finally have a chance to thank her for the king beast vine. Night had fallen. Mu Zhi'an sat in his study, the warm glow of candlelight illuminating the room. Outside, the courtyard was shrouded in a peaceful darkness, the rustling of leaves the only sound in the night air. Dressed in a pale yellow gown, Wei Mingru stood at the courtyard entrance. After instructing a servant to prepare the carriage, she turned to Bairuashi and spoke softly. Moments later, Bairuashi departed from the Mu Manor, escorted by Wei Mingru, heading towards the secluded cottage where her father was recuperating. Mu Zhi'an twirled his brush between his fingers, his knuckles rapping lightly against the table. He shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips. It's still not enough. He had sent a letter to Lan Mulian at the Two Polarities sect, seeking her assistance, but that had been in the morning. Now, night had fallen. Even if she intended to refuse, he should have received a reply by now. Was she still considering his request? Or was she simply ignoring him? Or perhaps she had tacitly agreed and was already on her way to Tianxian City? If Lan Mulian didn't come, he would have to break protocol and seek help from the reclusive elders. However, Mu Zhi'an was reluctant to involve them unless absolutely necessary. Firstly, this entire situation could be viewed as a test from the elders. And secondly, even his father struggled to persuade those old monsters. What hope did he, a mere junior, have? After pondering for a while, Mu Zhi'an retrieved another paper crane from his drawer. As far as he knew, this crane was also one of Lan Mulian's treasures. Unlike ordinary paper cranes, this one possessed exceptional speed and range. Most importantly, it could bypass the Two Polarities sect's defenses. Lan Mulian had used this crane to send him a letter previously, but he'd forgotten to reply. He could use the back of the paper to write his message. Ideally, he'd convince Lan Mulian to descend the mountain. But if his senior sister refused, he'd have to find another solution. He dipped his brush in ink and began writing another persuasive letter, adding a few teasing remarks for good measure. Teasing wasn't strictly necessary, but a little flirtation could go a long way in strengthening their bond. Lan Mulian was clearly the aloof and reserved type. If he didn't make an effort, their relationship would never progress. A well-timed tease could also ease the tension between them. Of course, this tactic only worked if you knew what you were doing. Clumsy flirting would only make things awkward. After finishing the letter, Mu Zhi'an folded the paper into a crane and tossed it out the window. He watched as the crane soared into the night sky, a sigh escaping his lips. He'd done everything he could. Now, all he could do was wait. Two Polarities sect. Dressed in a flowing white robe, Lan Mulian sat gracefully in a pavilion nestled amidst the towering peaks of Two Polarities Peak. Clouds wreathed the mountaintops, and the air hummed with spiritual energy. A thin veil concealed her face, but it did little to hide her ample bosom, the outline of her curves a tantalizing suggestion beneath her robes. She held a letter in her hand, her eyes scanning the contents. A ripple of emotion disturbed her usually placid expression. This was the letter Mu Zhi'an had sent earlier, delivered by the paper crane. He described his recent troubles, casually mentioning the black-robed man and the threat he posed. He'd also written about Tianxian City, its unique characteristics and delectable cuisine. Ultimately, the letter was an elaborate invitation for her to visit the Mu Manor and receive the revitalizing pills he'd prepared for her. His sincerity was evident in every word. However, despite his sweet words, Lan Mulian saw through his intentions. He wanted to help him deal with this black-robed man. "Why beat around the bush?" she murmured. She folded the letter and stored it in her storage ring, then rose to her feet. It was strange, she thought, how even when you knew someone was being manipulative, their words could still bring a flutter of warmth to your heart. She knew Mu Zhi'an was trying to curry favor with her, yet she couldn't help but feel a fondness for the mischievous young man. As she passed by a group of disciples, they looked at her with a mixture of awe and admiration. It wasn't just the male disciples. Even the female disciples held her in high regard. She was the sect master's closed-door disciple, blessed with extraordinary talent. But more importantly, despite her cold demeanor, she was known for her kindness. She often helped disciples who were struggling, though few had ever seen her true face. "Senior sister, are you going down the mountain?" one of the disciples asked. Lan Mulian paused, nodding slightly. "There's a demonic disturbance at the foot of the mountain. I must investigate." In his letter, Mu Zhi'an had mentioned the black-robed man and his unique characteristics. While she couldn't be certain, based on his description, the black-robed man was most likely a rogue cultivator. A demonic disturbance? The disciple echoed her words, stealing another glance at the beautiful woman in white. Everyone in the sect knew that senior sister Lan rarely descended the mountain. And even if there was a demonic disturbance, other disciples were more than capable of handling it. This was highly unusual. Lan Mulian shook her head, a faint smile playing on her lips. Perhaps leaving home would be a more accurate description. Mu Zhi'an didn't know this, but even without his invitation, she would have found a reason to visit Tianxian City soon. It wasn't about leaving home. She simply wanted to see her younger sister, to spend time with her and catch up. She had planned to descend the mountain in 2 months, but since Mu Zhi'an had extended an invitation, she might as well seize this opportunity. She made a gesture with her hand, summoning a cloud to carry her away. As Lan Mulian departed from the Two Polarities sect, she was unaware that another paper crane soared through the night sky, heading towards the secluded courtyard where she resided. The crane landed gently on a black and white go-board. A woman of unparalleled beauty, dressed in a black robe, paused mid-move, her gaze falling upon the crane. She picked it up, her brow furrowed in confusion. Then, a slow smile spread across her lips. She carefully unfolded the letter. Later that night, Bai Ruoshi, under Wei Mengru's watchful eye, arrived safely at the secluded cabin where her father was recovering. Her gaze fell upon the man lying on the bed, his face pale and drawn. She walked over and gently placed the jade bottle in his hand, her eyes filled with concern. "Father, this is a revitalizing pill. Take it and regain your strength." Bai Heng slowly opened his eyes. He stared at the bottle in his hand, his brow furrowing. "A revitalizing pill? Did you find a king bee's vine?" Bai Ruoshi nodded. "Young Master Mu went to the Two Polarities sect last night. I don't know how he did it, but he managed to acquire the vine. Elder Rin finished refining the pills this afternoon." A look of astonishment crossed Bai Heng's face. He knew his daughter wouldn't joke about something like this, but he still couldn't quite believe it. He uncorked the bottle, and a rich, invigorating aroma filled the air. It really is a revitalizing pill." His eyes widened in disbelief, then lit up with hope. With this pill, he could fully recover by morning. He wouldn't have to lie here, helpless and useless, any longer. But his joy was tempered by confusion. The king beast vine grew within the Two Polarities sect. It was an incredibly rare herb, even among the sect's disciples. How had that Mu boy gotten his hands on it? Whatever the reason, they owed Mu Zhi'an and the Mu family a great debt. And the reason he helped them was probably because of Ruoshi. Bai Heng sighed, looking at his daughter with a mixture of pride and concern. "You've been through a lot lately, Ruoshi." She shook her head. "Young Master Mu has helped us tremendously, father. I haven't done anything." Her voice softened as she spoke of Mu Zhi'an. Bai Heng noticed the subtle change in her demeanor, the warmth in her eyes. He sighed inwardly. He'd always believed that Yi Yu had a brighter future, that his daughter might regret her decision someday. However, Mu Zhi'an's recent actions had shaken his convictions. To acquire the king beast vine in less than a day, the young master of the Mu family might not be the useless wastrel everyone thought he was. Bai Ruoshi's expression turned serious. "Father, what about mother? What are you going to do?" A heavy silence fell over the room. Finally, Bai Heng sighed. "I've wronged your mother. I'll speak with her when I'm feeling better." Bai Ruoshi's heart ached for both her parents. Bai Yuanfeng was her mother, after all. Regardless of her actions, she couldn't simply sever those ties. It wasn't about being naive or forgiving. It was about the years they'd spent together, the bond they shared. Family wasn't so easily discarded. Perhaps sensing her turmoil, Bai Ruoshi asked, "Father, how did you and mother meet?" Bai Heng's gaze turned distant, lost in thought. "Your mother." He looked up, his eyes filled with a mixture of fondness and regret. She was found outside the Bai Manor as a child. One of the elders gave her the name Yuanfeng. According to the elders, a strange purple light appeared in the sky on the day she was found. The air was thick with demonic energy. Your grandfather, fearing she might be corrupted, used a sealing technique to suppress the demonic energy within her. For years, everything was fine. He sighed. "I never imagined." He believed that after all these years, after all they'd shared, Bai Yuanfeng would care for him, for their family. He never imagined she would betray them, that she would attempt to seize control of the three great families. Bifriend was stunned. This was the first time she'd heard about her parents' past. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, she looked up at her father, her eyes wide. "Are you saying Mother was a child bride?" "It wasn't like that," Bifriend replied, shaking his head. "She had many suitors. I was just one of them. But then I became the head of the family." He trailed off, unwilling to elaborate. Even a crude, unrefined man like him had his pride, especially in front of his daughter. He couldn't bring himself to admit that he'd used his position as the family head to win by Yuanfeng's hand. "Return to the Mu Manor with Miss Wei, Ruoshi," he said. "I'll feel better knowing you're safe there." He looked at her seriously. "And remember, if that Mu boy tries to sneak into your room at night and tries to sweet-talk you, don't believe a word he says." Bifriend blushed furiously. "Father, young Master Mu would never. If he wanted to do anything improper, he would have done it already. If Mu Zhi'an was truly that kind of person, he would have taken advantage of her that day in the carriage." Bifriend, torn between amusement and exasperation at his daughter's fierce defense of another man, simply sighed and shook his head. If Mu Zhi'an had made a move back then, he would have only won her body. But now, he had won her heart as well. Her reaction said it all. Unaware of the conversation transpiring between father and daughter, Mu Zhi'an sat on his bed, a pile of spirit stones spread out before him. He closed his eyes, circulating his cultivation technique. As his internal cauldron spun, the spirit stones dissolved, transforming into pure spiritual energy that flowed into his body. This was the advantage of using spirit stones. Normally, cultivators had to refine the spiritual energy from the air before absorbing it, a time-consuming process. But spirit stones contained already refined energy, significantly reducing cultivation time. While the outcome of the duel wasn't important, Mu Zhi'an had wasted a lot of time on frivolous pursuits in the past. He was determined to make up for lost time. After nearly 2 hours, the pile of spirit stones had dwindled significantly. Mu Zhi'an could sense his internal cauldron was nearly a third full. He opened his eyes and slowly exhaled, pushing out with his palm. Bang! The door swung open, the sound echoing through the room. He took a deep breath, feeling the surrounding spiritual energy swirling around him. With each breath, he absorbed more energy, a sense of exhilaration washing over him. He had reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment. At this level, he could expel spiritual energy with enough force to shatter wood and stone. At the peak of foundation establishment, he would be able to manipulate objects with his mind, summoning weapons from afar. And at core formation, he would be able to fly with his sword, just like Wei Min grew. It felt amazing. The difference between the 2nd and 3rd levels was significant. He looked at his hand, a satisfied smile on his lips. He calmed his mind and closed his eyes again, entering a meditative state. The next morning, Mu Zhi'an was at the training grounds, sparring with Wei Min grew. Despite his past indulgences, he still possessed a solid foundation. And with Wei Min grew holding back, their initial exchanges were relatively even. However, close combat wasn't Wei Mingrew's forte. As the spar progressed, she transitioned from physical attacks to spells. A dazzling display of light and energy filled the training grounds, leaving Mu Zhi'an struggling to keep up. "Hold on," he shouted, raising a hand just as she was about to strike him. She froze, her palm hovering inches from his face, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Don't you know not to hit the face?" Mu Zhi'an thought, eyeing her hand warily. He put on a serious expression. "Let's take a break. I have something to ask you." She hesitated, glancing from her hand to him. Finally, she lowered her hand and nodded. Mu Zhi'an sat down on a nearby bench. "When you escorted Miss back last night, did you sense anyone following you?" "If anyone had tried to follow us, I would have known," she replied confidently. "Unless they were a realm above me." Wei Mingru was a core formation expert. A realm above her, that would be nascent soul. Nascent soul experts were incredibly rare, practically mythical figures. Mu Zhi'an nodded. Wei Mingru excelled at stealth and reconnaissance. She was practically an assassin. If she said no one had followed them, then he could be certain of it. He trusted her judgment. Among core formation cultivators, she was one of the best. In modern terms, she'd be a highly skilled detective, dressed in a form-fitting catsuit, of course. "You think someone's following us?" she asked. "I have my suspicions, but I believe you." "It's just strange," Mu Zhi'an replied. "If that black-robed man doesn't show up today, I'm going to assume he has something else planned. Or perhaps he doesn't care about Yiyu as much as he'd have us believe." Wei Mengru's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "That 100,000 spirit stones, did he give you the Gongsun family share as well?" she asked suddenly. Having been by Mu Zhi'an's side, she was aware of the agreement. Even to her, 100,000 spirit stones was an astronomical sum. She couldn't understand why Chairman Huang would give it all to the Mu family. That money was solely for the Mu family. "It has nothing to do with the Gongsun family," Mu Zhi'an replied. "You're saying the Chamber of Commerce is going to give the Gongsun family another 100,000? I don't know. If Chairman Huang is smart, he won't," Mu Zhi'an said with a chuckle. "Merchants are obsessed with profit, but successful merchants, they have vision. They're willing to spend small to win big. He gave us the entire sum because he sees us as valuable allies. In his eyes, the Gongsun family is nothing special. He doesn't need to bribe them. Besides, whether he intended to include the Gongsun family share or not, we're keeping it all." Wei Mengru glanced at him. "You're stealing it?" "Mengru, my dear," Mu Zhi'an said, turning to face her, their eyes meeting. He smiled. "We earned this. How could they be stealing the bandit suppression funds? This was a public service." Meanwhile, Chairman Huang sat leisurely in his lavish hall, sipping tea. Beside him, his beautiful wife seemed troubled. She sighed repeatedly, her brow creased with worry. "Why are you sighing so much?" Chairman Huang asked, looking at her in amusement. "Husband, that 100,000 spirit stones, we just gave it all to the Mu family. What benefit will we receive? How long will it take to earn that back?" Madame Huang lamented, her heart aching at the thought of their lost fortune. "Who says we won't benefit?" Chairman Huang asked, raising an eyebrow. "Someone is disrupting our business. We need to eliminate the obstacle before we can continue making money." He took a sip of tea. "If we don't spend this 100,000 now, we might have to spend even more later." Madame Huang stared at him, her eyes widening. However, he didn't elaborate. "Have you sent word to old Tian?" She nodded. "He agreed to meet us at the Dragon Head Forest tomorrow." "But husband, why do we have to risk our own men when we're the ones paying for this?" Chairman Huang sighed, shaking his head. "We might have given them the money, and it might feel like a loss. But in the coming months, every coin will return to our pockets. We will profit from this." Seeing his wife's confused expression, he decided not to explain further. He tapped his fingers against the armrest, his gaze distant, lost in thought. As the day wore on, just as Mu Zhi'an had anticipated, the black-robed man finally appeared at the Mu Manor. Although he wasn't wearing black robes anymore, after the Gongsun family had placed a bounty on his head, he'd abandoned his signature attire. He now wore plain robes and a wide-brimmed hat that concealed his face. "Are you confident about tomorrow, young Master Mu?" he asked, his voice a low growl. He was clearly aware of Mu Zhi'an's plan to lure Yiyu to the Dragon Head Forest. Mu Zhi'an chuckled. "Does it matter if I win or lose?" If he hadn't regained his memories, this would have been a simple duel, ending with him being humiliated by the protagonist. But now, Yi was nothing more than a pawn in a much larger game. No matter how talented or lucky the chosen one might be, fighting a core formation expert was beyond his capabilities. The gap between foundation establishment and core formation. It was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. Yi stood no chance. Even a protagonist had his limits. The black-robed man chuckled coldly. "I suppose not. Then I shall eagerly await your performance tomorrow, young Master Mu." With that, he vanished in a puff of black smoke. Mu Zhi'an watched him go, then turned to the shadows in the corner of the room. A slender figure stood there, her curves barely concealed by her yellow gown. "Are you confident?" Wei Mengru asked. Mu Zhi'an shook his head. "I told you, winning or losing isn't important." "So you're not confident," she said, seeing through his facade. You still has some tricks up his sleeve, she warned. I know, but so do I, Mu Zhi'an replied, his expression serious. What tricks? Wei Mingru asked, her brow furrowed. She thought she knew him well. She'd never heard him speak of any tricks before. He beckoned her closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes. It's a secret. She hesitated, then walked over to him. What secret? He leaned in close and whispered something she couldn't quite hear. She frowned, leaning closer. What was that? He leaned in again, his lips brushing against her ear. I have you, don't I? She felt his warm breath on her ear, a blush creeping up her neck. Then, she realized he was teasing her. Her eyes narrowed. Relying on others isn't a strategy. It's called being a kept man. Despite her harsh words, her cheeks remained flushed. What's wrong with being a kept man? Mu Zhi'an asked with a grin. He wasn't just planning to rely on Wei Mingru. If all went well, he'd be clinging to Senior Sister Land's leg tomorrow. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke over Tianjin City, its citizens went about their day, oblivious to the deadly game unfolding in the Dragonhead Forest. Dragonhead Forest. This vast expanse of ancient trees lay west of Tianjin City. When viewed from above, the forest resembled a dragon's head, its maw agape, ready to devour the unwary. Within its depths, countless monstrous beasts roamed, making it a perilous place for ordinary mortals. Despite the dangers, cultivators often ventured into the forest, seeking rare ingredients and honing their skills against the formidable beasts. Many, however, never returned. Yi Yu, dressed in dark robes, stood at the forest's entrance, his gaze fixed on the approaching carriage. He recognized the Mu family crest emblazoned on its side. They're finally here. He took a deep breath, his eyes burning with anticipation and a thirst for revenge. He had waited for this day, enduring sleepless nights, dedicating every waking moment to cultivation, all to close the gap between him and Mu Zhi'an. He would avenge his humiliation. While he wasn't entirely confident, he knew Mu Zhi'an wasn't a typical foundation establishment cultivator. Years of indulgence had weakened him. If Yi remained calm and calculated, victory was within reach. He looked up as the carriage drew closer. A handsome young man stepped out. His dark hair and slender frame gave him a gentle, almost delicate appearance. However, it was all a facade. Mu Zhi'an was nothing more than a wastrel, obsessed with women. No matter how well he disguised himself, the truth remained. Stay calm, defeat him, and crush him. Just as Yi was about to speak, he saw Mu Zhi'an walk around the carriage and extend his hand. A slender, pale hand emerged from within, resting gently in his. Then, a beautiful woman stepped out, her white boots peeking out from beneath her knee-length skirt, revealing long, slender legs. Her profile was exquisite, her features delicate and flawless, framed by strands of hair that caressed her cheeks. Her captivating peach blossom eyes were legendary in Tianjin City, capable of bewitching even the most jaded hearts. She was by Ruoshi, the woman who had once haunted the dreams of countless young men. She glanced at Yi Yu, her expression indifferent, then turned away. Her dismissive attitude stung him deeply. She had never shown him any kindness, but she had treated Mu Zhi'an with the same coldness in the past. Now, she seemed completely devoted to him, allowing him to hold her hand as if they were lovers. Yi Yu clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He struggled to contain his rage. Mu Zhi'an, he roared, his voice trembling with fury. He's agitated. Mu Zhi'an noted, but he didn't react. He instructed Bai Ruoshi to wait by the carriage, then walked towards Yi Yu, his eyes studying the young man's tense expression. The truth was, Mu Zhi'an had been waiting for this day as well. Once he dealt with the protagonist, the accursed word supporting character in his status window would finally disappear. However, unlike Yi Yu, he wasn't consumed by impatience. He had accepted his fate. If the protagonist's talent and destiny were truly insurmountable, he would simply lie down and accept defeat. He would enjoy life, indulge in every pleasure, and make the most of his time in this world. But if he won, that would be even better. If he defeated Yi Yu and shed the label of supporting character, he would become the new protagonist. He would utilize the Mu family's vast resources to reach the peak of cultivation, then join the two polarities sect. Perhaps he might even achieve immortality, becoming a legend in his own right. Of course, first he had to deal with the protagonist standing before him. "You're early," Mu Zhi'an said with a smile. Yi Yu glared at him, his expression cold and unyielding. Mu Zhi'an, amused by his seriousness, continued, "Ruashi and I were chatting last night. Time flew by." Yi Yu's face darkened. A shallow woman and a spoiled brat. What do I care about their idle chatter? Mu Zhi'an chuckled. She simply doesn't like you, young Master Yi. Why call her shallow? Do you expect every woman to fawn over you? Enough with the pretense, Mu Zhi'an. You know exactly why she chose you. Yi Yu snapped. Mu Zhi'an shook his head, his smile widening. You claim she humiliated you by breaking off the engagement, but it was arranged by your elders. She had no choice in the matter. And now, after she rejects your advances, you accuse her of being shallow. He continued, and have you forgotten how she treated me in the past, young Master Yi? The chosen one, blessed with great destiny, seemed oblivious to his own flaws. In his mind, breaking off the engagement was an unforgivable offense. Ruashi should have dutifully accepted her fate as his wife, and she shouldn't have treated him with such coldness. Ultimately, Yi Yu viewed Ruashi as his possession, something that rightfully belonged to him. He believed the world revolved around him. He never stopped to consider why she might reject him. Young Master Yi, if you defeat me today, who do you think Ruashi will choose? Mu Zhi'an asked, his words a sharp jab at Yi Yu's already wounded pride. Yi Yu snapped. He lunged forward, his speed comparable to a second-level foundation establishment cultivator. If Mu Zhi'an hadn't absorbed the energy from tens of thousands of spirit stones last night, he would have struggled to react. He pushed out with his palm, sending a wave of energy towards Yi Yu. Third level of foundation establishment. Yi Yu's eyes widened in surprise, but his pace didn't falter. He pushed his speed to the limit, summoning his heavy sword with a flick of his wrist. Clang! The sword flew towards Mu Zhi'an, who barely managed to block the attack with his own weapon. A shockwave rippled outward as their blades clashed. Mu Zhi'an's advantage in cultivation was evident. He channeled his spiritual energy, transforming it into a barrage of blades that hurtled towards Yi Yu. Yi Yu's expression changed. He activated the heavenly Tao aura within him, a faint barrier appearing around his body. The energy blades dissipated harmlessly upon contact. Mu Zhi'an pressed his attack, refusing to give Yi Yu a chance to recover. But Yi Yu was incredibly fast. He dodged each strike with uncanny agility, moving like a phantom. Despite his superior cultivation, Mu Zhi'an was starting to tire. His relentless attacks were draining his energy. Yi Yu was also pale, sweat beading on his forehead. He panted heavily, staring at Mu Zhi'an. So this is the power of a foundation establishment cultivator. Disappointing. He shook his head, a smirk twisting his lips. You're just weak, Mu Zhi'an. Years of indulgence have taken their toll. A true foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be so easily exhausted. His condescending tone and mocking smile would have enraged any other man. However, Mu Zhi'an merely chuckled. You're right. My past indulgences have hindered my performance. And spending the entire night with Ruashi, it took a lot out of me. Yi Yu's eyes widened, his composure shattering. The spiritual energy that had nearly been depleted surged back into his body. Mu Zhi'an watched in astonishment as he swallowed a pill. Yi raised his head, his face regaining some of its color. You forgot, young Master Mu. I'm also an alchemist. In addition to cultivating, he had also been preparing various pills and medicines, specifically for this duel. He lunged at Mu Zhi'an, his sword flashing through the air, a murderous intent burning in his eyes. Against an enemy, showing mercy was a recipe for disaster. He would kill Mu Zhi'an. Ruashi, witnessing his murderous intent, clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an. Spiritual energy surged through her body, her white skirt billowing in the wind. Mu Zhi'an was exhausted. If she didn't intervene, he might die. But then, she noticed something strange. Mu Zhi'an's depleted spiritual energy was also recovering, and at a much faster rate than Yi Yu's. He deflected Yi Yu's attack, sending both swords clattering to the ground. He then punched Yi Yu in the stomach, sending him flying backwards. Yi Yu crashed into a tree, coughing up blood. He looked up at Mu Zhi'an, disbelief etched on his face, just as Mu Zhi'an opened his mouth. He was holding a revitalizing pill. When did you get the idea that you were the only one with recovery pills, young Master Yi? Mu Zhi'an asked, his voice calm and steady. A revitalizing pill? Yi Yu stared at him, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. As an alchemist, he knew the value of such a pill. The Mu family shouldn't have been able to acquire the king beast vine, but that was clearly a revitalizing pill. Bairuashi rushed to Mu Zhi'an's side, her voice filled with concern. Are you all right? He shook his head. Just a little lucky. I'm fine. He glanced at Bairuashi, his gaze lingering on her beautiful face. A thought struck him. If he hadn't stopped Yi Yu from buying that bronze shard at the auction, would Yi Yu be wielding that powerful sword now? Based on his deductions, the sword was most likely an heirloom of the Bai family. However, Yi Yu was the chosen one, and judging by his eagerness to acquire the shard, he might have been able to activate its power as well. If that were the case, Yi Yu would be standing here, not him. Even with only one shard, the sword possessed the power of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. With both shards combined, its destructive force rivaled that of a core formation expert. Wasn't that a classic protagonist power-up? Thank goodness I'm a whale. No matter how lucky you might be, as long as I have money, I can outbid him every time. Mu Zhi'an watched as Yi Yu struggled to his feet, swallowing several pills. Bairuashi frowned. Enough, Yi Yu. There's no need for this. You're not mortal enemies. The duel is over. Over. A cold smile spread across Yi Yu's face. His eyes gleamed with a strange light. During his clash with Mu Zhi'an, the old man residing within him had awakened. If he unleashed the old man's power, even Mu Zhi'an and Bairuashi combined wouldn't stand chance. Despite his injuries, the old man was still a core formation expert. I'm counting on you, Master, Yi Yu whispered inwardly. The old man's voice echoed in his mind, a hint of amusement in his tone. If I intervene, I can't guarantee the boy's safety. Are you sure about this? Yi Yu nodded, his expression resolute. In that instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, its pressure so intense that the beasts in the forest howled in terror, and birds scattered in panic. Bairuashi frowned. Be careful, Mu Zhi'an. Something's wrong. He chuckled. Of course something's wrong. It'd be strange if there wasn't. He was the chosen one, after all. What kind of protagonist didn't have a cheat or a hidden power? However, when the supporting character had a brain, things wouldn't always go according to the script. Mu Zhi'an looked at Yi Yu, his smile widening. Someone else is in control now, I see. Yi Yu spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. Consider this another one of my tricks, young Master Mu. Don't blame me. As long as he defeated Mu Zhi'an, any method was justified. Mu Zhi'an nodded, feigning agreement. You're right. The result is all that matters. Victory is everything. Whether you cheat or not, it's irrelevant. As Yi Yu approached, his expression cold and menacing, Mu Zhi'an's tone shifted, a hint of amusement in his voice. But have you considered one thing, young Master Yi? Yi Yu paused, his brow furrowing. A sense of unease crept into his heart. He glared at Mu Zhi'an, his killing intent intensifying. He lunged forward, reaching for him with his hand. Mu Zhi'an stood his ground, his expression calm. Why do you assume that your enemies will always be at the same level as you? The times have changed, young Master Yi. Just as he finished speaking, a wave of oppressive energy descended from the sky. Yi Yu looked up, his eyes widening in horror as a figure in a wide-brimmed hat landed before him, a chain flying through the air. Before he could react, the chain wrapped around him, binding him tightly. A dark light enveloped him, forming a cocoon. Then, a sphere of milky white light emerged from the cocoon. The heavenly Tao aura. My heavenly Tao aura. Who are you? Who are you? Yi Yu's voice echoed from within the cocoon, filled with terror and disbelief. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. The aura had chosen him, yet it was leaving his body. Your heavenly Tao aura? The black-robed man chuckled coldly. A slightly above-average destiny, and you think you're worthy of the heavenly Tao aura? The aura chooses the one with the greatest destiny. Your destiny might be impressive in Tianxian City, but that's all it is. He reached out, his pale hand grasping for the sphere of light. I'm the one who deserves the heavenly Tao aura. His voice was calm, as if stating a simple fact. The aura pulsed with a faint light as he touched it, as if resisting his grasp. However, the black-robed man was prepared. He retrieved a jade bottle and absorbed the aura within. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Bairuashi stared at the scene before her, speechless with shock. The black-robed man turned to Mu Zhi'an, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Thank you for your cooperation, young Master Mu. Despite his pallor, Mu Zhi'an smiled pleasantly. This was the agreed-upon payment. There's no need for thanks. The black-robed man nodded. You are indeed a man of your word, young Master Mu. He paused, his smile turning predatory. Therefore, I've decided to give you a little gift. Oh, Mu Zhi'an feigned surprise. A gift? What kind of gift? Let's just say rumors will spread that Mu Zhi'an lured Yi Yu to the Dragon Head Forest for a duel, then murdered him in cold blood for Bairuashi. And after taking advantage of the Bai family's young mistress, he was tragically killed by a horde of beasts. The black-robed man's voice was a chilling whisper. You're going to frame me? Mu Zhi'an gasped, feigning fear and outrage. The black-robed man chuckled, about to speak, when Mu Zhi'an interrupted him. How about I give you a gift as well? As Mu Zhi'an spoke, a flicker of fear crossed the black-robed man's heart. His gaze fell upon the old man who had silently appeared behind Mu Zhi'an. He hesitated for a moment, then his unease vanished, replaced by a cold smirk. Is this your so-called surprise? It was Elder Run, the Mu family's retainer. This was a card the Mu family had played openly, a card he was already aware of, and he had a counter for this card. A core formation cultivator was indeed troublesome, but not insurmountable, especially for someone who had come prepared. The black-robed man regained his composure, his eyes fixed on Mu Zhi'an, a chilling glint in their depths. To think the Mu family's retainer would personally escort you to the Dragon Head Forest. You don't trust me very much, do you, young Master Mu? Mu Zhi'an looked at him as if he were a madman. Would you trust a stranger who refuses to even reveal his name? The black-robed man was momentarily speechless, then he burst into laughter. You're right. Ha ha ha. I've been underestimating you, young Master Mu. Even a wastrel can devise a cunning plan. I went through all that trouble to help you win over Miss Bai, and this is how you repay me? I pursued her. I put in the effort. How is it your accomplishment? Mu Zhi'an retorted, his voice laced with amusement. Who the hell do you think you are? The black-robed man's eyes narrowed, a murderous glint in their depths. He slowly raised his hand. It seems you're not satisfied with the gift I gave you, young Master Mu. As he spoke, a wave of killing intent washed over Mu Zhi'an. He felt a chill run down his spine. The black-robed man's figure flickered, and another figure emerged from behind him, also clad in black robes. Unlike the man with the wide-brimmed hat, this one's face was exposed. His features were sharp and angular, his eyes cold and reptilian, their vertical pupils like those of a venomous snake. His aura was chilling, predatory. A demon, Bairuashi gasped. The aura emanating from him was unmistakable, the signature coldness of a demonic cultivator. Demons were one of the most powerful factions in this world. The Two Polarities sect was located in the Eastern Realm, while the Demon Realm lay far to the north. Conflicts between the two factions were frequent, but Tianxian City was practically at the foot of the Two Polarities sect. To think a demon had infiltrated this far. It seemed the Demon Emperor had ambitious plans. The Northern Realm was entirely under demonic control. It was a lawless land, ruled by the Demon Empress, said to be an ancient sky-swallowing python, a white snake of immense power and seductive charm. Countless demons, rogue cultivators, and other nefarious beings had pledged their allegiance to her, becoming her loyal servants. Her power wasn't solely based on her strength. It was also rooted in her alluring charm, her ability to ensnare hearts and minds. No wonder something felt off. He's a demon, Mu Zhi'an thought, surprised. The black-robed man had been hiding his true nature. There had been two of them all along. That explained his confidence. Two core formation demons. Even if Elder Run could handle one, the other would wreak havoc. Demons possessed naturally potent spiritual energy. Due to their bloodline, they were formidable opponents, often surpassing human cultivators of the same realm. And aside from Elder Run, there was only Mu Zhi'an and Bairuashi. Two Foundation establishment cultivators were no match for a core formation demon. You didn't seem too surprised earlier, young Master Mu. How about now? Is this surprising enough? The black-robed man asked, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. His gaze was cold, predatory, like a cat toying with its prey. It was true. Even a powerful family rarely had more than 2 or 3 core formation experts. These 2 core formation demons were practically invincible in this situation. His gaze lingered on Bairuashi, a hint of greed in his eyes. He had no interest in humans, but this girl possessed an abundance of spiritual energy. If he refined her into a cauldron, it would greatly enhance his power. As for Mu Zhi'an, he would make that arrogant brat suffer. To think he, a core formation expert, had been tricked by a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. It had been a humiliating experience, forcing him to abandon his black robes and hide his face in shame. He would have his revenge. 2 core formation demons. I'm impressed, Mu Zhi'an said, his voice filled with mock admiration. However, the fear he'd been feigning vanished, replaced by his usual calm demeanor. The black-robed man frowned. He felt a strange unease, a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. He had imagined Mu Zhi'an's reaction upon discovering his true strength. He'd expected terror, panic, perhaps even a desperate attempt to flee. That was how others had reacted. He would give them a glimmer of hope, make them believe they could escape, then crush their spirits at the last moment, reveling in their despair. He'd wanted to see that same fear in Mu Zhi'an's eyes, but the young man's calmness was unnerving. Something's not right. He's just a 3rd-level Foundation establishment cultivator. Why isn't he afraid? The black-robed man's eyes narrowed suspiciously. In that instant, the demon beside him lunged at Mu Zhi'an, striking out with his palm. Elder Rin snorted, meeting the attack with his own palm strike. A shock wave rippled outward, forcing them apart. The demon unleashed a wave of demonic energy, engulfing Elder Rin. A fierce battle erupted. The black-robed man continued to face Mu Zhi'an, who still showed no signs of fleeing. He felt a flicker of fear, an urge to retreat. Retrieving the heavenly Tao aura and returning to the Demon Empress was his top priority. Failure was not an option. He hesitated, then struck out at Mu Zhi'an with his withered hand. Clang! A clear, resonant hum echoed through the air. He stared in disbelief as an ancient bronze sword, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, materialized behind the Bai family's young mistress. An oppressive aura radiated from the sword, a sense of ancient power that made his heart pound. This sword, it's not ordinary. He glared at Bairuashi, his fear and anger masked by a calm facade. So this is your trump card, young Master Mu? He asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Hiding behind a woman, Mu Zhi'an chuckled, unfazed by his taunts. At least I have a woman to rely on. What about you? Oh, you don't have a Tao companion? Never mind then. His words struck a nerve. The black-robed man roared in fury, launching another attack. But Bairuashi's sword blocked the blow, its surface glowing with a faint light, forming a protective barrier. He's acting like a scorned lover. Mu Zhi'an thought, amused. Don't get your robes in a twist. I haven't unveiled my gift yet. The black-robed man, staring at the smiling young man, felt a growing sense of unease. He turned and shot into the air, attempting to escape. A booming voice echoed from above, shaking the very trees. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you take Tianxian City for a playground? The black-robed man looked up, his eyes widening in horror as three figures descended from the sky, their swords gleaming in the sunlight. It was two core formation experts from the Gongsun family and another from the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. He spun around, desperately seeking an escape route. But as he turned, he saw the girl in the pale yellow gown standing calmly in his path, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, her eyes cold and indifferent. Another core formation expert. He felt as if the entire world had turned against him. He glared at Mu Zhi'an, his voice a venomous hiss. "You tricked me." For a junior member of the Mu family to secretly unite the three great families, it was unthinkable. I wouldn't call it trick. To use your own words, this is a surprise. Mu Zhi'an's voice was calm, but his eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Now explain this to me. What exactly is your definition of a surprise? The surprise is core formation cultivators eradicating evil, slaying the black-robed man, and restoring peace to Tianxian City. Gongsun Xiong declared, his voice booming through the air like thunder. You attacked the Bai family head, sabotaged their business, and even impersonated Gongsun family members to loot their homes, keeping the spoils for yourself. Demon, what do you have to say for yourself? The black-robed man chuckled, unfazed by the accusations. Isn't looting your family's specialty? Trying to shift the blame now, are we? The Gongsun family has never engaged in such despicable acts. Everything was orchestrated by you, the black-robed man. Gongsun Xiong stood in the air, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze cold and unwavering as he looked down at the demon. Beside him, a Gongsun family retainer echoed his sentiment with a similarly icy expression. The elderly retainer from the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, Old Tian, spoke in a measured tone. Since the Chamber of Commerce has hired me, I suppose I should contribute at least a little. Yi Yu, trapped within the cocoon, finally understood what was happening. He roared in fury and humiliation. Mu Zhi'an, you tricked me. He felt like a fool. Mu Zhi'an had never considered him a true opponent. Their duel had been nothing more than a trivial appetizer before the main course. From the very beginning, Mu Zhi'an hadn't taken him seriously. He hadn't even cared about winning or losing. He was a pragmatist, his sole focus on achieving his goals. And his goal had always been the black-robed man. Boom! The three core formation experts descended like lightning, their attacks converging on the black-robed man. Wei Min grew, a blur of motion joined the fray. Gongsun Xiong unleashed a wave of invisible heat, enveloping the demon, slowing his movements. However, the black-robed man was experienced in group battles. He targeted Gongsun Xiong, launching himself into the air, a black chain shooting from his sleeve. The chain wrapped around Gongsun Xiong, draining his spiritual energy. Gongsun Xiong struggled against the chain, roaring, "If you don't help now, we'll all die here." Old Tan, seizing the opportunity, struck the black-robed man with a powerful blow, sending him crashing to the ground. The chain binding Gongsun Xiong loosened its grip. Gongsun Xiong glared at the demon, his eyes filled with rage. He unleashed another wave of heat, scorching the earth. The black-robed man, pinned beneath the intense heat, cried out in pain, his grip loosening. The jade bottle containing the heavenly Tao aura slipped from his grasp, flying into the nearby undergrowth. Wei Mingru channeled her spiritual energy, her sword humming as it shot towards the black-robed man's chest, aiming for a fatal blow. But the other demon, locked in combat with Elder Run, unleashed a powerful blast of energy, deflecting her attack at the last moment. The sword plunged into the ground. Gongsun Xiong, panting heavily, swallowed a pill to replenish his spiritual energy, his gaze fixed on the black-robed man. That chain could drain spiritual energy. It was a troublesome ability, and he hadn't lost much energy, yet he felt utterly drained. Could it be those nights with Bai Yuan Feng? The black-robed man, battered but alive, pulled himself out of the crater. Demons were known for their resilience. Even surrounded by four core formation experts, he was still fighting. He dusted himself off and glanced at Mu Zhi'an, a cruel smile twisting his lips. You've certainly given me a surprise, young Master Mu. Despite being outnumbered and outmatched, he seemed unfazed, his eyes filled with confidence. The others sensed something was amiss. Mu Zhi'an frowned, his gaze fixed on the demon. You're probably wondering about my confidence. The heavenly Tao aura doesn't just accelerate cultivation. If refined, it can temporarily boost one's cultivation by an entire realm. He laughed, his voice filled with triumph. And only those with great destiny can gain the aura's recognition. And I am the one with the greatest destiny. He raised his hand, his voice booming through the forest. Rise! The jade bottle flew towards him. It was a beautifully crafted bottle, its surface adorned with intricate formations. He had prepared this bottle long ago, specifically to contain the heavenly Tao aura. And now its seal was broken. A sphere of milky white light emerged from the bottle, hovering in the air. Mu Zhi'an's eyes narrowed. Don't let him absorb it. Boom! Yi Yu, empowered by the old man within him, finally broke free from the cocoon. His gaze fell upon the heavenly Tao aura, and a look of urgency crossed his face. He reached out. Return to me. However, the aura remained motionless, hovering in the air. The black-robed man chuckled coldly. I told you, the aura chooses the one with the greatest destiny. You were simply lucky to possess it for a time. But your destiny, it pales in comparison to mine. Yi Yu, unable to believe his ears, glared at the demon. His cultivation surged, boosted by the old man's power, reaching core formation. He lunged towards the aura. The black-robed man snorted, his chain shooting out to intercept him. The heavenly Tao aura, such a treasure. Gongsun Xiong's eyes gleamed with greed. He reached for the aura. Old Tian blocked his path, smiling. Patience, brother Gongsun. The aura is indeed a treasure, but only those with great destiny can claim it. Don't be hasty. Gongsun Xiong glared at him. Step aside. Old Tian stood his ground, his smile unwavering. Let's deal with the enemy first. We can decide who gets the aura later. Infighting is exactly what he wants. Gongsun Xiong hesitated, then nodded. Fine. He knew they had to stop the black-robed man from absorbing the aura. Who knew how powerful he would become? The three experts attacked the demon, forcing him to abandon his pursuit of the aura. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Wei Mingru was still lurking, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But then, Yu shot into the air, aiming for the heavenly Tao aura. The three experts, momentarily distracted, turned to see Yu attempting to seize the aura. That fool! Gongsun Xiong cursed, breaking away from the fight to intercept him. They were risking their lives to deal with the black-robed man, and Yi was trying to steal the aura? Did he think they were idiots? Yi Yu, stand down, he roared. Yi Yu met his gaze, his expression calm. This belongs to me. Please step aside, senior. Gongsun Xiong scoffed. If it truly belongs to you, why has it abandoned you? Yi Yu hesitated, his expression hardening. That demon must have done something. The aura chose me long ago. The black-robed man laughed, his voice filled with malice. You fool. No one can force the heavenly Tao aura to submit. It chooses the one with the greatest destiny. It simply doesn't recognize you anymore. He was delighted by their infighting. It gave him an opportunity to escape. The lure of the aura was too strong. They were all holding back, hoping to conserve their strength for the inevitable struggle to claim it. Yi Yu's voice turned cold. If you won't move, senior, then I'll have to force my way through. His demeanor shifted, a chilling aura emanating from him. Gongsun Xiong's eyes narrowed. There's another soul within him, and it's in control now. Who are you? He demanded. But Yi Yu didn't answer. He lunged towards the aura. Gongsun Xiong blocked his path, his flying sword slashing through the air. Yi Yu raised a hand, deflecting the attack. He spoke, his voice ancient and weary. To think a mere core formation cultivator would dare challenge me. How bold! His youthful face was a stark contrast to his world-weary eyes. Gongsun Xiong scoffed. No matter how powerful you were in the past, you're nothing but a remnant now. You might have reached core formation by possessing Yi Yu, but how long can you maintain it? Yu glanced at him, his expression indifferent. We'll see. The black-robed man's chain targeted the soul, which was why he couldn't fight back. But against other cultivators, he was still a formidable opponent. He raised his hand, a ball of fire igniting in his palm. Gongsun Xiong's eyes narrowed. He channeled his spiritual energy, preparing for a fierce clash. Whoosh! Yu launched the fireball, sending it hurtling towards Gongsun Xiong. A deafening explosion rocked the forest. Mu Zhi'an watched the chaotic scene unfold, his brow furrowing for the first time. If not for Yu, they would have dealt with the black-robed man by now. 4 core formation experts, even a demon wouldn't survive such an onslaught. But Yiyu's interference and the allure of the heavenly Tao aura had complicated matters. However, the situation wasn't out of control yet. Mu Zhi'an glanced at the aura, then towards the horizon. He was waiting for someone. If all went well, she would arrive soon. Bai Ruoshi tugged at his sleeve, her voice hesitant as she spoke through a mental transmission. Young Master Mu, the heavenly Tao aura, it's reacting to me. Mu Zhi'an stared at her, surprised. Are you sure? She nodded. To prove her point, she raised a finger, and the aura drifted towards her. Mu Zhi'an stared at her, speechless. Could she be the one with the greatest destiny? But if that's the case, why did the aura choose Yu before? His gaze fell upon her ample bosom. A bronze pendant rested there, gleaming in the sunlight. Could it be because of the merged shard? Did it alter her destiny? He looked at the black-robed man, who was struggling against the 3 core formation experts, then at the other demon, who was also losing ground against Wei Mingru and Elder Ren. He made a decision. How far away can you attract the aura? He whispered. Bai Ruoshi closed her eyes, focusing her senses. After a moment, she opened her eyes. 50 miles should be no problem. That's enough. He nodded, taking her hand. Come with me. He pulled her into the depths of the Dragonhead Forest. As they vanished into the trees, the heavenly Tao aura flickered uncertainly, as if contemplating escape. The black-robed man noticed its movement and stared at it in disbelief, about to intervene. But the 3 experts pressed their attack, forcing him to focus on defense. After a while, a scream echoed through the forest. The black-robed man turned to see his companion lying on the ground, Wei Mingru's sword piercing his heart. She panted heavily, her eyes cold and emotionless as she withdrew her blade, wiping the blood on the ground. You should be paying attention, Old Tian roared, seizing the opportunity. He punched the black-robed man, sending him crashing to the earth. The black-robed man coughed up blood, glaring at them with venomous hatred. Then he dissolved into black smoke, vanishing from sight. However, they didn't notice the black viper that emerged from the smoke, its eyes fixed on them with chilling malice. It slithered away, disappearing into a crevice in the ground. The bandit suppression operation was over. Both black-robed men had been defeated. Demons were truly formidable opponents. Even with their combined strength, they had sustained minor injuries, and their spiritual energy was depleted. Then, the Gongsun family retainer noticed something was amiss. He scanned the sky, his voice filled with alarm. The heavenly Tao aura, it's gone. Yu and Gongsun Xiong, still locked in combat, paused, turning to look around. Their expressions turned to shock and disbelief. The heavenly Tao aura, which had been hovering in the air moments ago, had vanished. Deep within the Dragonhead Forest, Mu Zhi'an led by Ruoshi to a secluded cave, hidden amidst a tangle of ancient trees and thick undergrowth. Once inside, he retrieved a paper crane from his storage ring and tossed it out the entrance. The crane, enveloped in a faint glow, soared into the sky. Mu Zhi'an turned to Bai Ruoshi. Can you sense the heavenly Tao aura from here? Back at the clearing, there had been too many witnesses. If Bai Ruoshi had attempted to claim the aura, the others would have turned on her immediately, making her the target of their combined wrath. Even with the support of the Mu family's 2 core formation experts, it would have been a dangerous gamble, giving the black-robed man an opportunity to escape. But here, in this secluded cave, there was no such risk. No one knew who had taken the aura. I'll try, Bai Ruoshi replied. She closed her eyes, and the bronze sword materialized behind her, its ancient aura filling the cave. Moments later, Mu Zhi'an felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He looked up to see a sphere of milky white light floating into the cave, illuminating the darkness. It was the heavenly Tao aura. She really can attract it. But is it because of the sword? He sensed the auras circling by Ruashi's sword, as if drawn to its ancient power. Ruashi opened her eyes and extended her hand. The aura settled gently in her palm, its warmth spreading through her meridians, a comforting sensation that made her sigh in contentment. No wonder everyone coveted this treasure. With this, even a pig could reach Foundation establishment in a few years. It was truly a priceless artifact. Ruashi looked at the aura, a conflicted expression on her face. Finally, she turned to Mu Zhi'an and offered him the aura. "Young Master Mu, I can never repay your kindness. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude." Mu Zhi'an shook his head, refusing her offer. She frowned, about to speak, but he interrupted her. "There's no need to decide who gets the aura right now. Regardless of who ends up possessing it, for now, you need to hold on to it." She raised an eyebrow, her gaze searching his face. "What? This isn't the place to explain. You'll understand once we leave the cave," he replied. They couldn't linger here for too long. They had to leave before the others grew suspicious. Ruashi didn't press him further. After spending the past few days with him, she had learned to trust his judgment. Honestly, if the timing wasn't so sensitive, she would have asked him about his motives. If he didn't even want the heavenly Tao aura, what could possibly entice him? As she took a step forward, a chill ran down her spine. She whirled around, her eyes widening in horror. A black viper, its scales gleaming in the dim light, was staring at Mu Zhi'an with chilling malice. A core formation demon. She grabbed Mu Zhi'an's shoulder and pulled him back, her sword flashing out to strike the viper. Hiss! The viper dodged her attack, spitting a stream of venom that struck her shoulder. As they watched, the viper transformed into a human figure. It was the black-robed man. His face was pale, his spiritual energy unstable, but his eyes burned with a cold fury as he stared at them. Or rather, at Ruashi. "Where is it?" he demanded, his voice a menacing growl. Mu Zhi'an frowned. "You're still alive?" The black-robed man chuckled. "You almost had me there, young Master Mu. You humans, your schemes are truly devious, even for a Foundation establishment cultivator. But while you have your tricks, we have our own methods of survival." He looked at Mu Zhi'an, his eyes cold and predatory. "Are you surprised, young Master Mu?" As he spoke, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from him. Despite his injuries, his core formation power was still formidable. Ruashi clutched her shoulder, a wave of weakness washing over her. The venom, it was disrupting her spiritual energy, making it difficult to even summon her sword. "Give up, girl. That sword might be troublesome, but you're just a Foundation establishment cultivator. Once I seal your meridians, you'll be helpless," the black-robed man said, his gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an. "Do you want a quick death, young Master Mu? Or would you prefer something a little more painful?" Mu Zhi'an blinked. "Is there a difference? Hand over the heavenly Tao aura, and I'll grant you a swift death." "It's not here," Mu Zhi'an replied, glancing at the cave entrance. The black-robed man scoffed. "Do you take me for a fool, young Master Mu? It's in your little girlfriend's possession, isn't it? Since you won't cooperate, I'll take it myself." He lunged towards Ruashi, but Mu Zhi'an stepped in front of her, shielding her with his body. The black-robed man chuckled. "How touching. But what can a Foundation establishment cultivator like you do against me?" Mu Zhi'an stared at him, his gaze drifting towards the cave entrance. "I might not be able to do much, but perhaps you should take a look behind you. Are you suggesting those fools have caught up already?" The black-robed man laughed. "They think I'm dead. They're probably still wandering around, searching for you." That was his true advantage. As a demon, he could shed his skin every few months, creating a convincing illusion of death. However, this ability could only be used when he was severely injured. If he didn't use it within a certain time frame, it would become unusable. As a core formation expert, he rarely needed to resort to such tactics. He was powerful enough to handle most threats. He'd underestimated this Foundation establishment brat. But it was over now. No one would interfere this time. Since you won't hand over the aura, I'll take it by force. He lunged at Mu Zhi'an, who stood his ground, seemingly resigned to his fate. The black-robed man stared into his eyes, searching for fear, for a flicker of weakness, hoping to see his composure crumble, to hear him beg for mercy. But he saw nothing but indifference. Why is he still pretending? He channeled his spiritual energy, forming an invisible blade that shot towards Mu Zhi'an. Clang! A sword flashed out, blocking the attack. The black-robed man whirled around to see a woman in a moon-white robe standing at the cave entrance. Her face was veiled, but her figure was alluring, her eyes cold and sharp as they met his. The two polarities sect. He stared at her, his voice a raspy whisper. The demon empress had never dared to invade the Eastern realm because of the two polarities sect. Countless demons had perished at the hands of the sect's disciples. The demon empress, despite her immense power, was unwilling to face the Jade Empress. Even the sky-swallowing python couldn't guarantee victory against her. For demons, the two polarities sect was their greatest enemy, a foe they were sworn to destroy. Senior sister, Mu Zhi'an called out. Lan Muyan glanced at him, her expression cold. Even without words, her message was clear: I am not your senior sister. Her gaze shifted to the black-robed man, her voice icy. A demon at the foot of the two polarities sect. You have some nerve. He stared at her, his eyes flickering with a mixture of fear and anger. He backed away, his body dissolving into black smoke, attempting to escape. Lan Muyan raised a hand, and a wave of pale light swept through the cave, forming a cage that trapped the smoke. The light, seemingly harmless, burned the black-robed man, forcing him to struggle in vain against his confinement. Severely injured, he was no match for Lan Muyan. He was at her mercy. She ignored his futile struggles, her gaze passing over by Ruashi before settling on Mu Zhi'an. A faint smile touched her lips. It seems I arrived just in time. She opened her hand, revealing a paper crane. It was the crane Mu Zhi'an had released moments ago. She had used it to track him down. Thank you, senior sister, Mu Zhi'an said, bowing slightly. If he hadn't sent for her, he and Bai Ruashi would have died here today. Clinging to senior sister's thigh was the right decision. Lan Muyan nodded curtly. What are you going to do with him? Mu Zhi'an asked. He's cunning. I can't hold him for long, she replied. We need to deal with him quickly. The demon's roars had ceased. He had either given up or passed out from exhaustion. Before you do, I'd like to have a little chat with him, Mu Zhi'an said. Lan Muyan glanced at him, then nodded. I'll keep him restrained. She opened a gap in the cage, allowing Mu Zhi'an to enter. She then looked at Bai Ruashi. The girl was staring back at her. Their eyes met for a moment, then they both looked away. The silence was awkward, heavy with unspoken tension. Inside the cage, Mu Zhi'an approached the black-robed man, who seemed to have given up, his body slumped against the shimmering barrier. Although he couldn't see the demon's face, he could sense his resignation, his utter defeat. The demon had believed that Tianxian City would be easy prey. He had researched the city, its factions, and key players, carefully selecting Mu Zhi'an, the notorious wastrel, as his target. Such men were easily manipulated. He never imagined he would be outmaneuvered, humiliated by a mere junior. I underestimated you, young Master Mu, the black-robed man said, his voice a low growl. Your cunning is exactly what the Empress needs. Mu Zhi'an raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to recruit me? The black-robed man looked up at him, his expression calm. Join us. I'll introduce you to the seventh seat. With your talent, you could become one of the Empress's most trusted advisors. Mu Zhi'an walked over and sat down across from him, his movements leisurely, as if they were old friends catching up after a long separation. I have no interest in the demon realm. I'm human, Mu Zhi'an replied. The black-robed man scoffed. Human? Are humans truly superior? You're consumed by greed and ambition. Your courts are riddled with corruption, and your people suffer from droughts, floods, and countless other disasters. Your government offers no solutions. Your empire is rotting from within. If not for the Two Polarities sect, the Empress would have conquered the Eastern realm long ago. Humans are no better than demons. Human hearts can be far more monstrous, Mu Zhi'an agreed, shaking his head with a wry smile. But I have no desire to abandon my home and travel to the Northern Realm. It's too far. I'd miss Tianxian City. Besides, do you really think I'd trust you in this situation? The black-robed man fell silent. They were enemies, each plotting the other's demise. A sudden offer of alliance, it was laughable. Honestly, I find it rather relaxing to chat with you, Mu Zhi'an said suddenly. The black-robed man stared at him, confused. Because you're an idiot, Mu Zhi'an explained. The demon, confident in his strength, disdained cunning and deception. He was straightforward, expressing his desires openly. It was surprisingly refreshing to interact with such a simple, honest villain. That serpent, she wants the heavenly Tao aura? Mu Zhi'an asked, changing the subject. He was referring to the demon empress, the sky-swallowing python. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed dangerously at his disrespectful tone. But seeing Mu Zhi'an's calm demeanor, he forced himself to relax. You've eliminated Yu and won over the beauty. What's your next move, young Master Mu? Will you kill Yu? Or will you marry Bai Ruashi? He asked, also changing the subject. He wouldn't reveal anything about the demon realm. Mu Zhi'an understood. He shook his head. I won't kill Yu, and I have no plans to marry anytime soon. You don't want his life, and you don't want the girl. What do you want? The black-robed man asked, his gaze intense. Mu Zhi'an met his gaze, a smile spreading across his lips. I want you dead. The black-robed man froze, his expression blank. After a moment, he recovered, turning to Mu Zhi'an, his voice a chilling whisper. You're going to kill me? He knew his worth, the value of the secrets he possessed. That's why he'd been so confident, so relaxed during their conversation. When Lan Mulian had trapped him, he'd envisioned various outcomes, but it had never occurred to him that Mu Zhi'an would simply kill him. Think carefully, young Master Mu. Don't you have even a shred of curiosity about the secrets I hold? Mu Zhi'an looked at him. Ask away. If I'm interested, I might spare you. The black-robed man hesitated, then shook his head. As Mu Zhi'an rose to his feet, drawing his sword, the killing intent in his eyes unmistakable, the demon panicked. If you kill me, the seventh seat will know. You'll become an enemy of the demon realm. Think about the consequences. Bound by Lan Mulian's spell, weakened by his injuries, he was vulnerable, even to a Foundation establishment cultivator. Mu Zhi'an paused, his brow furrowing. The seventh seat. The black-robed man's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. He looked up at Mu Zhi'an, desperation in his voice. If you swear to release me and ensure those cultivators outside don't harm me, I'll tell you everything about the seventh seat. He didn't get to finish his sentence. Mu Zhi'an's sword pierced his throat. The black-robed man stared at him, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. I am curious about the seventh seat, but I'm more interested in ensuring you never leave this cave. Mu Zhi'an wiped the blood from his blade and sheathed his sword, watching coldly as the demon collapsed. From the moment he'd entered the cage, he'd never intended to let the black-robed man live. Killing him now was less troublesome than dealing with him later. The hatred in the demon's eyes had been undeniable. He wanted Mu Zhi'an dead. He wanted the Mu family destroyed. He wanted Bai Ruashi. And he knew she possessed the heavenly Tao aura. Releasing him would be a disaster. It was better to silence him, to bury his secrets with him. Mu Zhi'an watched as the demon's life faded, then opened his status window. He wanted to see how much his supporting character status had changed after suppressing Yu, the protagonist. The word supporting character had faded from its original deep purple to a pale pink. Pink, that was a good sign. It meant that by weakening Yu's protagonist status, his own role as a supporting character was diminishing. The achievements, heaven's jealousy, and inborn celestial vessel remained a deep purple. But then he noticed something strange. The words friend of the antagonist had darkened, shifting from a dark purple to an almost pitch black. He frowned. That's odd. I just killed one of the antagonists. Why'd it get darker? If the black-robed man hadn't lied, killing him should have made him an enemy of the demon realm, putting him on the 7 Seats hit list. So why was the achievement darker? As he pondered this, he noticed the black-robed man dissolving into smoke. However, the smoke didn't dissipate. It spread through the cage, gradually corrupting the pristine white light, staining it with darkness. Something's wrong. Mu Zhi'an felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to leave the cage. A sweet, seductive voice echoed through the cave, a voice that sent shivers down his spine. An inborn celestial vessel. If you weren't in the Eastern realm, you could be my pet. He turned slowly, his skin crawling. An overwhelming presence had descended upon the cave, a vast and ancient power that pressed down on him, making it difficult to breathe. She wore a loose-fitting robe that did little to conceal her alluring curves. Her eyes were captivating, radiating a seductive charm that was both alluring and terrifying, making it impossible to meet her gaze. Even though he'd never seen her before, he recognized her instantly. This was the Empress, the ruler of the demon realm. The serpentine tail was a dead giveaway. She had taken the form of a mature and alluring woman, the kind he usually found irresistible, yet his body tensed involuntarily. No wonder Friend of the antagonist was so dark. To think she'd personally intervene. If he'd known killing the black-robed man would summon the demon empress, he would have never done it. "Greetings, your majesty," he said, bowing respectfully. She approached him, her ethereal form shimmering in the dim light. She looked down at him, a playful smile on her lips. "I thought it was Shang Yanfei. To think a mere foundation establishment cultivator would summon a fragment of my consciousness." Mu Zhi'an kept his head bowed, pondering the name Shang Yanfei. Someone capable of rivaling the sky, swallowing python. Could it be the sect master of the Two Polarities sect? Was that her name? "May I ask why you've graced us with your presence, your majesty?" Mu Zhi'an asked, his voice calm despite his racing heart. She looked at him, her voice soft and seductive. "Where is it? If you desire it, your majesty, I will retrieve it for you," Mu Zhi'an replied earnestly. "How thoughtful. But I'm not particularly interested in the heavenly Tao aura." She shook her head. "I have something more intriguing." He looked up at her, and she smiled, her gaze intense. "You, an inborn celestial vessel cultivating with such a being, could accelerate one's progress tremendously, although it wouldn't be of much use to someone of her level. Still, indulging in a taste of his potent spiritual energy, it would be a delightful experience." She changed the subject. "If I'm not mistaken, the Two Polarities sect's entrance exams are in less than half a month. Join the sect. I'll have someone contact you. Report to me every 3 months with information about the sect." Mu Zhi'an was stunned. Why me? He couldn't understand her motives. He'd assumed she'd come to avenge the black-robed man, but she clearly didn't care about his death. So why was she here? Could it be because of the Friend of the antagonist's achievement? She reached out, her slender finger tracing the line of his jaw. "With your talent, it shouldn't be difficult to infiltrate the sect's inner circle." Seeing his hesitation, she asked softly, "Are you refusing me?" It was better to agree for now and deal with the consequences later. Mu Zhi'an nodded. "If it is your wish, your majesty, I will not disappoint you." She smiled, her eyes gleaming with amusement. "I'll look forward to your reports. Once you're inside the sect, I'll have someone contact you." So there are already demons within the Two Polarities sect. She's playing a dangerous game. Mu Zhi'an nodded, his expression carefully neutral. "Oh, and one more thing." As her presence began to fade, a sweet fragrance filling the air, she leaned in close, her lips brushing against his ear. "I can read minds." Mu Zhi'an froze. As the demon empress vanished from the cage, he realized his back was drenched in sweat. For the first time since regaining his memories, he understood the truth of the saying, when the power gap is too wide, schemes and tricks are useless. The cage created by Lan Mulian shattered, and Mu Zhi'an reappeared in the dimly lit cave. Lan Mulian looked at the handsome young man. "What happened to the demon?" "He's dead," Mu Zhi'an replied. He paused, then added, but not entirely. The black-robed man was dead, but his death had summoned the demon empress, the ruler of the demon realm. If he told her that, she probably wouldn't believe him. Why would a powerful empress appear in such a remote location? And why would she ask him, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, to join the Two Polarities sect and spy for her? It sounded absurd. Perhaps it was the friend of the antagonist's achievement. He could only console himself with that thought. Lan Mulian frowned. What do you mean? His words made no sense. What did he mean by dead, but not entirely? He's dead, but before he died, he marked me. According to him, I'm now on the 7th seat's hit list. Mu Zhi'an glanced at the friend of the antagonist's achievement in his status window. The description had changed, has gained the attention of the demon empress. I really don't want to be a villain. He sighed inwardly, looking at Lan Mulian with pleading eyes. Senior sister, what should I do? He was asking for her protection. If you join the Two Polarities sect, even the 7th seat won't be able to harm you, she replied calmly. She paused, her expression turning serious. However, the entrance exams are extremely difficult. Only a handful of candidates from each district are accepted. If you don't cultivate diligently with your current level, I'm afraid. She was urging him to work harder. He possessed decent talent, yet he was still stuck at the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. It was a shame. Mu Zhi'an blinked. The exams are that difficult? Lan Mulian nodded. He fell into deep thought. Don't be discouraged, she said gently. Even if you don't get in this year, you could try again next year. Focus on your cultivation. Mu Zhi'an snapped out of his thoughts, shaking his head. It's all right, senior sister. I'll get in this year. She raised an eyebrow. Your talent is decent, but it'll be difficult to pass the exams this year. She glanced at Bai Ruashi, who was also dressed in white, her features delicate and refined. She should have no problem. I'll be fine too, Mu Zhi'an insisted. Lan Mulian looked at him, then shook her head. It's highly unlikely. She was one of the examiners, but she couldn't bend the rules for him, even if they were acquainted. It was a matter of principle. It's not unlikely, Mu Zhi'an repeated. Before she could respond, he explained, the Mu family has some influence in Tianxian City. I've already been guaranteed a spot in the sect. Lan Mulian stared at him, speechless. He was teasing her. If he'd already secured a spot, why ask so many questions? Those cultivators are searching for you. Deal with the rest yourselves. I'll visit Tianxian City later, she said, changing the subject. As a disciple of the Two Polarities sect, she couldn't interfere in worldly affairs. Mu Zhi'an nodded, his expression turning serious. Thank you for your help, senior sister. She nodded curtly, then turned and walked away. Mu Zhi'an watched her go, his gaze lingering on her graceful figure until she vanished from sight. He then turned to Bai Ruashi, extending his hand. Can you walk? She nodded weakly, clutching her injured shoulder. She took his hand, using his support to rise to her feet. Her lips were pale, and her usual aloofness was replaced by a fragility that tugged at his heartstrings. Are you sure you're all right? He asked, concern lacing his voice. She shook her head. I'm fine. The venom hasn't spread. I should recover in a couple of days. That's good, he said, relieved. He glanced at the cave entrance. However, returning to the city wouldn't be easy. The heavenly Tao aura had vanished, and they had disappeared at the same time. Gongsun Xiong and the others weren't fools. They would suspect them. There's going to be a confrontation. He looked towards the entrance, a thoughtful expression on his face. Bai Ruashi, watching him, asked softly, That's senior sister. What's your relationship with her? Mu Zhi'an snapped out of his thoughts, turning to face her. He smiled. She's my senior sister. What else could it be? Are you planning to join the Two Polarities sect? She asked. He nodded. If I want to improve my cultivation, the Two Polarities sect is the best option. Don't you want to join as well? His initial reason for joining the sect had been to enhance his cultivation. But now, he had another task, a more treacherous one. He had to spy for the Demon Empress. It was a heavy burden. He hadn't told anyone about her appearance. He didn't know the extent of her powers, and it was better to keep this encounter a secret. Bai Ruashi, hearing his response, sighed inwardly, relieved. I was planning to. That's why I asked. Not just her, most of the talented cultivators in Tianxian City would be attending the entrance exams. As his personal guard, Wei Mingru would likely participate as well. However, with her core formation cultivation, passing the exams shouldn't be a problem for her. She looked at Mu Zhi'an, who had fallen silent. The black-robed man is dead. Is there something else troubling you? She asked hesitantly. Mu Zhi'an blinked, turning to face her. The landlord is dead, but now they have no common enemy. What do you think will happen? She stared at him, speechless. He grinned, his eyes gleaming with mischief. They'll turn on each other. The real fun is about to begin. In the verdant depths of the Dragonhead Forest, several core formation cultivators soared through the air on their flying swords. Gongsun Xiong, dressed in luxurious robes, his face grim, scanned the forest below. Beside him, the Gongsun family retainer shared his displeasure. It was understandable. He'd agreed to accompany Gongsun Xiong on this bandit suppression operation without hesitation. But the appearance of the heavenly Tao aura had changed everything. Such a rare and valuable treasure was impossible to ignore. To see it vanish before their very eyes. He was doing his best to control his anger. Gongsun Xiong turned to Elder Ren and Wei Mingru, his voice cold. Elder Ren, Miss Wei, perhaps you can explain where did young Master Mu and Miss Bai go while we were dealing with the black-robed man? Elder Ren, sitting leisurely on his sword, didn't even bother to open his eyes. Young love, it could be quite passionate. Perhaps they couldn't resist finding a secluded spot to resolve their urges. Gongsun Xiong narrowed his eyes. Do you believe that yourself? The heavenly Tao aura vanished shortly after they left. It's too much of a coincidence. The Mu family might be powerful in Tianxian City, but we deserve an explanation, old Tian said, siding with Gongsun Xiong. Yu, struggling to control his sword with the old man's assistance, spoke in a cold voice. I told you, that Mu Zhi'an is hiding something. He lured me to the Dragonhead Forest because he knew about the heavenly Tao aura within me. That bandit suppression duel, it was all a charade. He was after the aura from the very beginning. Elder Ren's voice was calm, measured. Let's not jump to conclusions before we have all the facts. He gestured with his hand, summoning a small birdcage. Inside, the black-robed man's companion, his spirit now imprisoned by Elder Ren's secret technique, floated listlessly. Perhaps the black-robed man stole the aura himself? Gongsun Xiong snorted. He's dead, unless he had an accomplice. If he had an accomplice, he wouldn't be in this state. You can't be sure of that, Elder Ren replied with a faint smile. However, as he turned away, his brow furrowed with worry. If young master truly took the aura, it would be both a blessing and a curse. For the heavenly Tao aura, the Gongsun family, and the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, they might even turn on the Mu family. It would be troublesome. There they are. The Gongsun family retainer pointed towards a cave hidden behind a cluster of trees. Mu Zhi'an and Bai Ruashi stood at the entrance, clearly aware of their approaching guests. As Gongsun Xiong and the others descended, their faces grim, Mu Zhi'an greeted them with a warm smile. Uncle Gongsun, it seems you've finished your business? Gongsun Xiong was in no mood for pleasantries. He nodded curtly, his voice grave. The heavenly Tao aura, it's gone. Mu Zhi'an's jaw dropped, his eyes widening in feigned shock. He was putting on quite a performance. Stolen? By whom? He asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Gongsun Xiong narrowed his eyes. Where were you, young Master Mu? It vanished shortly after you left. Don't you find that a little too convenient? Old Tian added, his gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an. We went after the black-robed man's clone, Mu Zhi'an replied. Gongsun Xiong scoffed. He's dead. Mu Zhi'an shook his head. You're mistaken, uncle. His true form is that of serpent demon. He used a shedding technique to feign death. Ruashi and I noticed it and gave chase, escaping right under our noses. Are you taking us for fools, young Master Mu? Gongsun Xiong's tone was sharp, laced with suspicion. You won't believe me, but Elder Ren has captured his companion's spirit. Ask him yourself, Mu Zhi'an said, gesturing towards the birdcage. Gongsun Xiong hesitated, his gaze searching Mu Zhi'an's face. He didn't believe him, yet the young man's confidence was unsettling. Mu Zhi'an was the prime suspect, but could a mere foundation establishment cultivator control the heavenly Tao aura? He turned to Eldarin. Eldarin, if you would be so kind, question the demon. Eldarin nodded, opening the cage. The demon's spirit floated in the air, its eyes dull and lifeless. Eldarin glanced at Mu Zhi'an, confirming that the young man wasn't showing any signs of panic. He then addressed the demon. Does your companion possess the ability to feign death? He can shed his skin and create an illusion of death when severely injured, the demon replied, its voice monotone, devoid of emotion. A heavy silence fell over the clearing. What was your objective? Mu Zhi'an asked suddenly. To rendezvous with our comrades in Tianjin City, establish a base of operations, and acquire the heavenly Tao aura, the demon replied. They exchanged uneasy glances. There are other demons in Tianjin City. Who are they? Gongsun Xiong demanded. However, the demon remained silent, its gaze vacant. Its mouth opened and closed, but no sound emerged. After a long moment, its form began to fade, dissolving into nothingness. An unsettling silence descended upon the clearing. Mu Zhi'an's expression turned serious. It seems there are other demons lurking in the city. They must have stolen the aura. Gongsun Xiong's face darkened, but he couldn't argue. He was still suspicious, but pressing Mu Zhi'an further would only antagonize the Mu family. Besides, he found it more plausible that another demon had stolen the aura than a foundation establishment cultivator. Yiyu, however, glared at Mu Zhi'an. You claim a demon stole it, but where were you and Miss by all this time? Mu Zhi'an chuckled, shaking his head. As I said, we pursued the black-robed man. Unfortunately, even injured, he was still a core formation expert. We couldn't risk pursuing him too far. Ruashi even got hurt. Yi refused to let it go. You're also a suspect. Mu Zhi'an laughed. Young Master Yi, even if I had taken it, what's it to you? Yi sputtered, but with Wei Mingru and Eldarin present, he couldn't express his anger freely. It's mine. If it truly belonged to you, why did it abandon you? Mu Zhi'an countered. And you found it, didn't you? Found items should be turned over to the authorities, Mu Zhi'an said, his tone serious. Yi was speechless. He knew Mu Zhi'an was twisting the truth, but he couldn't formulate a proper response. He had found the aura, and it had abandoned him. He clenched his fists, glaring at Mu Zhi'an. Mu Zhi'an ignored him, turning to Gongsun Xiong. Are you still doubting me, Uncle Gongsun? Gongsun Xiong hesitated, then laughed heartily. It seems it was all a misunderstanding. I never truly doubted you, nephew. I was simply concerned about the aura. I apologize if my tone was harsh. He then asked, where did that black-robed man go? Do you have any leads? He was killed by a disciple of the Two Polarities sect, Mu Zhi'an replied. A disciple of the Two Polarities sect. Gongsun Xiong's eyes widened, a flicker of excitement in their depths. One of the examiners for the entrance exams? The exams were less than half a month away. If he could meet the examiner, perhaps establish a connection, it might be beneficial for his family's disciples. Normally, the examiners wouldn't descend the mountain so early. This one must have come for the black-robed man. This was a golden opportunity. Not just Gongsun Xiong, but Old Tian and even Eldarin were intrigued. The Mu family had a guaranteed spot, but if they could secure a few more, they had to seize this chance. Despite the missing aura, Gongsun Xiong, ever the pragmatist, made a decision. Gentlemen, I have some urgent business to attend to. Now that the demons are dead, I'll take my leave. He would instruct his servants to wait outside Tianjin City. Perhaps they could intercept the examiner upon their arrival. Old Tian bowed. I must also depart. Farewell. Mu Zhi'an nodded. Take care, Old Tian. He then looked at Gongsun Xiong, who was about to leave. Uncle Gongsun, I'm afraid you can't leave yet. Gongsun Xiong paused, turning back to face him. Is there something else, nephew? My name has been cleared, but yours hasn't, Mu Zhi'an replied. Gongsun Xiong frowned. What do you mean? It's a personal matter you need to resolve, Mu Zhi'an said with a smile. He pulled Bai Ruoshi back, away from the clearing. A wave of killing intent erupted, targeting Gongsun Xiong. He tensed, sensing the approaching threat. He turned to see a muscular figure approaching on a flying sword, his expression murderous. It was Bai Heng, fully recovered and fueled by rage. His overwhelming aura pressed down on Gongsun Xiong, wiping the smile from his face. Weakened from his battle with the black-robed man, he was in no condition to face a peak core formation expert like Bai Heng. "Let's go, Ruoshi," Mu Zhi'an whispered. She looked at him, her eyes filled with concern. "But father, he'll be fine." Mu Zhi'an glanced at Gongsun Xiong, a hint of amusement in his eyes. But he might not be so lucky. The other core formation experts, weakened from their battle, wouldn't risk their lives for Gongsun Xiong. And the Gongsun family retainer, facing a furious Bai Heng and his two guards, wouldn't fight to the death either. Gongsun Xiong was on his own. Bai Ruoshi nodded, allowing Wei Mingru to lead her away from the impending battle. That day, Gongsun Xiong sustained grievous injuries. In that same day, news of the two polarities sect examiner's arrival in Tianxian City spread like wildfire, sparking fervent discussions among the populace. The next morning, Mu Zhi'an went to Bai Ruoshi's room, knocking gently on the door. "Come in," a weak voice called out from inside. He entered to find Bai Ruoshi sitting on her bed, her long black hair cascading down her back, her lips pursed thoughtfully. She looked pale and tired, but as he sat down across from her, she raised her head, her voice clear and melodious despite her fatigue. "Young Master Mu, have you heard anything from my father?" Since returning to the Mu Manor yesterday, she'd been worried about her father. Although she knew Gongsun Xiong had been severely weakened during their encounter at the Dragon Head Forest, she couldn't shake her anxiety. Gongsun Xiong was ambushed and gravely injured. He's still bedridden. "What do you think your father is doing right now?" Mu Zhi'an asked with a smile. Bai Ruoshi sighed in relief. Then her eyes hardened. "It's a shame he let him escape." Mu Zhi'an shook his head. "Your father let him go. If he'd wanted to kill him, Gongsun Xiong would already be dead." Her father and Gongsun Xiong were roughly equal in strength, but after his battle with the black-robed man, Gongsun Xiong had been severely weakened. Against a fierce warrior like Bai Heng, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Bai Ruoshi frowned. "So father let him escape? Why?" "It means your father is smarter than he appears. He's a rough man, but he's not stupid." Mu Zhi'an poured himself a cup of tea. Even if Gongsun Xiong died, another would take his place, and another after that. Killing him wouldn't solve anything. A powerful family like the Gongsun wouldn't crumble simply because their leader was gone. Someone else would step up, perhaps even surpassing Gongsun Xiong. The current situation, it was the best outcome. Gongsun Xiong was obsessed with power. Even injured, he wouldn't relinquish control to others. This would, at the very least, hinder the Gongsun family's progress. A wounded Gongsun Xiong was more useful than a dead one, or one at full strength. "How are you feeling?" Mu Zhi'an asked, turning his attention back to Bai Ruoshi. She smiled faintly. "I'm fine. The heavenly Tao aura purged the venom from my wound last night." She raised her hand, and a milky white sphere, the size of a teacup, appeared in her palm. It was the heavenly Tao aura. Mu Zhi'an reached out to touch it, a wave of warmth spreading through his fingers. He sighed contentedly. Truly a wondrous artifact. With this, even a pig could reach nascent soul. Bai Ruoshi frowned, feeling slightly insulted. She looked at him, then nodded. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Please take it, young Master Mu. You need it more than I do." He had wasted years of cultivation, but with the aura's assistance, he might be able to catch up to his peers. Mu Zhi'an hesitated. He couldn't deny his interest in the aura. It was a treasure that could transform even an ordinary person into a genius. He reached for it, but his hand passed through empty air. The aura had vanished from her palm, then reappeared within her body. They stared at each other, bewildered. It seems the heavenly Tao aura only chooses those with great destiny. "It must think I'm a walking disaster," Mu Zhi'an said, chuckling. He wasn't truly disappointed. While he was intrigued by the aura, he knew his luck wasn't exactly stellar. He was still a supporting character, after all. A supporting character, destined to be a stepping stone. How could he possibly attract the heavenly Tao aura? But then, if the aura was drawn to those with great destiny, did that mean Bairuashi's destiny was greater than Yi Yu's, the so-called protagonist? No, based on his previous deduction, it was simply drawn to the bronze sword. He felt a surge of relief. His luck might be terrible, but at least he was a whale. Preventing Yi Yu from acquiring the bronze shard at the auction, it had been the right decision. "What's your next move, young Master Mu?" Bairuashi asked softly. After spending these past few days with him, she had grown accustomed to relying on him, to trusting his judgment implicitly. Mu Zhi'an snapped out of his thoughts. "Senior Sister Lan helped us tremendously. I'd like to invite her to the Mu Manor for a few days. We can depart for the two polarities sect together when it's time for the exams." Lan Mulian had arrived in Tianxian City yesterday and was currently staying at an inn. All four factions were vying for the honor of hosting her, and the Mu family was no exception. However, Mu Zhi'an wasn't interested in gaining any favors. He simply wanted to extend his hospitality. As for receiving any special treatment during the exams, it didn't matter to him. He already had a guaranteed spot. That core formation cultivator. Bairuashi's smile faded. She lowered her eyes, her long lashes casting shadows on her cheeks. She felt a strange unease, a sense of foreboding. After a long silence, she asked softly, "What about Mother?" Since discovering her mother's secret, she'd wanted to ask Mu Zhi'an about his intentions, but she hadn't been able to muster the courage. Attempting to seize control of the three great families. The Mu family, with their ruthless efficiency, would normally eradicate such a threat without hesitation. She didn't know if he was already planning to act or if he had other motives. Mu Zhi'an, sensing her worry, shook his head. "Don't worry. We need evidence before we can act. What if we're wrong? We can't simply punish someone based on suspicions. Besides, there's still many unanswered questions. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator orchestrate such a daring scheme? Bai Yuanfeng must have other allies, stronger allies. Unless she was simply foolish. But when dealing with an enemy, it was unwise to assume incompetence." Bairuashi stared at him, her lips parting slightly. She wanted to say, "Mother already slept with Gong's son Xiong. What more evidence do you need?" But she held her tongue. After chatting for a while longer, Bairuashi, worried about her parents, decided to return home. Mu Zhi'an didn't stop her, instructing a servant to prepare a carriage. He was curious about her father's reaction to his wife's betrayal. As an outsider, it wasn't appropriate for him to pry, but Bairuashi could observe the situation firsthand. He watched as the carriage departed, then turned and walked back into the manor. "Are you sure it's wise to let her go? What if she gets caught in the crossfire? What if Gong's son Xiong seeks revenge?" A clear voice asked from behind him. It was Wei Mingru. She had been following them, her presence undetected. Mu Zhi'an looked at her, shaking his head with a smile. "Gong's son Xiong won't do anything, at least not for now." Seeing her confused expression, he asked, "Let's say you and I had a romantic encounter. Would you run through the streets of Tianxian City, waving your sword and screaming about my betrayal?" Wei Mengru's lips twitched slightly. "If you did such a thing, you wouldn't even make it out of the Mu Manor." She paused, then added, "But you're right. If it were me, I wouldn't want anyone to know." This morning, someone from the Gongsun family came by, and someone from the Yi family was lurking outside, hoping to speak with you, she said, changing the subject. "Gongsun Xiong still suspects you have the heavenly Tao aura. Ignore them," Mu Zhi'an said, waving a hand dismissively. "The aura isn't with me. And even if it was, what could they do? Force me to hand it over?" Even if he agreed, the Mu family elders would never allow it. "And besides, you'll protect me, won't you, Mingru?" he added, his tone teasing. She rolled her eyes. "I'm only doing this because Madam instructed me to. Don't think I'm doing this for you." I know. Sundara." Mu Zhi'an nodded, deciding not to call her out. "No one from the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. They came, but they didn't ask about the aura. They simply delivered 2 bottles of healing medicine." She frowned, confused. They should want the aura. Why didn't they even ask about it? It's strange. Not at all, Mu Zhi'an replied as they walked through the courtyard. She walked beside him, her yellow gown swaying gently, her curves impossible to ignore. He admired her figure, then quickly averted his gaze, clearing his throat. They targeted the Bai family because they knew the family head was injured and the Gongsun family was applying pressure. Now that they know he's recovered, they're trying to mend fences to secure their position. A shrewd businessman like Chairman Huang wasn't afraid of cunning opponents. He was afraid of brute force. He could tolerate a simple attack on his business. But if the morning glory chamber of commerce threatened his family, Bai Heng, with his fiery temper, might decide to burn everything down, taking them with him. Merchants valued their lives, and they feared reckless, unpredictable men like Bai Heng. They're hedging their bets. They'll side with whoever's stronger. Opportunists, Wei Mingru said flatly. Are you going to accept their goodwill? Mu Zhi'an smiled, nodding. They've come to us, offering a gesture of friendship without even mentioning the aura. It would be rude to refuse. So, we're going to cooperate with the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. Mu Zhi'an looked at her. Mingru, haven't you heard? Triangles are the most stable structure. He paused, his smile widening. But squares, not so much. As they chatted, Mu Zhi'an and Wei Mingru arrived at his study. He pushed open the door. Our top priority is to invite senior sister Lan to the Mu Manor. After all, I practically tricked her into coming down the mountain. We need to extend our hospitality. Wei Mingru nodded silently. It was true. Lan Mulian wouldn't have descended the mountain so early if not for his persistent persuasion. They owed her a proper welcome. Moreover, the Bai family, the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, and even the Gongsun family were all vying for the honor of hosting her. The Mu family couldn't afford to fall behind. If you want to see her, why not go to the inn directly? Why are we in your study? Wei Mingru asked. Sometimes face-to-face conversations aren't as effective. A letter might be better, Mu Zhi'an replied with a smile. He knew from experience that online conversations were often more relaxed and open than offline interactions. He entered his study, intending to write a letter to Lan Mulian, inviting her to the Mu Manor. But then he noticed a paper crane sitting on his desk. He picked it up, his brow furrowing. It was the second letter he'd sent to Lan Mulian, the one he'd written after receiving no reply to his first letter. If I'm not mistaken, senior sister had already descended the mountain when this crane arrived at the Two Polarities sect. Why would I receive a reply? He turned the paper over and saw a response written on the back. Perhaps the crane flew to her directly? And after arriving at the inn in Tianxian City, she received it and wrote back? He wondered. It was the only explanation that made sense. Lan Mulian was the only person he knew at the Two Polarities sect. The crane wouldn't have gone to anyone else. Unless her master had replied? He chuckled at the thought, then sat down at his desk, his gaze drawn to the elegant handwriting and the subtly flirtatious tone of the letter. Even he felt his heart skip a beat. By the time he finished reading, he was speechless. Senior sister was a completely different person online. Online, she was a mature, alluring woman, playful and teasing. Offline, she was an ice queen. Interesting, he murmured. He hadn't expected such a bold and suggestive letter from the aloof woman he'd encountered yesterday. But this was exactly the effect he'd been hoping for. He pondered for a moment, then picked up his brush and began writing. Senior sister, as I write this letter, I'm filled with a sense of wonder. The last time we exchanged letters, you were at the sect, and I was in distant Tianxian City. Now, you're here, yet there are still things I find difficult to express in person. I can only convey my feelings through words. I hope you're enjoying your stay in Tianxian City. Our encounter yesterday was brief, and I apologize for not visiting you sooner. I've been recovering from an injury, and I needed time to prepare myself mentally. If you're not busy, I'd like to invite you to the Mu Manor. There are many things I'd like to discuss with you in person. Seeing you yesterday reminded me of a flower, the snow lotus. It represents loyalty, purity, and noble solitude. It's a flower that embodies your spirit. We've been cultivating a pond of snow lotuses at the Mu Manor, using a special barrier. I'd like to offer you one as a gift. I hope you'll accept it. When you visit the manor, I'll show you the pond. Mu Zhi'an set down his brush and retrieved a snow lotus from a nearby vase. He carefully tied its stem to the paper crane, then released it out the window. He stretched, then turned to his servant. "Prepare the carriage. I'm going to the Rising Phoenix Inn." He would arrive at the inn around the same time the crane reached Lan Mulian. Meanwhile, Tianxian City was abuzz with activity. The first reason was the upcoming Two Polarities sect entrance exams. News of Lan Mulian's early arrival had spread like wildfire. And the second reason, the joint operation by the three great families and the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce to eradicate the demons, had become a popular topic of conversation. The story was being recounted in tea houses, inns, and on street corners. "Did you hear? There was a fierce battle at the Dragonhead Forest yesterday. Core formation experts from the three families and the Chamber of Commerce. The authorities found several massive craters at the site. All four factions, what kind of enemy could have provoked such a response?" A self-proclaimed expert leaned in conspiratorially. "I heard it was demons." "Demons? How dare those Northern Realm creatures cause trouble right under the Two Polarities sect's nose?" The revelation sparked a flurry of anxious whispers. Demons were humanity's sworn enemies. Only the Two Polarities sect's presence had prevented a full-scale war, limiting the conflict to minor skirmishes at the border. The thought of demons infiltrating Tianxian City, it was terrifying. "Speaking of which, I heard the young master of the Mu family went to the Dragonhead Forest yesterday. Could he have participated in the battle?" someone asked. If they needed core formation experts, the enemy must have been at least core formation level. How could that Mu boy, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, have contributed? Another retorted. "But I heard he was the one who organized the operation." As the rumors spread, a carriage stopped in front of the Rising Phoenix Inn. Mu Zhi'an stepped out, looking up at the elegant and luxurious building. To think senior sister would choose this inn. Did she consult a travel guide, he wondered. He'd assumed she was the type who lived a simple, ascetic life, detached from worldly pleasures. But it seemed she appreciated fine accommodations. The Rising Phoenix Inn was the best in Tianxian City. Only locals would know about it. Was it just luck, or something more? He entered the inn. There was nothing the Mu family couldn't learn in Tianxian City. He'd already ascertained Lan Mulian's room number before leaving the manor. He climbed the stairs, mentally preparing himself for their encounter. As he reached the second floor, a beautiful woman in a red cheongsam emerged from a room. She wore red embroidered shoes, her figure slender and graceful. Mu Zhi'an looked up, his eyes widening in surprise. It was Fei Ying, the chief auctioneer of the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. What was she doing here? Why was Fei Ying here? The chief auctioneer had her own residence. He'd rarely seen her at an inn, and the second floor was for guests. Was she visiting someone? Mu Zhi'an looked her up and down, taking in her alluring figure. She seemed surprised to see him as well, her eyes lingering on him for a moment. A seductive smile spread across her lips. "Did you know I was here? Are you returning my ring?" she asked, her voice soft and melodious. Mu Zhi'an removed the ring from his finger and handed it to her. "Of course. I came specifically to see you. Thank you again for lending it to me." "Always the charmer," she said, her eyes twinkling with amusement. She then asked, "I heard you went to the Dragonhead Forest yesterday. Care to join me for tea? We could chat." Normally, he would have accepted her invitation, but today, he had other matters to attend to. "Perhaps another time. I have some errands to run. You know, you usually only frequent pleasure houses. It's rare to see you at an inn, especially on the guest floors. Are you visiting someone?" He didn't deny it. "Did Chairman Huang send you to invite the examiner as well?" Fei Ying's lips parted slightly in surprise. She looked at him, her eyes filled with a knowing smile. "So you really are here to see her. Why does it sound like you two are close?" Mu Zhi'an chuckled. "You can't answer a question with another question, Fei Ying." She pursed her lips. "I'm simply visiting a relative. It has nothing to do with Chairman Huang." She wasn't technically a servant of the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. Aside from important auctions, she was free to do as she pleased. A male relative or a female relative? Mu Zhi'an asked, curious. Fei Ying glanced at him. Just a relative. A relative, that's fine then. Mu Zhi'an smiled. Enjoy your visit, Fei Ying. I have some business to attend to. She nodded, watching as he climbed the stairs. She shook her head inwardly. Lan Mulian was a cold and distant woman. She had already refused invitations from the Gongsun family and the Bai family this morning. The Mu family might be powerful, but she had no need for their favors. To avoid any impropriety, she wouldn't accept their invitation either. Fei Ying turned to leave, but a soft creak stopped her in her tracks. She turned back to see the door to the room at the end of the hallway opening. Her eyes widened as she saw Mu Zhi'an enter the room. After a moment, she recovered, her lips curving into a knowing smile. She descended the stairs. Perhaps it was for the best. At least she had other acquaintances. Mu Zhi'an looked around the luxurious room, his gaze settling on Lan Mulian. She wore a moon-white robe, her long black hair cascading down her back, tied loosely with a white ribbon. She was as beautiful and ethereal as a celestial maiden. No, she was a celestial maiden. Senior sister, did you sleep well? He asked with a smile. I meditated, she replied, her eyes softening slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. She still had that aloof and elegant aura. She really is a different person online. Mu Zhi'an asked, his voice laced with concern. Did you have trouble sleeping because you're not at the sect? She shook her head, gesturing for him to sit down. Core formation cultivators don't need sleep. You'll understand once you reach that realm. I heard some interesting stories about your past exploits in Tianjin City, she added, a hint of amusement in her voice. Who's spreading those rumors? And why is senior sister so gossipy? Mu Zhi'an regretted his decision. Inviting her to Tianjin City might not have been such a good idea. His reputation was taking a hit. According to that demon, there are other demons lurking in the city, Lan Mulian said, her expression turning serious. If possible, we should uncover their identities before the entrance exams begin. Demons and humans were sworn enemies. A core formation demon hiding in Tianjin City, it was a ticking time bomb. Mu Zhi'an nodded. I'll have the Mu family investigate. If you're not comfortable staying at the inn, senior sister, you're welcome to stay at the Mu Manor. It would be easier for me to inform you if we find anything. Lan Mulian shook her head. You can visit me here if necessary. I'll be staying at the inn for a while. As an examiner, she had to avoid any impropriety. Staying at the Mu Manor would raise eyebrows, especially if Mu Zhi'an joined the Two Polarities sect. He respected her decision. He noticed a jade bottle on a nearby table, a pristine snow lotus resting inside. That crane was fast. We'll continue to communicate through letters then, senior sister, he said. Lan Mulian nodded. She preferred written communication. However, she would have to reconfigure the crane's destination. It was currently set to fly to her courtyard at the Two Polarities sect. She needed to imprint her consciousness on this, and so the crane would come here instead. But it was a small price to pay for the pleasure of exchanging letters with him. After chatting for a while longer, Mu Zhi'an excused himself, leaving the inn. He had intended to tell her about the Demon Empress, but he held back. If he told her now, she would likely report it to the sect elders. But what if there are demons among the elders? If that were the case, his revelation would lead to his demise. Never underestimate your enemies. If the Demon Empress had dared to approach him so openly, to recruit him as a spy, she must have had a plan. She had instructed him to report every 3 months. He would join the sect, identify the demon infiltrators, and then decide his next move. For now, his priority was finding the third demon in Tianjin City. Yi Manor. Yi Yu sat on his bed, his eyes closed, his brow furrowed in concentration. After a while, he opened his eyes, his gaze burning with anger. Calm yourself. The loss of the heavenly Tao aura, it's not entirely a bad thing. A calm, ancient voice echoed in his mind, soothing his rage. What do you mean, master? How can losing the aura be a good thing? He asked, his voice trembling with frustration and regret. He had been blinded by anger, failing to question why Mu Zhi'an had chosen the Dragonhead Forest as their dual location. It wasn't until this morning, when the rumors began to spread, that he realized the truth. The duel had been a distraction. Mu Zhi'an's true targets were the demons and his heavenly Tao aura. The aura, it was probably in Mu Zhi'an's possession now. Your cultivation might slow down without the aura, but its presence prevented me from teaching you my secret technique, the old man's voice explained. A secret technique? Yu echoed. What kind of technique? Could any technique be more valuable than the heavenly Tao aura? The aura purified your spiritual energy, making cultivation effortless. But the technique I'm about to teach you requires you to absorb impure energy, to walk a darker path. It will be arduous, but your achievements, they might surpass even those you could have attained with the aura. However, it will be painful. Think carefully before you decide. I want to learn it, master. Yi replied instantly. The old man chuckled. I have faith in your resolve. Close your eyes. I will impart the technique to you. Yi Yu's eyes gleamed with a newfound determination. He might have lost this battle, but the war wasn't over. He would endure, reach foundation establishment, pass the entrance exams, and earn the examiner's favor. He would skip the outer disciple stage and become an inner disciple. Even without the heavenly Tao aura, he was still a genius. He closed his eyes, calming his mind, focusing on the old man's instructions. By manner, Bairuashi sat on her bed, meditating. The heavenly Tao aura was working tirelessly, refining the surrounding spiritual energy and channeling it into her body. Her cultivation was progressing at an incredible rate, 3 to 4 times faster than before. After half an hour, she opened her eyes. Her expression was a mixture of joy, helplessness, and pain. She was overjoyed by her rapid progress, but the situation with her mother, it was agonizing. She had returned home earlier, expecting to find her parents arguing, but to her surprise, they were sitting together in the main hall, their interaction as harmonious as ever, as if nothing had happened. Her father knew about her mother's betrayal, yet she wanted to confront her mother, to demand an explanation, but the words wouldn't come. What would young Master Mu do? She sighed, feeling a pang of longing. She hadn't realized how much she'd come to rely on him, even though her cultivation was higher than his. Knock, knock. As she pondered her situation, a soft knock interrupted her thoughts. A servant's voice called out from behind the door. Miss, the young master of the Mu family requests an audience. Why is he here so early? She felt a surge of happiness, her voice brighter than usual as she replied, Let him in. She paused, then added, Don't disturb father and mother. Bring him to my room through the back. At the Bai Manor, led by a servant, Mu Zhi'an arrived at Bairuashi's room. He knocked gently, and upon hearing her response, he pushed open the door, finding the young mistress with the outrageously ample bosom sitting gracefully on her bed. She wore a simple white dress, devoid of any embellishments, her lips adorned with a layer of glossy rouge, making them appear plump and alluring. Perhaps because she was at home, her attire was more relaxed than her usual elegant style, but her natural beauty shone through, her flawless complexion needing no further adornment. After instructing the servants to serve tea, Bairuashi dismissed them, turning her attention to Mu Zhi'an. You're here about my mother, aren't you? She asked, her voice as clear and melodious as a mountain stream. This girl is sharp. She knows why I sent her back. Mu Zhi'an didn't deny it. I was wondering, has there been any reaction from your mother? Bairuashi hesitated. They're acting as if nothing happened. That's strange. What man wouldn't react to such a betrayal? To act as if everything was normal. And her father was a hot-tempered warrior. He wasn't exactly known for hiding his emotions. Could there be more to this story? Mu Zhi'an pondered for a moment. If you notice anything, let me know immediately. It seemed he needed to investigate further. Bai Yuan phone was hiding something. Bairuashi nodded, then changed the subject. Did you visit the Rising Phoenix in this morning? Mu Zhi'an noticed a subtle shift in her demeanor. Her usually bright eyes had darkened, a hint of suspicion in their depths. It was as if she were asking, Did you go have a tryst with another woman? Compared to their first encounter in the carriage, her attitude had changed drastically. In the past, she wouldn't have cared who he interacted with. In fact, she would have preferred him to be occupied with other women, leaving her in peace. Mu Zhi'an sighed. I went to see senior sister Lan. She's one of the examiners, after all. I'm only at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. I need to make a good impression. Otherwise, I might not even be allowed to enter the sect. My father sent someone to invite her this morning as well, but she refused to see them. As an examiner, she has to avoid any impropriety. Did you manage to see her, young Master Mu? Bairuashi asked, her voice soft, almost wistful. Mu Zhi'an shook his head. No, she's not receiving any visitors. He was surprised by her interest, by how quickly the news had reached her. It seemed the Bai family had truly recovered with her father's return. It was understandable. With Bai Hung back in charge, the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce wouldn't dare to target them again. They had retreated, fearing the consequences. And with Gongsun Xiong injured and clinging to power, the Gongsun family was too preoccupied with internal strife to bother with the Bai family. The Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce wouldn't make a move anytime soon either. Most importantly, Bairuashi and the Mu family were close. It was a deterrent. Mu Zhi'an had assumed her questions would end there. She wasn't usually interested in such matters. But she continued, the Mu family has a guaranteed spot in the sect. Persisting in your pursuit of the examiner, it might annoy her. She might even make things difficult for you during the exams. She sounded concerned, but her message was clear. Stop pursuing her. She's surprisingly possessive for someone so demure. Mu Zhi'an glanced at her, surprised, then nodded calmly. You're right. I'll take your advice. I won't disturb senior sister any further. He would communicate through letters instead. Bairuashi nodded, satisfied. She summoned the heavenly Tao aura, her voice soft. If you're worried about being judged for your cultivation level, young Master Mu, you're welcome to cultivate in my room. I'll control the aura and have it refine spiritual energy for you. First, she criticized his senior sister, then offered him her support. He knew it was a tactic, but he couldn't help but feel a warmth spread through his chest. He looked at the aura in her hand, a thought striking him. So he needs to be near her for it to work. Is this a roundabout way of dual cultivation? Does that mean he has to be near her whenever he wants to cultivate? He pushed aside those thoughts and nodded. Let's try it. He sat down on the bed, and Bairuashi, with a gesture of her hand, guided the aura towards him. The aura began to rapidly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, refining it and channeling it towards him. His internal cauldron spun, absorbing the purified energy. Such pure energy, no wonder everyone desired it. Even a pig could become a powerful demon with this. As he marveled at the aura's efficiency, Bairuashi stared at him, her brow furrowed in confusion. That's odd. It's not all being absorbed. She studied him, noticing 2 distinct streams of spiritual energy flowing into his body. Normally, a cultivator only had 1 cauldron formed during foundation establishment, but she could sense 2 cauldrons operating within him. Curious, she sat down beside him, reaching out to gently touch his face. She had always found him repulsive, but now she found herself drawn to his handsome features. No, now's not the time for this. She shook her head, focusing on the 2 streams of energy entering his body. She gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. An inborn celestial vessel. Her eyes widened in shock. That explained the 2 streams of energy. He didn't have 2 cauldrons. His entire body was a cauldron, an inborn celestial vessel. On its own, it wasn't particularly useful. But if a female cultivator engaged in intimate activities with such a being, its value increased exponentially. A simple act of intimacy could help a peak core formation cultivator break through her bottleneck, reaching nascent soul. If his secret were to be revealed, she stared at him, her heart pounding, her emotions a tangled mess. Mu Zhi'an suddenly opened his eyes. She flinched, quickly withdrawing her hand as if she'd been burned. Sensing his gaze on her, she turned away, trying to sound calm. Young Master Mu, why did you stop cultivating? I felt someone touching my face. I thought someone might have entered the room, he replied, his eyes fixed on her. Her jawline was delicate, her nose straight, her lips slightly parted. A strand of hair had fallen across her cheek, lending her a classical beauty. She felt her heart skip a beat, forcing herself to remain calm. I sense two cauldrons within you, young Master Mu. I was simply confirming. I apologize for interrupting your cultivation. The silence was heavy, awkward. She quickly changed the subject. It would be wise to keep your other cauldrons secret. If people find out, you might become a target. While it was useless to male cultivators to female cultivators, it was a priceless treasure. Seeing his silence, she turned to look at him. But before she could speak, she felt his warm hand covering hers. She looked up to find him gazing at her intently. Her heart pounded in her chest. She tried to pull away, but a strange reluctance held her back. He stared at her flushed cheeks, a smile playing on his lips. The usually aloof and untouchable by Ruashi, seeing her flustered and shy, it was strangely alluring. He tightened his grip, their fingers intertwining. He leaned closer, and she felt like a trapped rabbit, her back pressed against the bed frame, nowhere to escape. She looked up at him, her long lashes fluttering nervously, her eyes downcast. "May I?" he asked softly, his face inches from hers. She raised her eyes to meet his, a warmth spreading through her chest. "Yes," she whispered, her voice barely audible. He hesitated no longer. He wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close, his lips capturing hers. He had no ulterior motives. He was simply curious about the flavor of her rouge. In a Bai Manor side hall, Bai Hung sat leisurely, sipping tea. Two servants stood before him, reporting the family's recent losses. Bai Hung listened, his brow furrowing at times, his face darkening with anger. But eventually, he calmed down, his voice regaining its usual gruffness. "Has the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce withdrawn?" He had been lured away to a neighboring city, leaving the Bai family vulnerable to their attacks. And on his way back, he'd been ambushed. If not for that Mu boy's intervention, the damage to the Bai family would have been catastrophic. "They've all retreated, Master. They withdrew yesterday. As soon as you returned," a servant replied respectfully. Bai Hung snorted. Typical merchants, always siding with the strongest. Despite his rough exterior, he was a shrewd man. He knew that fighting both the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce and the Gongsun family would be suicidal. Their true enemy had always been the Gongsun family. "You're dismissed." He waved the servants away. He massaged his temples, a headache forming as he contemplated the task of rebuilding the Bai family. "Is Ruashi still in her room?" he asked a nearby servant. "She's been cultivating since she returned, Master. I believe she's determined to pass the sect entrance exams," the servant replied. Bai Hung sighed, shaking his head. Passing the exams, that was just an excuse. With her talent, entering the sect wouldn't be a problem for her. She was simply avoiding them. Because of her mother, it seemed that he needed to have a talk with his daughter, and with his wife. He couldn't believe his wife had tried to force their daughter into a marriage with the Mu family while he was away. No wonder Ruashi was so distant now. He had made up his mind. The engagement with the Yi family was over. His daughter was free to choose her own path, to love whomever she wished. Although, it would be best if she chose someone from a respectable family. He didn't want her to suffer. "Inform her that I wish to speak with her," he instructed the servant. She was his daughter. She deserved to know the truth. He watched as the servant bowed and left, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest, his thoughts drifting. The servant walked along the Bai Manor's corridors, heading towards Bai Ruashi's room. She knocked gently on the door. "Knock, knock. Miss, Master requests your presence in the side hall." Silence. She frowned, knocking again. "Miss." A faint rustling sound came from within. She hesitated, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. She cautiously opened the door. "Miss, I'm coming in." She found Bai Ruashi sitting on her bed, her white skirt revealing a glimpse of her slender legs, her feet clad in white stockings. She was as beautiful as ever, her expression as cool and composed as always. But there was a faint blush on her cheeks, and her eyes held a hint of panic she'd never seen before. Bai Ruashi looked up at her, her voice calm, but her tone slightly rushed. "I was cultivating. I'm a little distracted. Please inform father that I'll join him shortly. Yes, Mississippi. The servant, despite her curiosity, didn't dare to question her further. She bowed and retreated, closing the door behind her. Mu Zhi'an dropped down from a ceiling beam, looking at Bairuashi, who was clutching her chest, her breath coming in short gasps. You know, there's no need to hide me. With the Mu family status in Tianxian City, even if the servant had seen him, it wouldn't have been a problem. She would have been surprised, of course. After all, the Bai family's young mistress had never invited a man into her room, especially not for such an extended period. Bairuashi sat at her vanity, brushing her slightly disheveled hair, her gaze meeting his in the mirror. If people found out, the rumors would be unpleasant. It wouldn't be good for your reputation. If news of his presence in her room spread, rumors of him forcing himself on her would surely follow. That was the image people had of him, a spoiled and arrogant young master. Even Bairuashi had believed it, looking down on him with disdain. However, these past few days had changed her perception of him. Love is blind, they say. She finished brushing her hair, adjusted her robes, then touched up her lipstick, biting gently on the stick to even out the color. It was a captivatingly alluring gesture, and Mu Zhi'an couldn't help but stare. She rose to her feet, turning to leave. But she bumped into him, his hands resting on her shoulders, his gaze locked on hers. She instinctively stepped back, her back pressing against the vanity. She turned her head away, a blush creeping up her cheeks, her voice a soft whisper. Don't. I have to go see father. He looked at her, his voice gentle. One last time. It won't take long. Their previous encounter had been interrupted by the servant. He was still unsatisfied. She looked up at him, a mixture of helplessness and desire in her eyes. When I get back, he silenced her with a kiss. Her eyes widened, her hands hovering in the air. She wanted to push him away, but a part of her wanted to stay. She hesitated, her resistance fading, her arms eventually wrapping around his neck. It's just a kiss, it'll be over soon. She could always reapply her lipstick later. After reapplying her lipstick, Bairuashi left the room, reminding Mu Zhi'an to stay put. The Bai manor wasn't as secure as it used to be. If he left the room, he might be discovered. She paused at the door, looking back at him. The heavenly Tao aura has purified the spiritual energy in this area. You can absorb it directly. I'll be back in half an hour. Don't wander off. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, he replied with a smile. She smiled back, a strand of hair falling across her cheek, lending her an alluring charm. She nodded, then left, closing the door behind her. To think I'd be meditating in a girl's room, Mu Zhi'an murmured, looking around at the abundance of refined spiritual energy. He recalled her coldness in the carriage, her disdain for him. How things had changed. He couldn't help but smile, remembering their kiss. That lipstick, it tasted quite good. He glanced at her vanity, at the collection of delicate boxes containing various shades of lipstick, from deep reds to soft pinks. I should try a different flavor next time. He turned away, focusing on the abundant spiritual energy. The heavenly Tao aura was truly remarkable. Its refining speed was astonishing. It was a shame it only chose those with exceptional luck. He shook his head, dismissing those thoughts. He sat down on the bed, preparing to meditate. But then, he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. He looked up, his gaze drawn to a faint, pink mist rising from a distant corner of the courtyard. The refined spiritual energy was invisible, intangible, but that mist was clearly visible. It was demonic aura. That's strange. If there's demonic aura at the Bai Manor, why didn't I sense it before? Mu Zhi'an stood by the window, staring at the faint pink mist rising from the courtyard. He glanced at the abundance of refined, spiritual energy, and understanding dawned on him. The demonic aura had been masked by the impure energy, and there was probably a barrier concealing it as well. But Bairuashi's heavenly Tao aura had purified the surrounding energy, exposing the demonic aura. Is the Bai family secretly collaborating with demons? He wondered. He quickly dismissed the thought. No, if they were collaborating, they wouldn't have been so easily suppressed by the Gongsun family and the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. Then, He remembered the words of the black-robed man's companion. He had said they were in Tianxian City to rendezvous with their comrades, to establish a base of operations and acquire the heavenly Tao aura. In other words, they didn't have a base yet. So the question was, who had been making moves recently, attempting to establish a foothold in Tianxian City? Logically, it could be the Gongsun family or the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. The Bai family was the least likely candidate. But the demonic aura, it was emanating from the Bai manor. The Bai family had been targeted, suppressed. Why would the traitor be among them? Unless a thought struck him like lightning, making him freeze. It wasn't the Bai family as a whole, but what if it was an individual within the family who had been acting suspiciously during the Bai family's recent troubles? He stood there for a long moment, lost in thought. Finally, he snapped out of his reverie, pushing himself off the desk and jumping out the window. He landed silently on the balcony, scanning the courtyard, confirming that no servants were nearby. He then leaped onto the roof, his gaze drawn to a small building in the back. A faint pink mist was rising from its roof, an aura that sent a shiver down his spine. However, as the impure spiritual energy gradually returned, the mist began to fade, becoming less distinct. There really is a demon at the Bai Manor. Mu Zhi'an stared at the building for a long moment, then turned and left, vanishing into the night. To confirm his suspicions, he needed Wei Mengru's protection. In the Bai Manor side hall, Bai Heng sat across from his daughter, who sat stiffly, her lips pressed together, her expression unreadable. "Ruashi, are you still angry with me?" he asked gently. "I'm not angry, father. I'm just confused. Why are you acting as if nothing happened? Young Master Mu and we saw mother with another man." She met his gaze, her voice trembling slightly. "You know about it, don't you?" "I do, of course I do." He poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. "But what you see is not always the truth. Tell me, Ruashi, that night, did you see your mother and Gongsun Xiong being intimate?" She bit her lip, her voice barely a whisper. "I didn't see them, but I heard them talking." Bai Heng set down his cup and called out, "Yuan Feng, it's your turn." Bai Ruashi looked up to see her mother emerging from back room. She stared at her, her emotions a tangled mess. She didn't know how to face her mother. They looked at each other, neither speaking. Bai Ruashi opened her mouth to speak, but Bai Yuanfeng beat her to it, her voice a low murmur. Bai Ruashi's eyes widened in disbelief. She stared at her mother, her hand covering her mouth. After a long moment, her expression softened, a sense of understanding dawning on her. She left the side hall, her brow less furrowed, but her eyes still held a hint of worry. She walked back to her room, but as she opened the door, she found it empty. Mu Zhi'an, who should have been meditating, was gone. He must have left. She felt a pang of disappointment, but she quickly masked it. It was understandable. She had kept him waiting for a long time. And besides, she didn't know how to face him yet. Should she tell him about her mother's explanation? What would he do if she told him? Would he report it to Senior Sister Lan? If he did, she would have to choose a side. She lowered her eyes, her expression as cold and distant as ever, her beauty marred by the turmoil within her heart. She sighed, shaking her head, trying to clear her thoughts. She summoned the heavenly Tao aura and began to cultivate, absorbing the refined spiritual energy. Hours passed, and night fell over the Bai Manor. The wind rustled through the trees in the courtyard, their shadows dancing in the moonlight. Bai Ruashi opened her eyes, changed into a white sleeping gown, and instructed a servant to light incense. After dismissing the servants, she prepared for bed. But then, she heard a soft thud outside her window. She tensed, looking up to see a young man jumping through the window. "Young Master Mu?" She instinctively clutched the blanket, staring at him. "How did you get in?" "I told the servants I was here to see you. They let me in," he replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over her. She sat on her bed, her figure alluring in the candlelight, her black hair contrasting sharply with her white gown, her skin glowing with an ethereal luminescence. He sat down beside her, looking at her with concern. "You seem troubled." Did your father say something that upset you? She hesitated, her gaze flickering between him and the floor. Finally, she shook her head. No, he didn't say anything that upset me. Did he say something that surprised you? Or made you feel uneasy? He asked gently, rephrasing his question. She stared at him, her eyes widening slightly. His gentle smile, his genuine concern, it touched her heart. Young Master Mu, there's something I need to tell you. This afternoon, Father told me about Mother. He placed a finger on her lips, silencing her. Don't say anything. You need to rest. She gently pushed his hand away. But it might be important. He shook his head, interrupting her. It is important, but you don't need to tell me. Someone else will, he added, his voice calm, assured. His words implied that he already knew. She looked at him, her brow furrowed in confusion. Is there anything I can do? He pondered for a moment. Can I sleep in your room tonight? She froze, clutching her robe. Isn't this a little too fast? And after everything that happened today, she wasn't in the mood for anything. He seemed to understand her reaction. If I wander around the manor at night, I might be discovered. But if I'm in your room, no one would suspect anything. Would that be all right? He asked. So I misunderstood. She sighed inwardly, relieved. I suppose. But why do you need to stay at the Bai Manor tonight? She actually agreed. I could trick this girl into bed 10 times over. He decided to keep her in suspense. You'll find out tonight. She didn't press him further, simply nodding. Is there anything else I can do? She wasn't naive, but she had come to trust him implicitly. If he'd wanted to harm the Bai family, he would have done so already. He looked at her, admiring her beauty. She was the elegant, aloof type with a hint of fragility, a captivating combination. There's one more thing. Only you can do, he said, his expression turning serious. What is it? She asked, curious. I want to taste your lips without the lipstick, he replied, his gaze intense. She blinked, confused, then gasped as he gently pushed her back onto the bed. She tried to speak, but he silenced her with a kiss. Her hair spread across the pillow, her eyes widening as she looked up at him, her fingers tightening around his hand. Her gaze softened, her resistance fading. She began to wonder if he was truly here for business or for something else entirely. Mu Zhi'an sat on the bed, absorbing the refined spiritual energy provided by the heavenly Tao aura, waiting for nightfall. The aura, a treasure left behind by an ancient immortal, was incredibly potent. It was no wonder those protagonists with cheat-like abilities were so powerful. However, to benefit from its effects, he had to be near by Ruashi. It was bound to her, and it would only refine the spiritual energy around her. And due to the aura's amplification, her cultivation speed was far greater than his. At this rate, she would reach the peak of foundation establishment soon. But after that, she would likely be stuck there for a while. Reaching core formation wasn't simply about accumulating spiritual energy. It required comprehension, insight into the nature of the Tao. And each person's path to core formation was unique. Wei Mengru's abilities stemmed from her childhood experiences, granting her an unparalleled mastery of stealth and concealment. Elder Ren's core formation allowed him to imprison spirits, albeit only remnants, not living souls. As for Mu Zhi'an, he wasn't in a hurry. He was a former wastrel, after all. He had a lot of lost time to make up for. However, ever since Bai Ruashi had activated the bronze sword, he'd been wondering, who was the true protagonist? Yu or Bai Ruashi? Or perhaps, after suppressing Yu, the protagonist role had shifted to Bai Ruashi? Well, either way, she was a better choice than that arrogant Yu boy. At least she was on his side, and her lipstick tasted good. Mu Zhi'an regulated his breathing, then opened his eyes. Bai Ruashi had fallen asleep. She lay in the dim light, her alluring curves hidden beneath a thin blanket, the slight rise and fall of her chest hinting at her ample bosom. He admired her for a moment, then turned and quietly left the room. Before she'd fallen asleep, he'd asked her to purify the surrounding spiritual energy with the heavenly Tao aura. The refined energy hadn't dissipated yet, and neither had the demonic aura. He looked up, spotting the faint pink mist rising from the small building in the back. He approached it cautiously. He hid in the shadows near the window, just as he had before. After nearly an hour, the door creaked open. Mu Zhi'an held his breath as a voluptuous woman stepped out of the room. It was the middle of the night, yet she was dressed in a thin robe, her face adorned with light makeup. She walked gracefully through the courtyard, her hips swaying with each step. "Madam Bai, where are you going so late?" Mu Zhi'an asked suddenly. She froze, turning to face him, her eyes widening in surprise. "Young Master Mu, when did you get here? I had someone use a special technique. As long as I don't harbor any ill intentions towards you, you won't be able to detect me," he replied with a smile. Wei Mengru's core formation ability was quite useful, as long as he didn't have any murderous intent towards the target. And he certainly didn't want to harm Madame Bai yet. Bai Yuanfeng's eyes narrowed. She quickly recovered, a seductive smile spreading across her lips. Sneaking into the Bai manor in the middle of the night. "Are you here to see my daughter, young Master Mu?" She walked towards him, stopping a few feet away. "Young girls don't appreciate being disturbed at this hour. I suggest you be more discreet." Mu Zhi'an chuckled. "I was just in Ruashi's room." Her smile vanished. After a moment, she spoke softly, her voice laced with a hint of warning. "I still approve of your marriage. If you need anything, let me know. Are you trying to plant a spy in the Mu family? Or are you worried that your daughter will be implicated when your secret is revealed?" Mu Zhi'an asked, his smile widening. A cold glint appeared in her eyes. He quickly added, "Don't worry, Ruashi and I were just chatting." His implication was clear. "I might be your future son-in-law. Think carefully before you act." Her smile returned, but it didn't reach her eyes. Such bold words, in front of her mother. "We're truly in love," Mu Zhi'an insisted, feigning sincerity. "Half the men in Tianxian City claim to be in love with my daughter," she retorted, scoffing. "Why don't we find a place to sit and chat?" he asked tentatively. "We could talk here. No one else is around," she replied with a sigh. "Ask your questions, young Master Mu. You've been waiting for me, haven't you?" He nodded. "Where is the meridian connecting pill?" "You should have asked my daughter," she said, her voice soft and seductive. "I gave it to Gongsun Xiong." Mu Zhi'an frowned. "Gongsun Xiong can't die yet." "Why not?" she asked, feigning ignorance, her gaze fixed on him. She wanted to test him, to see how clever this potential son-in-law truly was. If he dies, the Gongsun family will choose a new leader. The Bai family isn't strong enough to absorb them, he explained. She chuckled softly. "Who said I wanted to kill him? I simply wanted to keep him bettered for a few months." Gongsun Xiong was at the peak of core formation. Once he recovered from his injuries, he would surely use the meridian connecting pill to attempt a breakthrough to nascent soul. But if the pill was tampered with, the outcome would be quite different. Compared to her mother, Bai Ruashi was as innocent as a lamb. But Mu Zhi'an had a fondness for lambs. And while she might seem naive, there was a hidden strength within her. In that ambush, when father returned from the neighboring city, "Did you provide the Gongsun family with information?" he asked. She nodded, and he frowned. "Weren't you worried they might kill him?" A seductive smile spread across her lips. "You're a clever boy, young Master Mu. I would feel at ease in trusting Ruashi to you. However, your cultivation is too low. You don't understand the true power of a core formation expert." She opened her palm. Mu Zhi'an's eyes widened as he saw a spirit hovering above her hand. It was the spirit of a Bai family servant captured moments ago. With a flick of her wrist, she sent the spirit back into the servant's body. Noticing his astonishment, she explained, "I was there. If your father had been in danger, I would have retrieved his spirit." Her technique was similar to Elder Ren's, but while his was used for interrogation, capturing only dead spirits, hers could save lives. But there must be a drawback. She was right. He knew very little about core formation. If he'd known that some core formation experts could capture living spirits, he would have been more cautious, and he might have discovered the truth sooner. "Why did you choose me for Ruashi instead of Yu?" he asked suddenly. "Yu might be talented, but he's arrogant. I've seen countless geniuses like him, and most of them met an early demise," she replied. "Honestly, I wasn't satisfied with either of you. But if I had to choose, The Mu family support is more reassuring. And you and Gongsun Xiong, are you truly? She narrowed her eyes. What do you think? Her body began to shift, her shadow rippling, three tails unfurling behind her like a peacock's feathers. Mu Zhi'an stared at her, his eyes widening. A demon, a three-tailed fox. That explained her flawless disguise, her ability to deceive Gongsun Xiong. He had assumed they were lovers, but perhaps he had been embracing nothing but an illusion every night. And if that was the case, Bairuashi was the child of a fox demon and a human. That explains why I couldn't stop staring at her. He suddenly understood. He'd thought he was just being a pervert, but it was simply her inherited charm, her mother's seductive aura. It's not my fault. And my reaction to her tonight, it's the fox demon's fault. What are your plans now? He asked. I was planning to absorb the Gongsun family, but the two polarities sect examiner arrived early, she replied, frowning slightly. Lan Mulian's arrival had disrupted her plans. Gongsun Xiong was power-hungry. Once he consumed the meridian-connecting pill and suffered the consequences, she would have made her move. Unwilling to relinquish control, the Gongsun family would have been in disarray, easy prey for the Bai family. But with the examiner in Tianxian City, any major conflict would attract their attention. The Bai family can't afford to make any drastic moves. It would alert the examiner, Mu Zhi'an said. She nodded silently. She was aware of that, which was why she'd been so cautious these past few days. But the Mu family can, he added. She stared at him, surprised. You want to absorb the Gongsun family? I have no intention of absorbing them, he replied with a smile. But I do intend to relieve them of some of their assets. Gongsun Xiong was clinging to power, but he was injured. It was the perfect opportunity to strike. She stared at him, a mix of emotions swirling in her eyes. She had spent years laying the groundwork, and now, someone else was reaping the rewards. It was frustrating, but then perhaps it could be considered a dowry for her daughter. That thought made her feel slightly better. If Ruashi and Mu Zhi'an ended up together, uniting the Mu and Bai families, it wouldn't be a bad outcome. You're a lucky boy, she said, her voice a soft murmur. He chuckled. Consider it a filial gesture, Madam Bai. I'm simply taking care of a problem you can't handle. She scoffed. Why hadn't she noticed how clever this Mu boy was before? Had he been hiding his true nature? She studied him, her eyes gleaming with a newfound respect, a hint of motherly approval. There's one thing I don't understand, Madam Bai, Mu Zhi'an said suddenly. Ask away, she replied. How did the black-robed man know you were in Tianxian City? According to her husband, she had grown up here. Why would the demon realm know about her? The demon realm has spies everywhere. I'm just one of them. I received orders this year, instructing me to prepare a base of operations for our comrades. She paused, then added, I don't know the details, but the Seventh Seat's intelligence network is vast. It's not surprising that they knew about me. The Seventh Seat, Mu Zhi'an murmured. Both the black-robed man and Bai Yuan phone were connected to this Seventh Seat. It was strange. Tianxian City was practically at the foot of the two polarities sect. How could demons operate so freely right under their noses? Unless the Seventh Seat was within the two polarities sect. He dismissed the thought as absurd, but a nagging feeling told him it might be true. He shook his head, pushing aside those thoughts. You have a good family, Madam Bai. If you wish to live a peaceful life, I suggest you tone down your activities. He turned and walked towards the Bai Manor's entrance. He had made his position clear. If she was smart, she would listen. She watched him go, the moonlight casting long shadows, her three tails swaying gently behind her, an eerie sight in the darkness. As he vanished from sight, she turned and went back to her room. She had planned to visit Gongsun Xiong tonight to check on him, but Mu Zhi'an was right. She needed to be more cautious. Her comrades were dead. There was no need to risk everything for Tianxian City. Besides, if not for the Seventh Seat's orders, she wouldn't be involved in this mess. What are you going to do about her? As Mu Zhi'an walked back to the Mu Manor, the shadows beside him rippled, and Wei Min grew materialized, her gaze fixed on his face. We'll let her be for now. Have Eldarin keep an eye on her, he replied. Bai Yuanfeng had been testing him, but she didn't realize he was testing her as well. If she had attacked him after he left, Wei Mingru would have intervened. She might be stronger than a Foundation establishment cultivator, but they could still escape. And once they left the Bai Manor, Lan Mulian would know the identity of the third demon. The Bai family would be finished. Demons and humans were sworn enemies. Harboring a demon was a grave offense. Are you going to tell Lan Mulian about the demon? Wei Mingru asked. Mu Zhi'an chuckled. The entrance exams are approaching. Senior Sister Lan doesn't have time for this. And as long as Madame Bai stays at the manor, no one will detect her demonic aura. However, the heavenly Tao aura seems to suppress demonic energy. Inform the servants to invite Ruashi to the Mu Manor tomorrow morning. Tell them I have something to discuss with her. Wei Mingru glanced at him, her lips twitching slightly. Discuss, right? It wouldn't just be a simple chat.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.